Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Hopefully, you guys can hear me and I am coming in clear. And BGS is this tardy or ZPT? This is tardy. This is tardy. We're 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's tardy. That's not late. It's late, but it's not late. Right? And Destro says, like button as you enter the room. Thank you, Destro. Yes, you are a scholar and a gentleman, and you are correct. Right? Ben, my apologies. Um, um, because Ben sometimes Ben was in my back chat um a couple weeks ago, and Ben, I didn't realize it was you. I thought you were a troll for a second. So that's why I didn't bring you up with the rest of the panel. My apologies. If you come up, I do plan. This is a slight regular streams, but I still do plan on bringing a panel up later after my monologue. So Ben, my apologies for that. That's why I didn't bring you up last time. But then, whose panel were we on? And you were up, and I was like, oh, that is Ben. And I was like, oh crap, my apologies, Ben. Okay. Um, Shout out to Edward Anderson. I did listen to his stream about what's her name, the Disney sister that with the weirdo sideshow Bob looking ass light skinned brother. Um, yeah, I have a whole critique about, and I'm gonna still tie it into the myth of white womanhood. I know. Um, Z, is it always that? Yeah, just about. Right. Um, but yeah, I have a whole critique of that. That's similar to Ed, but not all the way the same, right? Um, so shout out to Trail. Trail, we're finally here. Shout out to Compassionate. Compassionate. I did try to link you about the thing, and yeah, I don't know what's going on, but my technology, or is it just me? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, yeah. Compassionate says legally blonde complex. Compassionate gets the direction I'm probably gonna go in with that critique, right? So yeah. So we're slowly working through this, and I'm just getting all my talk out now before we monologue. So we're gonna preface everything, and then we'll get to the monologuing in a minute. And Buckeye fan says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I should use Dr. Thunder when he said that lets you know that super chat is engaged. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. And Buckeye fan, so I'll read this one now. And Buckeye fan says, did you see Army's Democrat Bernie Bro video? Of course I did. You know I did, Buckeye fan. And thank you for the super chat. Yes, I did. So um is that all the comments we have? Adric's in the house. Shout out to Adric. Right, Trail is here. Good, because this is a shout out to Trail, one of my day ones, right? And so this is how we're gonna start. We're not gonna troll the sisters. We're not gonna troll the women. Not yet, anyway. We're gonna actually speak about atomization. We're going to speak about a neoliberal form of capitalism and what it does to relationships. You couple that with um, online dating. You couple that with, especially those of us in major cities, being on top of each other. Um, you couple that with what the left is attempting to do when it comes to quote unquote community, um, while they still get married in nuclear family, funny enough. And you couple that with the right and how they're essentially attempting to turn back the clock to a time that never actually was, but for some it was, right? If you click the links, the two first links are a bit more serious. Um, I have a wisecrack link that speaks about these things. I have a TED talk that speaks about love. Um, I have a dude speaking to Joe Rogan about atomization, and it's very interesting what he says. How it's going to increase. We've witnessed that, um, and how it's not that we're going to be debating not just different views of the facts. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but we're going to have completely different facts, right? So you consider what he was saying, and you consider, as I've said in the past, these echo chambers that many of us are engaging in, particularly in our case, the women. This is why I link, this is another reason, better yet, why I link the things I'm speaking about. I don't want us to be stuck in our echo chambers. A different view, even as wayward as the women are, even as ahistorical as they are, as dismissive and rude and nihilistic, and how many of them engage in eugenics thinking, oops, I still link what I'm referring to because I want people to see, I want my scribers to have the materials to engage with this different perspective, right? I I don't seek to perpetuate this echo chamber nonsense. Number one. Number two, are concepts of love. And if you go through the links, you clearly y'all will see the links where the women are crying or they're complaining about the dating scene and where are the real men, and crying in their cars because now they're 42 and don't have no man still, or they're in their mid 40s and never really settled down, and and it's sad. Before we even get to the haha and the get our five chuckles in, first it's sad. Secondly, once again, being on the left, you realize how many leftists are cowards. A few of them are a-holes, and they will troll men and women of lower classes, like a Kim Foster, trolling men of lower classes and say, you don't get that. You get to be a partner, right? Because what she's essentially saying is you can afford to be a husband, so you have to be a partner. You couple that with the Black community, and you can appreciate why women in the Black community speak about community so much. They refuse to play a role. They're looking at the men like, you can't afford to play your role, so oops baby, I'll have a oops baby with you, and me and my homegirls and my mom and my sister and my grandma will raise this kid. No wonder you hear many women speak about sperm donors when they speak about their ex-husband, their baby daddy, maybe even their current husband, their boyfriend. Huh? So you look at these links, and another reason why I put the initial links, the first two or three links, before we get to the women just crying, is because in our space, in the Black manosphere, I want us to wrestle with the larger concepts. It's not just about the women. As a matter of fact, if I could find it, and if BGS, if you still here, if you don't mind linking it for me, the clip where the brother and sister are speaking in the 70s, and she was saying, "Oh, you need to snatch the power out of our hands." Do y'all recall what that brother was saying? He was trying to emphasize, we're not mad at you, Black women. It's the system. You're responding and reacting to the system. We may be, and I'm paraphrasing some of what he's saying, we may be disappointed with you, but it ain't really you. Now, you fast forward to 2023 and 2024, what is Mr. Z saying always? They're in the way. The women are in the way. That's working class, white women, that's Black women, that's Latina women, that's Asian women. It's not you, but you are in the way. We know it's elite rich white men, but y'all want to be with them. And y'all want to imitate the life that they may afford their wives. Y'all are in the way. Right? Why is Mr. Z referencing that? Once again, system. I want to emphasize that. You see these women crying in their cars, crying in their kitchen, crying in their room, crying on the bed, complaining about speed dating events failing. By the way, I'm gonna do a whole separate stream about the speed dating thing. Right? With our horrible dates, going out trying to meet men not walking up, men not talking to them. They're going months at a time with no guy saying anything to them. Men are looking at them but not approaching. All of these women complaining, crying, complaining. Women that finally checked off everything off their checklist, excuse me. They have the nice apartment, they have the nice luxury car, right? They're doing pretty good in their career. All they need is a man to spend the rest of their life with. They need a partner. Over here, we talk about systems. Yes, we speak about the individual women and how they're responding, better yet, reacting to the system and who they're putting the onus on. Men, in our case, black men. Shout out to you, Chrissy. Shout out to you, Real Talk with Yanni. Shout out to you, Paris Milan. Shout out to you, Cynthia G, who all are saying, well, y'all in bills for Congress, so y'all get our ass to kiss. Meanwhile, if you notice, the majority of what Mr. Z has as links are nothing. We know white women constitute the largest demographic in America, but it's nothing but mainly white women. But either way, whether it's a white woman, whether it's black women, Latina, there might have been one or two Asian women, no systemic analysis whatsoever at all. But of course not. Right? It's the men. I've said it before. Elite men are waging class warfare and they're using every single tool in their disposal, including the women. Goddamn, see. Huh? They know about women's hypergamy and they weaponize women's hypergamy against everyone, including those same women. They know about women's biological imperative and they weaponize that against everyone, including the women. Huh? As we go further down this road, I suspect you will see more people become atomized outside of essentially the top 20%. If you listen to the TED Talk, the lady, even though the TED Talk's about 10 years old, I think it was 9 years old. So some of her numbers are a little off because it's about a decade old, obviously. But even she's speaking about how marriage is becoming more and more of a class institution. Mr. Z has said this before. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels has mentioned this, right? Number one. Number two, education and status. Now, when she was mentioning, you know, we're deciding who gets the right to be married, she was speaking about LGBTQ folks. But to be frank with you, poor. What did we hear Chrissy say on that review I covered from her a couple nights ago? She was essentially saying eugenics on poor for poor men. You don't get to have kids. Huh? You gotta love that she's overtly saying it. That is a understandable response, if y'all follow Z what I'm saying here, when you refuse to critique the system. The onus is not even just on men writ large, black men specifically. The onus is on 6% of the US population for why black women don't get to be elite rich white women. 6% of the US population. And so what Chrissy says is essentially, you poor men shouldn't be having kids. Eugenics on y'all. Huh? Lucky she ain't go all the way with genocide, low key. Huh? Reason why I'm bringing up Chrissy is to emphasize it's not a critique of the system, is it? Systemic analysis, zilch. It really is, once again, putting the onus on the victims of white supremacy. Now, let's be very clear. Chrissy thinks of that as an excuse. Does she really think of that as an excuse? No. She says that because for Chrissy, you don't get to claim systemic oppression, racism, white supremacy, because you're not trying your hardest to make black women rich, elite white women. And because there's a couple of brothers that like them some light-skinned black women or some non-black women, I'm going to use that to hang all of you black men, and I will use that to dehumanize you and say, well, you get what you get, and you get my ass to kiss because, huh? You get my ass to kiss because you ain't trying to build Wakanda and make black women elite and rich white women. Does Chrissy actually like the systemic analysis, as I was saying earlier? No. She just refuses to engage with it, really. Because she knows what type of red meat to feed to her subscribers. She knows many of them don't want to hear that. There shall not be any sympathy or empathy for men writ large, black men specifically, in their plight. Even if black men's plight negatively affect black women, screw them. Right? Huh. All of these women crying in their cars, crying because of the current environment, just tears everywhere. Not having children, not getting married, or having children out of wedlock, one or two kids. Now they're looking to be serious, but no man's taking them serious. Huh? I think I saw one clip, I don't know about if I linked it, where the young lady was like, I was told I'm like a used car. So what type of used car am I, and how many miles do I have? Huh? On the Wisecrack link, there was a portion where they were speaking about how essentially you commodify the opposite person, but you also low key commodify yourself. Dear ladies, the same women who turn men into overglorified guard dogs and walking ATM machines or walking wallets also commodify themselves. Huh? And that is, I would argue, one of the major reasons why they feel so slighted when the elite man won't marry them, when the well-to-do men, when the highly educated men will just have sex with them but won't marry them. It's not even in the cards because they feel insulted. I wanted to say assaulted. You might be able to use that word in this case. They feel insulted. Think of Ebony K. Williams in this case. She got kicked off of Mount Olympus by the white dude. And what did she engage in? Punching down to quote unquote mediocre men, mediocre black men. In other words, I'm better than you. I can't be here. I can't stay here. My place, where I should be, my station in life is up there with those elite men. And if those elite men have kicked me off from Mount Olympus and have regulated me to being with you lesser men, you lesser beings, even if I acknowledge you as being human beings, I would much rather have a test tube baby. Huh? Because they commodified themselves. I deserve, I'm worth, I deserve, is what they're saying, to be with a millionaire, probably white man. That's all women, by the way, not just white women. I deserve to be with a millionaire white man, at least a man that's earning a few $100,000 a year. Not with these lowly men, excuse me. The women didn't wake up at 35 and 38 and 40 and 42 and crying themselves to sleep, complaining in their cars. Shout out to Indigo Flow. These women got the ovaries to record themselves crying about not meeting the men they want and find attractive and appealing, who's willing to pay for them. They record themselves crying, sobbing. They title the video. They upload the video. Huh? Is it a cry for help, or is it a cry for attention, or is it them advertising themselves to the same men that they're seeking, but now they're begging them through sympathy? Huh? I'm covering this is actually a great comment. And Compassionate says, when all your institutions have been overdetermined by the market your whole life, you inevitably commodify yourself. Trell said it's all everything I just listed. He said all of the above. I saw that link that you sent me, Compassionate, and Compassionate said it's a commercial. And there's a link, a Dr. Pepper commercial that Compassionate linked me in, where the young white dude realizes, is my life a commercial? Hysterical. Right? Huh. Phantom Clutch says, Z, this goes both ways. If the average man don't get to have kids, then the woman and the kid they birth with the men they choose don't get to have a society. And that's what we're dealing with right now. This is where Dr. Richard Reeves and Dr. Scott Galloway come in. Exactly, Phantom Clutch. Exactly. This is where Dr. Richard Reeves comes in. Because what he's trying to tell the elites is like, whoa, 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 wait a minute, wait a minute. I know y'all think y'all good and safe, because y'all still get to have nuclear family, and when y'all want to, y'all come back down and slum it with the men and women that y'all would never marry, but y'all want to have sex with. I know y'all think y'all safe in your nice high-rise apartments and condos and in your suburbs and your exurbs and huh? I know y'all are good. Y'all have insulated yourselves at about 150, maybe 200 plus $1,000 a year. 250, y'all have insulated yourselves in those gated communities. I know y'all think y'all good. But if these average folks, the men, don't get to have children, then do you understand what they're going to do to this society? You don't get a society if they don't get to have children and also at least somewhat have some type of nuclear family. Dr. Richard Reeves has been sounding the alarm for about 2 years now. 2 years later, the re-election of Donald Trump, and y'all know Mr. Z gonna say his name, and JD Vance. Huh? Oh boy. Over here, we're doing the systemic analysis. Over there, the ladies are just waking up at, depending on their age, 28, 30, 32, 30, 32. The biological clock is ringing off the hook. Really, about 28, it start ringing. 32 is ringing off the hook. 35, they brain about to explode. 40, oh my God. But are the women doing the systemic analysis? The Kim Fosters are, but she's so sexist and misandrist, she ain't gonna tell her subscribers what this means for them in their life. She's just gonna troll them in. Huh? Julesy, yes, she's doing the systemic analysis. T Noir, yes, she's doing the systemic analysis. Chrissy, she knows it, but she ain't gonna tell her subscribers. She would much rather, once again, troll them in and hype up her subscribers on the black men ain't ish gas, right? I was trying to find the word. I think gas is the best word to use. Huh? FD, he knows what's going on, but he don't think it's his place to say anything to the women. Fine. Huh? Video after video after video after video of women crying and complaining about the environment. And no one, listen to me, y'all. Whether it's the white women's channels, the Latina women's channel, obviously, y'all know we know about about the black women's channels, all these femininity coaches, the Shira Sevens, the Real Talk with Yannies, the Chrissies, all the myriad of smaller channels on YouTube, all the reaction channels coming from women. None of them are talking about this. The only people that occasionally touch on it just a little bit, just a smidge, teeny tiny bit, is T Noir, maybe Khadijah, Julesy, Kim Foster. And we disagree with their view anyway. But fine. Out of the women, at least on the black sector, it's a handful of them. I think there's another sister, I can't remember her name. She really focuses on sex, but she's mentioned certain things here and there. There's a couple. There's a couple. Give or take, out of every 100 channels of women, black women, talking some type of men-women relationship, sex, intimacy thing, maybe 5-ish% will even remotely go to systemic analysis and not put all the onus on black men. At least for that video. Uh-oh. Huh? And there's a cost to that. And so instead of speaking about, and you got to give it to Dr. Chris Marsh. I disagree with her framing, but fine. When she spoke about reparations will help the relationships of black men and women. Once again, I disagree with her framing because I know where she's trying to go with this, but the overall sentiment, even if I disagree, I appreciate what she's trying to say. It's really money and status that's keeping young black men and women from coupling. That says a lot about women, black women, and their view of relationships, by the way. Oops. But fine. I can understand where she's coming from with that. Once again, about that equally yoked and similarly situated yawn, but I get it. Right? Once again, all of these women crying and complaining, and they're sad and they're lonely. How many women know the word atomized or atomization? How many women understand what neoliberalism did to the work of men and the paid work of men? Shout out to Armio Say Frimpong. And the stability of men and what that means for them. See, what happened is our society hyped women up on trolling men and mocking men and making fun of men. Now you're gonna have to negotiate what's different. You don't get the monopoly of power anymore. It's funny. Oh, wait a minute, my biological. Oh God, I got the baby rabies. I want to have children. Oh, I want to be married. I want to be coupled. I want to be kissed on. And oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm lonely. Uh-oh. What happened to all that trolling? And there you go. The women so hyped up on trolling the men and some cosmic get back, right? As I've said to BGS multiple times, cosmic retribution. Huh? For those of you that don't get what Z is saying, some Middle Eastern man backhanded his wife 3,000 years ago, and so all men got to feel it now. Women weren't able to use their credit cards, use a credit card up until 1970 something, so all men got to feel it now. And this is how the women justify young men not having as much sex, a lack of intimacy, a lack of connection, a lack of friendship. What these women don't appreciate is that you are attached by the hip to the men. So all of you huddle up on Chisel Chin Chad, really the top 20% of men, whether what makes him top 20% is his looks, his charisma, his gift of gab, his income, his height. Y'all all huddle up on the top 20% of men. They pipe all of you. Y'all come back. They kick y'all off of Mount Olympus because you can only really marry one. You hope to God that your husband don't know the truth. Your future husband that you're probably not going to end up with anymore. Oops. And now that you're back out here, there's a cost to you trolling and not caring about the men, being indifferent about men's plight, being nonchalant about men's plight. Uh-oh. Thank you, Trail, right? Shout out to Cat Williams. Should have never been talking shish. Right? So the women troll the men, they mock the men, they make fun of the men, they're indifferent to the plight of the men, they're apathetic to the plight of the men and the boys, they think it's funny. And then 25 rolls around, 25 years old, and 28 years roll around. Uh-oh. And 30 rolls around, and 32 rolls around, and 35 rolls around, and 38, and 40, and 42, and 45. Oh. And that's the cost of not caring about the men and boys. Shout out to you boomers and you older Xers whose daughters are all in their 20s and 30s and 40s. A few of them with one kid, had the kid young, they're doing okay in their career. No, man. The other few of them, no children, never been married, no prospects of marriage. Forget, okay, fine. It's not going to all be about marriage. No prospects of partnership. Uh-oh. Yep. Huh? All of these women crying in their cars, crying in their rooms, crying in their kitchens, crying on their couch, crying in the bed. Oh, there's a pun in there. No systemic analysis whatsoever. A few of them have it in them to say, you know, who said that who wanted us to work? Who wanted to, I would love to be, you know, in the kitchen. And yeah, a few of them, really white women trolling. They mean it, but they don't really mean it. No systemic analysis, no sticking your middle finger up at, let's say, Jimmy Carter or Ronald Reagan. Y'all don't know who Milton Friedman is. Y'all don't know who Frederick Hayek is. Y'all don't know that economists been deciding what love would look like for the past few decades. Huh? No systemic analysis whatsoever. All you know is I'm lonely. and one where the young lady, I think it might be in the links. If not, I want to do another review, a separate review of that, where she's saying how good she is, and she said, "Stop telling me that I'm wrong," which is the most. See, don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. Right? My therapist, my friends, my family, ma'am. If everyone's telling you you're wrong, then guess what? You're wrong. And she's saying how good she is and how great her life is and her career, et cetera, et cetera. The only thing she's missing is a man, and she starts to tear up a little bit. Ma'am, by the way, white woman, young white woman, ma'am, as a black man, I just want you to know that we can all smell that you're lying to yourself. You're not lying to us. That's why we're telling you you're wrong. That's why all of your, if your entire circle is telling you you're wrong, ma'am, then you're wrong. And those tears that were coming out at the end wasn't you being frustrated that everyone's telling you you're wrong, but you know you're right. It was you not being able to lie to yourself anymore. The cracks are showing even to yourself. Huh? That strong and independent thing is cracking. First of all, everyone outside of your own head, there's a pun in there. We saw it. That's why your therapist did it, and your friends and your family. Now you're even not able to hide it to yourself anymore. Well, and once again, Buckeye fan, thank you for the super chat. And yes, I did see that Bernie Bros. And of course, Armio say Frimpong knocked it out the park as usual. Huh? And there's something to say about women's concepts, as I said, and that's what let me know, FD, brother, I get what your project is. I would argue you're not doing as great of a job as you think, because if that young brother that was on Jubilee said that he mentioned your name verbatim, FD signifier, and he also said women are far more likely to let go of their concepts of femininity than the men of their concept of masculinity. And I knew, first of all, if he didn't say your name, that was prime example that he listens to you. Because only someone that consumes the FD and the foreign man in a foreign land and little Bill ass concepts creators, excuse me, and bread tube and cornbread tube would actually believe that the women are not even more headstrong, no pun, about holding on to their concepts of femininity for dear life, especially the women of color. Goddamn, Z. Why, Z? Because the goal is to be the elite white woman that never has to be accountable. That's the goal. To end up with a man, probably white man, who is so connected, has so much status, has so much wealth, that you never have to deal with accountability. Your man, his status, your family last name, your husband's family last name absolve you of ever being held accountable. And that young brother off of Jubilee has such a misreading of what this is. I might as well go into it a little bit now. And I guess I'll have to link it. It'll probably be the last link in the description box. So shout out to the replay gang. But what Ed was talking about, what's the name of the sister from the Disney Channel again? The little petite chocolate one? That little light-skinned dude that she with, and all the women and how they're responding. Because as Ed was saying, it's really not about her, it's how a lot of other black women are responding, as if they can't, as if she's a victim. I would say to Ed, but that in their minds, that's what she's supposed to be. Sky Jackson, thank you, Lemmy. Thank you, Lemmy Phil. Right? Thank you, Cheryl. Sky Jackson. Right? It's the same thing. It's the same way they were referring to Miss Average at Best, right? It's the same way they were talking about what's her name with DDG. The goal here is to be the elite in the rich white woman. I'm tying that to what Armio Say Frimpong was saying on his stream. They don't want the accountability. It's not fair that Kim Kardashian gets to come up, there's a pun in there, off of a goddamn sex tape. It's not fair that Paris Hilton also has a sex tape and still dudes, rich white dudes were still chasing after her. It's not fair. I don't get to exercise my femininity the way the white women do. Why does she get to be the real woman and I don't? Remember how Rebecca Lynn Pope referred to average at best? Girl. She said that girl, that lady was damn near, what, 38, 40? Huh? Why do the white women, they're saying white women, it's really elite white women, but why do white women get to have a 304 phase, get to be mean and snarky and antagonistic and troll and, right? Why do they get to do that, but we can't? Particularly black women, right? Why don't we get to do that? The framing of Sky Jackson makes sense to Z, especially that she's a little sister, she's little thing. It's not fair because you men, shout out to Chrissy, you black men didn't build us excuse me, you black men didn't build us Wakanda so that Sky Jackson could, let's say she did get preggo from dude and black women's ideal world, she would just move on from that guy and end up with a Russell Wilson. Black women know there's not enough Russell Wilsons, and in their mind, that's the problem. That's where you black men are messing up. We should be able to purposely, because I've seen those clips of all the women that's saying, the black women that's saying, oh, you shouldn't get preggo by him. We have fun with those guys. You're not supposed to, you have to have fun with them and then hurry up and get out before you catch feelings. The thug guys are for when you're young. They're saying in a different way, Toya, tell me if I'm wrong. It's not fair that the white girls get to have the bad boy season, they get to have their 304 season, and then still turn around by 28 and 30 and 32 and get married to a square ass dude they would have never gave some vagina to 10 years ago. And they're still going to cheat on him with the guys they like, that they work at the firm with. Oops. Somebody tells you he wrong. It's not fair the white women get to do it. Why can't we do it? Huh? That is what I would argue is the thing with Sky Jackson, is the thing with one of the Bailey sister, is the thing with Miss Average at Best. Listen to Dr. Chris Marsh. When I brought up reparations earlier, what is she saying? The men are not viable. Black men are not viable. They don't earn enough. That's the same thing that Miss Foster said, because the clip that Miss Foster was reviewing from NPR, it wasn't a black man, it was a white man. But still, using class, in our case, race also, y'all don't earn enough to be husbands, so y'all got to be partners. You tie that to the black community in specific, the black men haven't created, shout out to Chrissy, as she said, a benevolent patriarchy for the black women to prance around and gallivant and enjoy themselves in. If y'all want to know why it's the top 20% that's really getting married and staying married, as I said, their class position acts as the patriarchy. Miss me with all the, oh, they're leftist men and they're liberal and that's why we marry them and nope, their class position, their status and their education is the signal. That's the sign with the neon lights. It acts as the patriarchy. His class position, the fraternity he went to, his friends, his family, whatever school he graduated from, it acts as the patriarchy. Miss me. And y'all are less likely to divorce, not because he's any less quote unquote toxic, but you think to, ooh, what do I have to lose if we divorce? Uh-oh. Am I going to come back out here? Yikes. Am I going to be able to land another one of these? Look at the home. Look at the school my kids go to. Look at my lifestyle. Look at the car. We're doing the quote unquote power couple thing. Anne Marie Slaughter already told y'all we reached the market cap of this, about 15 or so percent. She was getting on the women. We're going to have to change our mindset on what makes a man masculine. She was talking to the women. Tying that to the women crying in their cars. That's why they're crying in their cars. Huh? And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Leon says, the word around the block is that AfroTech has turned into meet your future wives, and black men are not happy about it. Dating panels and everything. You know, it was supposed to be expected. Remember last year, we saw that with the ladies saying, you know, this is where we're going to go to meet up our men, meet our men. Look, the women they were always going to huddle up on the top 20%. That's just human nature for women. That's not what we're talking about. We're not chastising all you brothers that's doing well financially, or you got some height, you have charisma, you one of them super rare brothers that got the height, the charisma, the looks, and everything, the status, the education, right? Y'all gods, right? Lowercase g gods on planet Earth. This is not hate of you. What it is saying is keep them women over there. Shout out to the brother on Lapif. Y'all go ahead and marry him. Y'all make polygamy legal, marry all of them. The women were always going to huddle up on those guys. Nothing wrong with that. The question is, what's supposed to happen to your society because of it? Uh-oh. The women are throwing a fit because when they fail with you brothers, this is what Obsidian is saying. When they fail with you brothers, and y'all brothers never tell them why I was never going to marry them, why it was just a good pipe. When they fail with you, then they feel like they're settling. They never because y'all brothers never tell them. By the way, lady, I was never gonna take you seriously. Like you a thickums, but I know you a hamburger away from being fat. Ma'am, I was never gonna take you seriously. Your attitude sucks. And I'm a man, so I wanted to conquer you because your attitude sucks. And low key, that's what's so attractive about you. But I was never gonna marry you. I couldn't make you the mother of my children. Are you crazy? Huh? I just wanted to pogo stick up and down your esophagus because that's what men like me like to do to women like you who think they're all that. But I was never going to marry you. Are you crazy? Because you brothers never tell them that, then they come back out here telling us, I done dated such and such, and he earned this much, and he had this status. So, yeah, I done drove in one of these before, and right? I done went to this restaurant before. I've traveled here before. Huh? Uh-oh. Yikes. Right? So yeah, the AfroTech is turning to a goddamn dating meetup. The ladies were always going to do that. Y'all should have known that was coming. The ladies were always. Y'all should have known that was going to happen. The ladies were never just going to leave that where tech black men tech bros were going to meet up and become friends and come up with business ideas and meet and greet and et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, maybe there would be some coupling here and there between some of the women that were there and the brothers that were there, but it wasn't going to become that. Or that wasn't going to be the emphasis. Y'all should have known the ladies weren't going to leave that alone. And we're here now. Huh? So yeah, and talking about Leon, and Leon says, Z, stop the cap. I hear it in your voice, hysterical. Making polygamy legal in this environment, that's like two women, well, give me a second. Comment moved up. Filing for divorce. Wait, you you got kicked out of the house 2 times back to back. LOL. Are you talking about Jenny Mai? Goddamn, Z. I'm sorry, Jenny Mai. You over here catching strays. right? No, the reason why I say make polygamy legal is because if you listen to the women talk long enough, and shout out to Tonya TKO, didn't she say that? If you listen to the women speak long enough, that's where we eventually end up. And I'm glad Mr. Z is not the only one who sees this and who says these things. Shout out to the brother. I didn't catch his name. When I watch it, I never look for his name, and I'm gonna look for it next time I watch that clip from the Little Peep show. That's what he was saying. We'll take our little tour and we'll lotion up and do our thing and handle our business like that, and then once a month we'll go see the head doctor. And all you women, huddle up on Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Bill Gates and what's his name from LVMH and yeah, Mark Cuban and name the billionaire. I guess a few of y'all will fly out to China and try to find out where Jack Ma is and what's the Indian billionaire name with the huge ass multi-story garage in India. Yeah, y'all go find him too. Y'all go do your thing. Hopefully he likes black women. Huh? So that's why I say those type of things. That's what the ladies are on anyway. Why they crying in their cars, terrorizing everyone. That's what they're doing. They're literally terrorizing everyone. Literally terrorizing everyone. Just tears everywhere, flooding. Is she taking a shower? Or is she crying in the bathroom? I don't know. Huh? Is that water coming from her car because of the AC? Or is she crying so much it's leaking through the goddamn floor? I don't know. Just tears everywhere because they refuse to do the systemic analysis. And they put the onus on the men, these toxic ass men, these sexist, misogynistic, sexist ass men, sexist, misogynistic men. And these are the men that bought us Donald Trump. They want to put women back in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant. Huh? Victor Creed says, a river of tears, if you would. Right? Is that the Nile or is that the Europeans crying into the goddamn ocean? When actually the Nile goes the other way around. Goddamn Z, wrong example. Wrong example. It flows south to north. That's why the north side of Egypt is actually the south side of Egypt. That's how they rephrase. Excuse me. That's how they frame it. El's active in monsoon season. It's crying season. Right? Is that the Yellow River? Or is that a bunch of Chinese women crying? Goddamn. Right? Is that the Mississippi or is that a bunch of Midwestern women crying? Goddamn, Z. Is that the Potomac or is that a bunch of women in DMV area crying? Goddamn, Z. Huh? The Arctic is full of frozen tears from women in the past. Goddamn. Huh? Crying all over the place. Because y'all bought into some elite rich white man and women, but man, dreams, or better yet, what they pushed on you is what your dream's supposed to be. Goddamn. The Great Lakes, that's a whole bunch of women from Illinois and Michigan and all that crying. Goddamn. Canadian women crying in the goddamn Great Lake. Is that Niagara Falls or is that a bunch of Canadian and women from New York and crap crying? Exactly. And compassionate says cries in car, stop recording, wipes tears and sniffles, add filter and background music, and post is crazy. Literally, that's what's going on. Literally, compassionate, that is exactly what's going on. That is exactly what's going on. And let's be very clear. In a different world, Mr. Z would feel some sympathy. In a different world where the women weren't bragging about their station and their education, in a different world where the women were behind the men, going at the elites and really appreciated class warfare, and that the elites been waging class warfare for some decades, since beginning of time, but that's besides the point. Then yeah, we could have that conversation. Yeah, it's difficult for an adult to meet another fully grown, breathing, thinking adult, and y'all match enough, and y'all like each other enough to say, well, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and make this thing permanent. Yeah, that's difficult. It's not easy. Yes. Huh? And in a different world, maybe the men would have an open ear and, you know what, ladies, you know what, I got a friend and he's single and I think you might be interested. I think he might be interested. Yeah, in a different world, we don't live in that world no more. Y'all were perfectly, remember, just a couple years ago, even up to this year, they were all making fun of all the men are lonely. I got the clip that I was speaking about from what, 2 years ago. That was one of my first lives with the white lady saying, "These men, see, we've done the work. The men haven't done the work," and they were laughing. Even Real Talk with Yanni, I think, covered it a couple years ago. It was funny. The atomization of our society that the men were really shouldering, and everybody was laughing about it because that's what these men get. They don't know how to do community with women because they always try to have sex with them. Huh? It was funny. See, the men are so toxic, they don't even want to be friends with each other. Why don't they communicate like us? Is their toxic concepts of masculinity and manhood that makes them don't be friends the way women are friends? Women are not friends, they're frenemies. It was funny. Now you're hearing more and more on the fringes that women are also experiencing loneliness. They're experiencing loneliness when it comes to friendship, on the fringes, little by little, more and more, but really, they're experiencing intimate, romantic loneliness. And that's something mainstream media want to stay a million miles away from, because eventually we're going to have to speak about this goddamn economic system. Eventually we're going to have to, because Kim Foster gave it to y'all. The elites got friends, they're connected, they have common goals, they have enough leisure time to meet up with each other. The women got enough leisure time to do brunch. The men have enough leisure time to go fishing and all this other stuff. All the rest of us, though, work. Huh? With all that damn working and gig this and side hustle that, what time do you have? To form bonds, whether that's platonic or romantic. And then the women are crying in their cars. But the women don't want to get on men's program, mainly black men's program. I said what I meant. To go at the elite that helped to create this in the first place. God damn, I gotta read this one now because it's hysterical. Vic. Oh, Vic and Trell, I swear. Vic, you might got the silver medal. Trell definitely got the gold medal on the one-liners in my space. He definitely got the gold medal. But Vic, you might got the silver medal. You might have the silver medal. And Vic's his right. And right now I say Vince got the bronze. Vince got the bronze. Shout out to Vince. I know he's not here, but hopefully he catches it on the replay. And Vic says, if she crying on cam, she's lying on fam. Oh, that's hysterical. That's inaccurate. If she's crying on cam, she's lying on fam. Oh man, that's crazy. Say that, KMS. In KMS, you would know. In KMS is everybody north of a certain tax bracket is teamed up. Oh, there go Vince. Vince is here. Oh yeah, he said he just got here. Okay, right. God, we gotta say it one more time. I rarely say read the super chat 3 times, but it's funny. And Vince says, "Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Compassionate. Go ahead and check. Go ahead and check the viewership. Well, better yet, the like numbers, because you know how they be cheaping out on Z with the likes." And once again, Vince says, if she's crying on cam, she's lying on fam. Hysterical. Jeez, accurate. Vince's cue to going outside playlist. Z. Man, right? Once again, thank you for the super chat, Vince. Excuse me. Thank you for the super chat. And Leon, yeah, as we were saying, of course the women are gonna show up, man. Especially, think about this. You have a bunch of tech. What are we gonna call them? Tech girls. We'll call them tech girls. Tech girls who are Kim Foster, Ebony K. Williams, Amanda Seals in demeanor, in worldview. Of course they're gonna show up at AfroTech. Because they don't want to quote unquote be with the mediocre dudes out here driving buses. They don't want to be with the quote unquote blue collar dudes getting their hands dirty. Ew, blue collar, ew, don't touch me, ew. Right? They're annoyed that you tech bros are popping up with the white girls. Some Latina, some Asian. Huh? KMS hit techie thoughts? That's funny. That's funny. Trail said tech bops. Oh. Okay. Let's do that. Detroit, give me a second. Let's read what KMS said. KMS says, my sister-in-law flew into Houston for AfroTech. She had nothing but FM dress in her suitcase. She called it throw ass for tech. Hysterical. Throw ass for tech. These chicks will ruin everything. And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Wow. Right. Well, one of the clips from that I have in the description box, y'all go ahead, check out the links in the description box after the stream, which is, y'all know how Mr. Z's stream be going on Saturdays, so I don't know how long this gonna last. We'll see. But shout out to the replay gang. One of the links, the white girl had a black dress, I want to say. Did she change to something that looked kind of leopard print-ish? And she went to a bar. Nobody, I don't think any of the men spoke to her. There was like, she said 10 couples. She went to another place. She went to another place, all looking for men, recording herself, by the way. Yeah. Right. Shout out for maybe some of you younger millennials and definitely Gen Z. Y'all are too young maybe to remember this, but definitely for those of us about 35-ish and older, we recall a time when women swore they dressed the way they dress, and it never had anything to do with men. It was always a competition amongst each other, right? Amongst other women. Fine. Then they always spoke like they didn't put on makeup for men. When they went out, they were trying to do their thing with their other homegirls, no pun intended, maybe some pun intended. But it never was about men. They didn't go out they wanted to go on girls' night. It had nothing to ever do with men and getting attention from men and getting men's numbers and potentially finding a boyfriend. For all of us about 35-ish and older, y'all recall that? When the women were like, the world revolves around you and other men? We're not doing this for the men? We're not doing this for attention? Right? Oh, okay, my apologies. And KMS also says, and thank you for once again for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. And KMS says, couple of my boys went to AfroTech. They called it ass on deck. These chicks have no decorum. They struggling, bro. Chemists, we know about that student loan debt, particularly for Black women. We know the jig is up. Shout out to Toya. Shout out to Rogish. Shout out to Black Uru, the Raj Report, Charles Faulkner Jr. Keep on naming them, Z. And Ed, BGS. Like all of y'all I recall Z walking in the door saying what? The internet will expose us all. Uh-oh. We have easily accessible data, everyone, in our pockets. You are not even a full 60 seconds away from finding out just about anything you want ever, or at least of recorded human history. Emphasis on the recorded part. Right? Now, as the man was saying on Joe Rogan, this is going to cause some issues because people have a set of facts that they go off of. With that, right? We can see that y'all are struggling, ladies. We know the numbers. Once again, single and childless Black and Latina women have the least amount of wealth. Single Black women in particular, single and childless Black women have 8 cents to the white man's dollar. Black men have nearly 3 times the wealth of Black women. Single childless Black men. Ladies, you can't lie anymore. Y'all even had Tyler Perry believing that women earn. I really think he believed that. I really think he believed that Black women are holding up Black men and Black women earn more than Black men. No, they don't. Not on average. But easily accessible data changed that. Then we got the sister. I saw the clip and I didn't save it. God damn. But that was saying, well, yeah, Black men earn more, but they don't earn enough more. Now we having a real conversation about you and your insane level of hypergamy, and really this is about you trying to do your best rendition of an elite white woman. Huh? But yeah, Candace, they're struggling. Even some of the tech girls are struggling. They living beyond their means. If y'all recall the darker skinned Canadian sister that called into Kevin when he was alive years ago, she wasn't so much of a looker. I want to say she was Canadian. And from the looks of it, she didn't say it, but I put money she had a white man. She was in a relationship. She was still calling into Kevin looking for a man. She was kind of, well, quote unquote, medium build. Y'all know what medium build means for Black women. She wasn't the heaviest, but she was definitely wasn't slim. But she was a darker skinned sister. And I want to say she was Canadian. That, if I remember correctly, she was Canadian. Yeah. Struggling. So some of these women are making pretty good money, 80 plus, 75 plus, 100 plus, but that lifestyle and that student loan debt, and that go it alone and that hyper independence, huh? Well, damn, right? Compassion says, "Don't bail them out, fellas. If you swung a hammer, you would be a Dusty. Don't forget that. I'm saying, right? Huh?" And Black Uru says, "Those lies worked right up until the point until men stopped appearing to any of these Venuses and venues. I said Venuses, venues and events. Then their crying exposed their lying." Black Uru said, "Y'all not the only ones that could do the one-liners. They're put it in the book." That's another one. Their crying exposed their lying. All of these women, mainly white women. One thing I'll give Black women, at least on the surface, I'm gonna use this word. It's really not this word, but it's the best word to use at this point. at least on the surface, black women come off more, air quotes, stoic. Really not stoic. I'm doing air quotes right now, right? DJ MC air quotes. Shout out to AL Evans, right? But really, they are the face of the black community, right? Or quote unquote the backbone of the black community. They're really not the face of the black community. That might be one of their issues. That's probably one of their issues with black men, is that we're actually the face of the black community. I get it. You know, but I'm losing my train of thought. Don't lose your train of thought, Z. Don't lose your train of thought. No, stop. Oh yeah, the lying exposed the crying exposed their lying. That's what I was gonna say. The white women, if the white women are feeling it, then you know black women are too. If the white women are feeling it, you know black women are too. They're just incentivized to put on a brave face. That's what I was really saying. Not so much stoic, but a pretend brave face. And this is where Chrissy comes in, although right now I think she's in some type of situation with a non-black man. This is where a Kim Foster comes in when she was single, right? This is where a Real Talk with Yanni comes in with her Rose toys, right? Thank you, Lion. That's what I'm saying. They're hiding behind their smiles, right? The Roger Report says the struggle is real for lazy black women who can literally do anything that men can do. Money, right? Detroit, there's something funny about this. There's a pun in there somewhere. And Detroit says they're stroking their own egos. There's like at least 2 puns in here. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. Put your D up. Right? There's at least 2 puns in there. At least 2. Right? Oh man. She does advertise for one of the strap companies. You're right about that. And from Africa Came says, you mean Khadijah and her strap on? Didn't she have a commercial about? Yeah, she advertised for one of them. That's true. From Africa Came, I forgot that. By the way, because we're talking about Khadijah and your name is from Africa Came, there's a pun in there too. Z, how often can you do this? Forever. I could do this forever. But right? Y'all excuse the inner 12-year-old in Z. Exactly, low-key darkness, the pretend unbothered. Shout out to Amarion. But actually he was unbothered. Right? So yeah, from Africa I Came, it's not just Real Talk with Yanni and her Rose toy thing. It's also, as you were saying, Khadijah with her ads that she does on her channel. Because I think she's sponsored by that company, whatever company that is. Thank you for I forgot about that. Thank you. I forgot she advertised like that. Right. So I definitely wanted to cover this today because I wanted to emphasize this is bigger than the women. And in a different world, maybe we would have some sympathy for a person that's just lucking out. You lucking out, you are ready to be coupled up, it's just not working right now. That's real. That's real. With that, ladies, I don't see y'all telling the women that's mocking men in their struggles to shut the hell up. Uh-oh. I don't see y'all explaining to these women, by the way, if the men struggle, you know we struggle. I don't see y'all saying we need to get behind these men. We need to play every single position given, whether that's being behind the men as they go at the elites, whether that's turning on our waterworks to shame the elites, whether that's marching on Congress, whether that's forwarding unioning efforts. I don't see y'all doing none of that. You know what y'all are doing? Waiting at the finish line for the winners, and when the winners don't pick you back, oops, shout out to Lion. When the winners don't pick you back, then you cry. When the winners ignore you, then you cry. When the winners pipe and then kick you off of Mount Olympus, then you cry. I don't see the ladies with no real systemic analysis about what they're really going through and how this is bigger than them, but you can't really believe that these things are bigger than you when you think you're the main character of everything. And when you're so self-centered and you're being encouraged by a bunch of different women, not just black women in this case, to be even more selfish and even more self-centered. And I'm gonna work on me and I'm gonna level up and I'm gonna work on me and I'm gonna optimize myself, and can't think that this is bigger than you and systemic analysis. You can't use that when the whole world revolves around you and your goddamn ego. Huh? And that you're angry because you don't get to live out the Disney princess fairy tale. And shout out to the white woman from the TED Talk lecture. She literally said, she spoke to a woman who said, "Yeah, it's like a Disney fairy tale princess or Disney fairy tale when Kate Middleton and what's his name Charles got married." Huh? Exactly. And Lion says, "Like the video, Yanni." Hysterical. So yes, this is bigger than the women. That's why y'all see the links the way they are. Yes, there's a different way of viewing this. Yes, this is about class. Yes, this is about race. As the white woman, and I'm gonna get her name. I'm gonna get her name correct, but the lecturer from TED Talks, as she was saying, all of these things affect this. But outside of a handful of academics, and obviously people like Z in the Black Manosphere, who else is saying it? Who in mainstream media is saying it? No one. Who on social media, once again, outside of the Black Manosphere, is saying it? Like no one, pretty much. Huh? Who? And so the women were mocking us because the men are atomized and they're lonely. Meanwhile, because y'all refuse to come outside of y'all echo chambers online, y'all refuse to come out of these spaces that just stroke your ego, pun intended. Y'all refuse to come out of these spaces, right, that glorify you, right? Y'all come out here in the real world and get sideswiped by reality. Not my truth, but the truth. And a few of you throw temper tantrums and do the whole "I'll do battle by myself" thing. That's white women, Latina women, black women, not so much Asian women. Asian women say, "No, I'm gonna find me a man. Goddamn, probably a white man, but I'm gonna find me one." A few of you say, "You know what? I'll just do the roast toy because I ain't gonna do these quote unquote mediocre men." These are women that's earning like 55, 60, $65,000 a year, calling men mediocre. Huh? And then the rest of you do your best rendition of damsel in distress white women, but with some attitude. So you attempt to, shout out to LAR, arrogantly beg, shout out to Z, and aggressively beg, swaggy beg men by telling men what they're supposed to do. Isn't that that's what real men do? A real man, whenever y'all hear these women say what a real man will do, she's arrogantly begging. She's aggressively begging. She's swaggy begging. Huh? Roger's on his strolling ish today, and Roger says she's strong, independent, and don't need no money. Right? That's all that is. All the women that's attempting to hit, especially Xers, younger Xers under the age of 50 Xers, all of us millennials, and you brothers, you Gen Z brothers, well, the adults of y'all, all of them that's trying to hit y'all with what a man's supposed to do. First of all, especially on the left, this is what Z loves doing. You conservative brothers can't really do this, but what I love doing on the left is being like, but what's a man? Uh-oh. I thought we got away from that. I thought we wasn't doing that anymore. What's a man? Whoopsie. What do you mean by that's what a real man? That's what a real man would do. Y'all think Mr. Like, I'm not saying that I only say things like this online. I'm telling y'all what Mr. Z has said in real life. A few of the women get it instantly what I just did. Don't think that doesn't annoy them still. It still does. They know what I just did. Huh? What's a real man? Low key, this is true compassion. And compassion says man equal white man. True, but most of the women, they're not going there with it. That's not what they're going there, yes, in the back in the recesses of their mind, but really what they're trying to do is shame you into performing a certain way. But what I do by saying what's a man is I throw in their face that we're on the left, and what they're asking me to do is be like a essentialist here and play a particular role. But low key on the left, that's not what we're supposed to be about. Uh-oh. So when I say what's a man, I'm throwing in their face that I thought that's not what we do over here. Like, yes, there are men that's playing that role on the political left. Don't get it twisted. As a matter of fact, a whole lot of men. They just being dumb and acting like they're not. FD signifier. They're being obtuse and acting like their class position and education and status doesn't allow for them to play the patriarch role. Foreign man in a foreign land. Consciously. Huh? So don't get it twisted. Those guys are playing that role. With that, when I say what is a man, I'm trolling them. They know I'm trolling them, and I pretty much back them into a corner. Because this is when the inner conservative streak is coming out. This is when the misandry come out. Shout out to Kim Foster. Huh? And finally, we read this. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Detroit says, black women logic equal. I can't be there. I won't stay here. I don't need you. You need me, black man. I conquered. I destroy your body. My mind and soul is mine. I'm goddess. I can devour the world if nobody gives me validation and attention. But I'm gonna leave this up for a little bit because this is exactly what it is. Especially when they start getting into the voodoo talk and the paranormal stuff and the witchcrafty stuff and the right supernatural, all of that stuff. That when they start talking that's really what they tapping into. Some of the divine feminine is almost like a gateway drug into that divine feminine talk, the earth mother goddess queen universe stuff that a lot of black women, even some white women and Latinas get it engaged in, but really a lot of black women engage in that. That's really what they're saying. Your body, mind, and soul is mine. I'm goddess. I can devour the world if nobody gives me validation and attention. Right? See what I'm saying? Cheryl says, don't go eating everybody's spaghetti. I'm saying, as a Haitian, I'm telling y'all, don't do it. Right? So really, Detroit, it's exactly what you just said. I just stuttered. It really is what you just said. Right? And then they cry in their cars. Coming right back around. And then they cry in their cars. Huh? And they're crying in their cars because they refuse to actually sit with who they are and who they become and what about them maybe isn't attractive or appealing to the same men they're attempting to attract and appeal to. What about this environment that is keeping you? You know the funniest thing, and I'm telling, that's why I cut myself off. The funniest thing is the women that unironically don't appreciate why men at their job aren't trying to flirt with them and talk to them. Why men aren't trying to speak to them while they're walking down the street. Right? They're unironically like, wait, why aren't the men trying to talk to us? And I'm at the club and the men aren't trying to talk to us. I went to a speed dating event and the men weren't really interested. As a matter of fact, there weren't that many men there. It's the funniest thing in the world to think you really haven't considered street harassment talk, right? Me Too movement talk, huh? All this talk about misogyny, right? You haven't considered any of this that overall for the past decade or so that young men have been just being badgered up the head with. I'm not even speaking about so much older Xers and the boomers. No, really under the age of like 45, maybe 50. Just every other year, some trend about how horrible men are. We're gonna throw the men out of this particular industry, or we're gonna shame them to death. Right? All of that talk. Y'all don't appreciate, the woman that wrote the article, I want to say, where she was speaking about how concerning it was she went on a date, she was looking for a booty call, and the man was asking for approval every step of the way. Can I unbutton your shirt? Can I unbutton your bra or pull your bra apart? Can I do this? Can I touch you here? And she was like, yes. When I said yes, when I called you over, it was yes to everything. And yes, that's like an exaggerated version, but yes. And I think she still said something about feeling um feeling like thrown away because he didn't call her afterward or whatever. Come on, yawn. Okay, you're doing too much, lady. Huh? Like the women ask for this environment, get this environment, and then are annoyed by the men responding to the environment. Say that. And Compassion says, because we take what they say more seriously than they do. The male gaze is a nuisance until you got to a singles mixer. That, and by the way, Compassion, don't forget, that's for the men that actually went to the singles mixer. Uh-oh. See, I think me and Black Ru had this conversation years ago. I want to say it was on Black Men being brutally honest. If y'all not subscribed, excuse me, if y'all not a Z, get it out. If y'all are not subscribed, y'all subscribe. Kev, Black Men being brutally honest, and we were speaking about like women's like lack of self awareness. The women don't appreciate the men take y'all seriously. So these things that y'all are engaging in to kind of keep the men from talking to y'all, the men that y'all don't find attractive, the little things y'all do that y'all are not really, some of y'all are aware of clearly, some of you are not. Either way, a man that maybe you would not have given a chance to initially, but with some persistence, yes, and then y'all fall in love, y'all get married, y'all have children, happy, happy ending. Um, that man is even approaching anymore. He's definitely not being persistent anymore because y'all don't really appreciate how complicated men and women sexuality and interactions are. And y'all are allowing the sentiments of lame ass elite white women, feminists who are using you in your class position for their project. You're their guinea pig because those women still get married, mainly to elite men. But you're letting the way they feel and think these things should go play out in your life. Dear average women, the elite feminists still get married. That's the conservative and the liberals. They still get married, and oftentimes they're married for a lifetime. But your life is the experiment for them. That's why Mr. Z continue to tell you they're your class enemy. Y'all think y'all have some sisterhood formed. The sisterhood? You see how they say girls? The girls? Yawn. Meanwhile, They're your class enemy. They talk all this stuff, turn around and get married on y'all ass, and hide their marriage. Ain't that right, Paris Malone? Huh? Pathetic. So that's where we are. They're your class enemies. They're using you, and by extension, the men of your same class, as the little guinea pigs in the experiment for their ideas. Meanwhile, they still get married. They hoard the wealth. They pass it on to their kids. Their kids come down and slum it with your kids. When they're done slumming it with your kids, they go back to their elite situation, marry their lame ass wife or husband, and lock the door on y'all ass. Go live in their suburbs and exurbs, their high rise condos in whatever downtown part of your city. And when they want to cheat on their spouse, they come back out and go slum it with your kids again. Your adult children in this case. Huh? That's what they do. Huh? What was the name of the British dude again? I'll refer to this a few times. Hugh, whatever his name is, British actor dude, out here with the tin toes, with the pros, black woman, huh? Just saying. Paul Ryan, black X. Rumors of Bill Clinton with black women. Oh, anyway, Hugh Grant. Thank you, Telescope. Thank you, Trail Bentley. Thank you, Dell. Thank you, Namer. Hugh Grant. There's a bunch of stories like that. Then the black women are crying in their cars after the white frat bro played their ass. Huh? So yeah, Detroit, yeah, the women feel a certain way. Yes, yes, yeah. All that goddess, earth mother, goddess crap. Coping mechanism. Coping mechanism because you live on the same planet with white women and you don't know how to cope. It's not fair. The white women aren't told to settle. White women aren't told to settle, Z. Coping mechanisms. Pathetic. That was pathetic. And once again, Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. He says, black women logic equals I can't be there. I won't stay here. I don't need you. You need black men. I conquered. I destroy. Your body, mind, and soul is mine. I'm goddess. I can devour the world if nobody gives me validation and attention. And once again, thank you for the super chat, Detroit. Yeah, yeah. Black women coping, and that was KMS with his super chat. My sister-in-law flew into Houston from AfroTech. She had nothing but FM dresses in her suitcase. She called it throw ass for tech. These chicks ruin everything. Look, man, she's just trying to get shows. She's just trying to get shows. I feel her. She's just trying to get shows. And to be honest with you, in a weird way, I understand. I get it. I get it. Right? Now, are the women, once again, systemic analysis? No. All they know is I'm out here dating. These men are losers. Oh, look, AfroTech. Men with some money and some status, probably. Okay, that's where I'm going. Right? That also speaks to, like, once again, what the lecturer was saying on TED Talks. These women ain't really in love with nothing. It's your status. It's what you could do for them. It's your money. Remember, women are the ones who speak about men like we're incapable of love, we're shrewd, right? We're cold and calculated. Meanwhile, Gangsta Boo, where's the dollars at? Rest in peace, Gangsta Boo. Right? Where the dollars at? And wherever that is, that's where the ladies are. Mr. Donnie Max's sounds like they turned it into All-Star Weekend. That's what it's gonna become eventually. Give it another 2, maybe even just a 1 more. Right? And Chef Butter Biscuit says, taking Leon's remark, after I finished up with Theo's class and get my cert, I low key want to practice body game and masquerade as a reform pookie who got into tech to conduct the most gut wrenching social experiment at AfroTech. All right, Chef Butter Biscuits, you better stop playing around. You better have a roster. And you know how black women feel about being rejected. You'll be kicking them off the roster. They're gonna be waiting for you outside your house. I'm joking, but not joking. Right? Good point. And Gilgami says, like many mainland country Chinese women rushing to Hong Kong when it was reintegrated for that money, for the men with the money and the status. Right? And didn't I say this in a compassionate sense? Elite women mate guard outgroup females by deception and send-off missions. Elite white men use bootstrapping and rugged individualism to resource guard. Once you accept that, it all makes sense. And there you go. And talk about the send-off missions. Elite white women gotta be some of the most masterful manipulators on planet Earth because they send them women off on the most insane send-off missions ever. Ever. You imagine wanting to be married, being married, right? To an elite man. You're elite, he's elite. And what you're pushing to all other women is this partnership talk. You imagine pushing to them, you could do battle by yourself. You imagine using the word mammy and pick me unironically as a shaming tactic for women who admit, you know what, I'm lonely. I hate this single thing. I want a man to grab me up and kiss me and love me. You imagine calling that woman a pick me? You imagine calling a black woman who says she wants to be with a black man a pick me? You're 100% correct. Compassionate. They send these women off on send-off missions, and those women they send on send-off missions are the women crying in their cars. Once again, links are in the description. These women are crying in their cars. Right? And these women refuse to get at the elite women. I already told y'all, y'all gotta go to war. I'm not joking. Y'all gotta go to war. If men are gonna have to, shout out to Black Uru, we're gonna have to handle some business over here. Dear women, y'all gonna have to go to war. Dear women, y'all are gonna have to go to war with other women. In this fake nice crap. Because dream hoarders, everyone, they will suffocate you. Let's call a thing a thing. The elites will take everything and feel no remorse. The elites, not so much the top 20%, really the top like 2, 3, maybe 5, really the top 0.1. But okay, fine. The apparatchiks, so really the top like 5%. They will take everything. They will hoard all, not just the money. Screw the money. They will hoard all the dreams, opportunities, aspirations. They will refashion the society to work, the institutions to work almost exclusively for them. We're already on the tipping point of that right now. Anyway, to be honest with you, the institutions are already in their hands, but Okay. It will increasingly get worse. That's what Richard Reeves was speaking about when he mentioned dream hoarders. Well, not mentioned, when he wrote the book Dream Hoarders. They will break the institutions that don't work exclusively for them, and the ones that they can refashion to work exclusively for them, that's what they will do. Dear average women, that's going to hurt you. They already did it to marriage. Well, they're doing it to marriage. They're doing it to the family as we speak. They already kind of did it. Huh? They're insulating themselves from the fallout of their own creation. Huh? They're going to insulate themselves from you after they send you on the send-off mission. Imagine that. Elite white women mainly send you to go destroy your families, and then they insulate themselves from you. I said already, their sons come down, slum it with your daughters, then turn around and go right back to his class and marry some lame-ass white woman. Maybe not white woman. Probably not a black woman. Huh? Trell said, dream girls, selling a dream. Cam S says, here's some black pill. If you don't have access to capital on tap, you're the prey. I don't think your average American gets that. Right? Playing right into the damn aircraft carrier, right? And Cam S says, damn, not kamikaze Keisha, right? Right into the frigate. Right into the warship. Right? Oh man, and once again, thank you for the super chat, Chef Butter Biscuit. Thank you for the super chat. I would like to see how this experiment goes, Chef Butter Biscuits. I would love to see how the experiment goes. Chef Butter Biscuit also says, was 30 minutes late. Now I'm caught up. Hashtag 2.0 speed gang. I do it too. I do it too. Right. Hell yeah. You already know. And we got to read this one more again for because Vic said this perfectly. And Victor Creed says, if she's crying on cam, she's lying on fam. You can't get better than that. If she's crying on cam, she's lying on fam. She's kind of crying on camera, she's lying on the family. Men, black men in this case for us. Right? Lying on camera. Huh. And that to me, as we said, and I think Compassion described it perfectly, you upload, well, you press end on the video, you wipe your tears, you sniffle it a little bit, you put the song, you put the title, and then you press upload. And there's a bunch of women in your comments. Oh, they're so sad. These men are so lost. It's these podcast bros. It's these manifeared guys. It's so sad that the internet's ruining these men, and take their mics. And these men don't understand. We just want to be loved and be equal. Never mind the lifestyle and the money and the status. Huh? There's a bunch of broken-hearted ass women in the comments being sympathetic to whatever woman posted the goddamn video. It's so sad. What happened to all the real men? Y'all been attacking the real men for centuries, for decades. As I said, patriarchy by feminist specifications. Y'all want 1 foot in patriarchy and 1 foot in feminism. And they get mad at the results. Why aren't the men being socialized to be men in the era where we have pretty much turned this into a feminist wasteland? Uh-oh. Oh yeah, good point. And Trail says, don't forget they crop it and add a filter. Good point. Good point. Right. Jesus. KMS continues and he says, the tragedy of black women's current station in aggregate is that it should garner sympathy, but they have been so overt with the betrayal, disrespect, and the F-ish, the F you gonna do energy that I'm like starve. Bro, this is Z. This is Z. Years ago, I reviewed a cute, very attractive, very, very attractive chocolate sister. What is her name? Camille Austin. I finally got her name. Shout out to Charles fucking Jr. And Charles reviewed it afterward. Gorgeous chocolate sister, absolutely stunning. And she was crying because she had went to a wedding, and then because women when they go to weddings, if they're single with no prospects, they get into their feels. Excuse me. And I think she was just about to turn 30 if she wasn't 30 already. And she was saying how, I want to have kids, and what about if I get too old and I can't have kids and I want to be married? And then she did another video because men were some of us were sympathetic, but others of us was like, the way you look, you definitely missed up on opportunities. So she was like, oh, I don't want a ninja, I want that ninja, all this other stuff, right? But going to what you're saying, KMS, about the sympathy element of it all, we would be there. And some of us somewhat are there. But it's really difficult to be sympathetic to the opposite sex when the opposite sex has gotten off on trolling the men so much. When they get off on the men's misfortune. When they threaten black men with going to date white men. When they're the bottom beef for a white man currently. Goddamn, Z. Huh? It's real difficult to feel sympathetic for a 40-year-old who threw a goddamn temper tantrum because when she was 8 years old, the young brothers, these are children, wasn't checking for her. She turned around and becomes the sexual plaything for a bunch of white dudes. It doesn't work out, and now she's telling you my palate now. I can only date black men, and I can only see myself as the black man. Who y'all think Mr. Z talking about? Goddamn. Huh? Thank you, KMS. It's hard to feel sorry for assholes. It's hard to feel sorry for assholes. Huh? That's why I put the two and three links, the first ones, the first 2 or 3 links, to emphasize this is a larger systemic issue that we're dealing with. You can't maintain your society like this. Let me bring this phrase back. This is not sustainable. I need to bring that phrase back. Right? I'm awful. I'm just saying. Right? Uh-oh. Huh? You can't, Mr. Z. Notice, Mr. Z never said anything about this is the way, right? This is not sustainable. But if the women want to go there, you know what women don't appreciate? How men are built for war, and all the things y'all been doing for the past, especially on social media, but for the past few decades, let us know y'all sided with elite rich white men, and it let us know that you at war with us. You don't appreciate the men. At first, the men were like, oh, okay, women are just being a nuisance. And then the men started realizing, wait a minute, are the women at war with us? Oh, bet. Face paint. Oh, we at war. Prison rules. The women don't appreciate that men are built for this. Oh, you said you could do better by yourself? All right, bet. Huh? You said you're strong and independent? All right, bet. Huh? You said who wants to be with average anyway? All right, bet. You calling us mediocre? All right, bet. You calling us sperm donor? All right, bet. Huh? You said you could go celibate for years, maybe a decade? All right, bet. Huh? The women don't appreciate. The men are built. This is what the men do. This is what we do. This is what we do. Y'all wanted to go to war with us. All right, bet. The difference is we know we're going to take some casualties. Y'all think y'all y'all think y'all not gonna take casualties? What does casualty look like? A lifetime of loneliness, yo Rose toy being 50 something getting smashed on by some 20-something-year-old, pretending like you okay with buying that PlayStation 5 for him because that's the only reason he's coming over. Huh? And y'all give Z a minute, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Right? Hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't know if I'm in a dead zone or not. But yeah, so yeah, no, they don't appreciate that. They don't, and I'm glad that KMS put this comment because it speaks to the men are human beings. I know, ladies. I know. It's hard to believe. I know. Men are human beings. Really? Men have feelings? Yes, yes. Men feel sympathy? Yes, yes. Men feel sympathy for women? Believe it or not, yes. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Black men feel sympathy for black women? Duh. I know. Hard to believe. Hard to believe. I get it. I get it. Right? Yes. Yes. In an ideal world, there we go. Yes, the men would feel some sadness. I'm not talking about the simps here. Yeah, the men would feel some sadness for the plight of women if women would handle other women, and if women didn't spend the past few decades trolling men, and if women didn't say, shout out to Army Say Frimpong, the future is female, train tracks, train tracks, train tracks, and as Army said, yeah, and male, goddamn. The future is female and male, and what these young men just showed you is this is what decades of telling them, by the way, we're going to put the thumb on the scale for your sisters. We're going to put the thumb on the scale for that woman that would have been your wife in a different environment. Yeah, we're going to put the thumb on the scale for her. The reason she's not your wife now is because she thinks she's better than you. And we help to make her think that she's better than you. And so the men just told you, yeah, through action about that. Yeah, y'all said the future is female. Well, we'll let y'all have that future over there. You know, the one without men. Uh-oh. Huh? And Naaman says more empathy than sympathy, pity slash Z, right? No, but it's sad either way. That's what I'm saying. It's sad either way. And the women have bought this Disney-esque fairy tale of being mean, snarky, rude a-holes, ending up with some man who's a shark outside, but yet when he comes home, he kowtows and bows and kisses his wife's dirty drawers. They have bought this narrative of Beauty and the Beast, hook, line, and sinker. They have bought that is their goal. That is the dream. Some corporate shark lawyer who kisses his wife's ass, and his way of showing love is by showering her with the most expensive, luxurious gifts. Even if she owns some hipster stuff, A hipster version of that. Yeah, we don't really care about the Benzes. We have a Prius and we have a ranch home sitting on 5 acres. And our house only cost us $2.5 million. Right? Shout out to whoever that white woman was that was on Courtney Ryan's channel. She tried to make herself sound so wholesome and down to earth. And she was all about the money too. Huh? I don't really care about all of that stuff. I'm okay with a random car. I just want a nice ranch home and a man that earns like, I don't know, 150, 200 a year. She didn't say that. I don't remember what the numbers were. It was still way above anything average. It was still even less than 10%. Right? It'd be the most fascinating thing in the world. Huh? And Big Mo says, men and traditional women, the future is female. Not on my watch. Huh? And to be frank with you, the issue the left has, and they just don't know how to address this without sounding sexist, so they just don't. Um, and I'm not talking about the muhaha left that know exactly what they're doing. I'm talking about your random, everyday leftists. Is they don't really appreciate how much women are invested in patriarchy because they just don't want to do as much work as men. Men don't want to do 60 hours a week of work, 70 hours. You think the women want to do that? Huh? Not only do the women not want to do that, they refuse to do it. Huh? Shout out to Sheryl Sandberg. You know how many women, including white women, told her to take a hike? Michelle Obama said that ish don't work. Lean forward. The women were like, lean what? No, ma'am. The elite rich white men are sexist monsters. Lean forward. That's our issue, is that we're not leaning forward? Okay, yeah, whatever. Huh? It's a bunch of crap. The elite folks are sending y'all, shout out, to sending y'all on send off missions. Y'all out here looking retarded. Wake up from your stupor in your mid 30s, and in case of emergency, break glass, emergency, try to find boyfriend, husband. And then get mad at the world when that's not working. Huh? Absolutely not. And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Oliver the Gray says 90s. Ew, don't look at me, bum ass ninja. I don't remember what FYTB means. Oh, good times. Good times. No, that really was the 90s. Really, man, for you Gen Z, y'all wasn't here. Y'all was born in the late 90s for the oldest of you, but y'all wasn't here, man. Jesus Christ, between the talk shows, it wasn't just the talk shows. Let me actually clear this up. So, some men and a lot of women will lead you to believe it was just the talk shows that was on this sexist, men bad, no matter what thing in the 90s. That's not true. You can ask Black Uru, you can ask BGS, you can ask Art New Style, Angry Man, Obsidian, ask any older Xers, even some of the younger ones. Ask all of them. Ask the boomers. It was the entire environment. All of America was on some men toxic bad, women good innocent. The air you breathed was men bad, women good. Period. No nuance, no nothing. The entire 90s was, if you're not kissing, you are a nuisance to your wife. You are big dummy. Think Homer Simpson. Think Peter Griffin. You are a nuisance. You are a big dummy. Think all of the commercials. Think King of Queens. You're a big dummy. Your wife is the smart one. She's the resourceful one. She's the mature one. Unfortunately, she fell in love with some slub, some loser, and her love is the only reason she's here because you don't bring anything to the table worth a damn. Huh? You're just an overglorified sperm donor. You're one of the kids. And all through the 90s was that narrative. The men are a burden. They're dumb. They're overgrown children that the women have to handle and wake up in the morning knowing, okay, I got to take care of these kids and this man child. And you know how you showed you were an ally? Even up till now, so this didn't stay in the 90s, even up to now, is that you have to be self-deprecating about yourself and other men. You have to be insulting to yourself and other men. You have to speak. This is where Dr. Richard Reeves is coming from. This is where Scott Galloway is coming from. This is where FD is coming from. Actually, FD is a little bit better on this. Z, did you just say that? Yes, I did. This is definitely where Foreign Man is coming from, where Conscious Lee is coming from. Huh? Dave Ramsey, Steve Harvey, name them. Shaq, all of them, that's the framing. The framing is not that black men are the backbone of their families, not that men are the backbone of their families, but that men are overgrown children, and maybe he makes more than his wife, and that's pretty much all he contributes. That's where all the talk of weaponized incompetence comes from. That's where all the talk of if he wanted to, he would, or however that thing is called, however that they phrase that, right? Thank you, Els Active. Derek Jackson, Dr. Umar Johnson, that's where all of that comes from. Thank you, Better You, Ricky Lake, all of those talk shows. So it wasn't just the talk shows in the 90s. Everything in the 90s going forward, really the 80s, but Mr. Z was born in the 80s, so I don't really remember it like that. But all in the 90s, it was that. And there's a lot of holdover. Even 30 years later, y'all still dealing with a lot of that. So the women that some Xers, but definitely for us millennials and Gen Z, you have to understand they grew up in that. For us as millennials, that is the air that Kim Foster breathes. That's the air that Chrissy breathes. That's the environment that they were raised in. They were born and raised in that. They came of age in that. The men have cooties throw rocks at them type thing. Boys have cooties throw rocks at them, better yet. Right? Going to what Oliver the Gray is saying. Yeah, all in the 90s. So for those people that boil it down to the talk shows, oh, you men are just, y'all still mad about the talk shows in the 90s? Y'all still mad about that? No, it wasn't just the talk shows. And y'all women did not question, wait a minute, what's going on here? What are we being taught? What's this environment we're allowing? What are we pushing here? What are we trying to get our little girls to believe? All you boomer women didn't fight against it. Y'all went along with it because y'all was still mad at y'all BDs and y'all ex-husbands. Your current husbands, oops. At least at the time, current husbands. So to all the boomer and older ex-women that co-sign this is why your daughter don't got no man now. Goddamn Z. Your Gen Z and millennial daughters, that's why they don't got no goddamn man now. That's why they don't have no kids now. That's why your daughters are buzzing themselves to death now. Shout out to Real Talk with Yanni. Huh? That's why they keep on saying, I'm sure I could do battle by myself. That's why those girls are saying that now. You imagine? Y'all don't feel ashamed? Y'all don't feel ashamed that your 30-something-year-old daughters are using the same phrases that y'all were using 30 plus years ago? At least you had a kid, even if it was out of wedlock. Y'all daughters all in their 30s and 40s, no kid, no man, no what? Y'all don't feel nothing. You let me get this right. You think your daughter's career? So how great is your daughter's career gonna be? What legacy is she gonna leave? Man, your daughter gonna retire if she don't die at her desk. Your daughter's gonna retire. They'll mention her for a week and she'll be forgotten. Unless your daughter's gonna be goddamn Oprah, unless she could buy a goddamn building at Howard or Hampton or Tuskegee, Fisk, Bethune, FAMU, name the HBCU. Unless your daughter got the type of money to goddamn buy a building or have a building put in her name, miss me with the career talk. Your daughter's not gonna be Susan Rice, Condoleezza Rice, Oprah. Your daughter's not gonna be that. Stop. Janet Jackson, your daughter's not gonna be that. Shout out to whoever that sister was that was on Kendra G, and she was like, "Oh, I don't want to have kids." And one of the brothers in the comments said, "So how are you going to leave a legacy?" She was like, "Well, I would hope me and my man would build a legacy, and essentially saying through career and through other endeavors." Listen, lady, you know how rare that is for someone to be that goddamn great. Stop. Huh? Insanity. So once again, Oliver the Great, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS is, and I'm trying to go through y'all super chats a little bit faster now because I realized Z-been monologue for 2 hours. That was not the plan. And KMS is, Chappelle told a story of how he got conned in a game of 3-card Monty. Everybody, audience, 2 was in on the con but him. He was the mark spotted a mile away. How is this not black women's current situation? Yeah. Conned? Yes and no. I think the masses of black women, even if this is where Roger Report comes in and says, we got to hold you accountable for what you believe in. So true. I think the masses of black women, they are being conned. I think there's the Kim Fosters of the world. They're not being conned. Kim Foster, Ebony K. Williams, they're not being conned. They've been propagandized, but they said, F it. I'm still going in that direction. Even if they wake up to the con, let's say they were being conned young. Even if they wake up to the con, that's for the ones that even fell for it in the first place. So between the ones that woke up early enough and between the ones that never were conned, they said, F it, that's the direction I'm going anyway. I don't care. So for the Khadijah, well, Khadijah's a little different, but definitely for the Ebony K. Williams, the Chrissies, especially she's marketing, she's earning good 6 figures. Chrissy, Kim Foster, Ebony K. Williams, Amanda Seals, nah, ain't no con. Not for them. Not for that. Those type of black women, ain't no con. They said, F it, this is the direction I'm going in. The very attractive sister off of that morning show, I could do battle by myself. Shout out to the brother. He said, now it's dating down, right? But yeah, that sister ain't no con. You saw the look on her face. I'll do battle by myself. That's not a con. That's spite. That's F it. If I can't live the fairy tale, F it. Scorch earth, burn it to the ground. And burn it to the ground means advocating for these, like what Kim Foster said in her snarky ass way and her smug ass way. No, you're gonna have to be a partner. Ugh. Now y'all see why Mr. Z have a problem with that word. So yeah, I would say the masses of black women are being conned, but there's a nice size, a nice minority of them. It's not con. It's F it. This is that. If y'all can't make me rich white women, then F it. You don't get to be a man. Because man means producing and providing and protecting and maneuvering the way rich white elite men do. And if you can't do that, then you don't get to be a man. Because I don't get to be a woman, a white woman. Z, an elite white woman. Really, they flipping the table though. Yeah, line. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Right? KMS says, Z, the arrogance is that they think they can beat the con. The con artists knew that. Right? Man. Good point. And KMS says, black women's arrogance was the getaway to them, gateway, I said getaway, gateway to them getting played. The ones that made it, quote unquote, made it, are the biggest marks. That's an interesting way to frame it, but yes. Yeah. You know how we know? Because Ebony K. Williams got a goddamn test tube baby. Because Amanda Seals is over here saying she's on the spectrum. Instead of admitting that she lied on what's his name, the football player brother or the former football player brother, who's now a doctor. Instead of admitting that you might be a little too much and that spicy, light-skinned Caribbean woman thing is good to pipe, but not good to marry. Instead of you coming to terms with, ain't nobody trying to deal with that, bro. Instead of you coming to terms with that, now you're quote unquote on the spectrum. Okay, yeah, whatever, Amanda Seals. I agree with this. And Els Active says Kim is using white women strategy of sending black women on send-off missions. Thank you. Right. Oh man. Namus says these women are Stephanies. They're kind of like Stefan from Django. Hysterical. Right. KMS says example, all these chicks that have made it have no legacy. You could argue Kim Foster's presence online, she goes lecturing. Legacy in the way we've traditionally thought of it, no. But legacy, all the same, somewhat, kind of, sort of, probably not when she passes. Yeah, right. If she doesn't have children, but remember, she's flirting with having children. She gonna have some. She gonna have a kid. She gonna have at least one child from Buddy Rowe. She's gonna have one. If she keeps on talking about it, she is gonna happen, which is gonna make what she advocates on her channel even more egregious, right? But yeah, KMS, your point is still valid. Your point is definitely still valid, right? Horrible. And once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Vince says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Vince says, I'm only still here because of the genuine concern that's here for black women. Because we're touched by the hip. Black men know that. How many black women realize that? How many black women are willing to practice seppuku? Because for them, if they can't lead it, then to hell with everything, including themselves. Essentially, it's either you perform like an elite rich white man, or I delete me, you, and the children because you won't let me lead it. Either you perform like a rich white man, or I lead it. And I call that quote unquote egalitarian when really it's just gynocracy, black gynocracy. Right? But y'all saw Whoopi and Sunny Hostin just straight up say, yeah, the black community is pretty goddamn matriarchal. Same thing Donovan said on the grapevine years and years ago. Everybody, those folks at the top know that. They get it, they know it, and they know that's why when your sons are elite, they marry out often, black sons. They marry to non-black women because they know what the issue is. This is why those women and those LGBTQ brothers call elite black men sexist and misogynistic. What they're saying is, let me make sure I frame this correctly. You're sexist, you're anti-black, you're practicing misogyny because you won't be a pretty well-off black man, you won't be an elite black man, and then still marry me and allow me to lead you. Do you expect them to actually admit that? Very, very, very few will admit that. But that's really what it is. What makes you sexist as a black man is that you won't bring your resources here and still let me dictate. There's a pun in there. Huh? Wow. Because even for you, elite and rich black men, you still can't really perform like a white man, an elite rich white man, even a white man that earns similar to you, even a white man on the surface that has the same status as you. You can't really perform like him because you don't control the institutions. Other black men don't control the institutions. So even though you are well resourced, you're a high value earner. This is why they're playing with that term. Brothers, be careful with how they're using these terms. But you're not a high value man because they can only really be one high value man. White men, rich elite white men. See, poor white men have the color, but they don't have the class and the wealth and the income and the status. Black men that may have some money, may have the class, the wealth, the income, the status, but they're not really high value men, are they? Because they don't have the institutions. They're not white. Right? Better you caught what I was saying. Right? Huh. And Mr. Donnie Mac says, Henry, high earner, not rich yet. High earner, not white yet. Right? So it would be Henry in a weird way, which sounds French. Not Henry, but Henry. Henry, better yet. High earner, not white yet. Not high earner, not rich yet. And rest in peace, Kevin. Right? Huh. And L's Active says, exactly what Dr. Cheyenne was trying to pull. Man, miss me with that lady, bro. Miss me with that lady. She's cute. That's why everybody keep on putting her on camera and interviewing. I don't care what this weirdo lady did. This weird, damn you, goddamn California, right? I don't care what this weirdo lady got to say. Lady, you 40 something with no man, no kids. You got bodies. You okay, fine. Let's say Corey was wrong. You do got a PhD. I don't care about this weirdo lady trying to justify why she's some weirdo reform hood chick out here with bodies, a doctorate, no man, no kids, no prospects. She's a weirdo lady hiding behind hiding behind the fact that the black community loves these kind of weirdo women that hopscotch between what a man is, what a man should be, what the family yawn. She's fake deep. She's hiding behind a large vocabulary. The women love it. The men want to pipe, so they let her talk. The women love it because they wish they were her. Because she's giving men a piece of her mind, air quotes, a piece of her mind. The women are living vicariously through her just like they were when Ebony K. and Williams' names was all the rage last year or earlier this year. That's why they love Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. They love any woman that brings men down a size. Meanwhile, going back to the title of the car, the title of the video, these women are Tear-ist. They'll watch Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. They'll big her up. They'll put comments under the Breakfast Club, and yeah, you see, this is what these men are trying to humble this women. And then these women cry themselves to sleep at night after buzzing themselves to sleep. Thank you, Mr. Donnie Mac. Bryant is a failed climber. Yawn. Reform ghetto fabulous hood chick with a PhD and a large enough vocabulary, man. And she's played around with enough concepts to be able to attempt to insulate herself from criticism. Bro, when I tell y'all, I done came across so many of these women in Miami. There's so many Dr. Cheyenne Bryants in Miami. So many. These educated sisters who are kind of ghetto fabulous, they hide behind their bins in their large enough vocabulary, and that the black community, many of us are not highly educated. We don't play around with some of these concepts. So the women love it because these women bring the men down to size. The men want to pipe because she got a nice round ass or she got a cute enough face. I run across so many of these women in Miami. It's ridiculous. And the women that support them be lonely and single as hell, living vicariously through the Dr. Cheyenne Bryants of the world. Right? Indigo, I know, but you know the fake deep, that brothers like me and you, sisters like Toya, we be like, bro, she ain't even saying nothing. But everybody else be drooling over it. Oh, you know she deep, bro. You heard what she said? What did she say? Right? The fake deep. And I don't know about y'all, but Mr. Z, I'll be having the straightest face in the world when these people come around. The brothers and the sisters, but especially the sisters. Right? The fake deeps. And it'd be annoying because people really look at them like they be saying something. And to me, I'm just like, y'all don't see that she's hiding her fragile ass ego? She's trying to protect her own mental faculties from the chaos that is her life. Okay, yeah, she got a nice house, and I achieved all these things. I seen the little clips. I didn't watch the whole thing. I'm gonna go and watch the Breakfast Club interview, right? And he was trying to humble me and yawn. Cam Message. Oh God, Cam Message. Straggle scholar. Oh man, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Trail. Yawn. Thank you. And Naaman says it's an intellectual facade. That's all it is. And they're hiding behind, air quotes, a large vocabulary. It's really not that large. I agree with Indigo Flow. But a large enough vocabulary. And okay, fine, they bring in different concepts that most people haven't really thought of or haven't really grappled with. This really speaks to the anti-intellectualism in the Black community and how we like the intellectualism packaged in particular. Right? So you got this ghetto fabulous ass sister with a cute enough face that gets to come in, wear some tight dress, air quotes, school Cam Newton, air quotes, school Nick Cannon, air quotes, school The Breakfast Club. And the women are all over it. This is Ebony K. Williams all over again. Jesus Christ. This is Ebony K. Williams literally all over again. And the women, this goes right back to the goddamn title. The women fall for it hook, line, and sinker. As Cam S said, the women go for the con. This is why the Raj Report said you got to be held accountable for what you believe in. Because these women are going to go for this every single time. We watch Ebony K. Williams attempt to protect her fragile ass ego with calling the men mediocre after she got kicked off of Mount Olympus from the white man. Then this ghetto fabulous ass sister who admitted she was out here messing around with street dudes, which means they're done with you. Now you out here campaigning in an aggressive ass way. And the women signed up for this again. Y'all didn't learn from Ebony K. Williams with the test tube, baby? You're probably right. And Nema says, don't be surprised if she's wearing a body shaper underneath. Nema, I bet you're right. Not even you're probably right. I put money you probably right. I put money you're probably right. Better you said, be rewinding trying to catch if only to realize they ain't Sid Ish. Oh, shout out to Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb, he be killing me when he's like, so what did she say? What exactly did she? What did she say? The word sounded like a mug. To say what? That fake deep thing, boy. If y'all want to get Mr. Z dander up, put one of these fake deep brothers or sisters in front of me. Oh my God, they got all the best one-liners. To be honest with you, oh, they know all the sayings that can make you go right. Shout out to Mello and Chase. All the sayings that make you go But really, when you think about it, wait a minute, what did she say exactly? Huh? They ain't said ish. It sound good though. Nice bumper sticker phrase. Man. And Nemesis, and shout out to Rom Wills for real. Nemesis, I learned about body shapers from Rom Wills. Shout out to the field marshal. You didn't grow up in a black household in America. That's why, especially for us millennials and stuff. Oh yeah, we didn't see aunts put them on, and grandma put it on, and moms put them on. Yeah, the body shape. Yeah. I think it's heavy in the UK too, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure about Canada or whatnot, but in America, black households in America, oh yeah, them body shapers is heavy, right? Especially under a certain age. I don't know how many of y'all seen it, but I didn't see a bunch of family members with the body shapers. We getting ready for some event, but them body shapers, everybody coming out of the room with body shapers on. Thank you, low-key darkness girdles. That's what we used to call it. That's what I'm used to. But yeah, waist trainers. Yep, exactly. Compassion. Everybody come out. Chelsea's girdles. Hey, we gotta do it. Even your lady come out with the goddamn body shaper. Z. Is everybody lying? Is Z lying? I said that way wrong. I done phrased that way wrong. Everybody, is Z lying? I'm saying. Your lady come out with the body shaper. Her sister come out with the body shaper. Her aunt come out with the body shaper. Her mom come out with the body. Because the ladies like to get ready together. You waiting on the couch, and 4 or 5 of them passing by you with the goddamn body shapers on. Somebody tell Z he lying, including your lady. I ain't trying to throw the ladies under the bus. I'm just saying. Right? Detroit says, nah, Canada too, especially them white women. I believe it. The Latinas too. I seen it. KMS is Spanx. Trust in bodysuits. Y'all killing me. Right? Big Mo said heavy duty body shapers. That's for the super heavy systems. For all of you that wonder how her hips poke out so much, her hips don't poke out that much, bro. That shape don't like that. That shape is not that hourglass, bro. She is not shaped like a number 8 like that. Better stop. Goddamn body shaper she got on. That's what it is. Right? Kyo Gabby says, the ancient art of talking without saying anything. I'm telling you. Right? And Addo Art and Design, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And as you said, Vince, bro, we do care. We care. We care. That's why we do the systemic analysis, and we don't put all the onus on women. Going back to that clip that BGS posts occasionally, of the brother speaking in the 1970s to the sister. And she tried to make him blame her and blame black women. And he said, no, it's about the system. I blame the system for making y'all act this way. You notice she ain't never show him the same type of grace? Because the women, can't see bigger than this, than themselves. Oh, this is affecting me this way. They got to be taught to see it that way. Shout out to Dr. Chris Marsh. At least he said, reparations and, creating the system essentially for quote unquote marriageable men. But that's a PhD. Huh? Yeah, that's true. And Mr. Donnie Max says they work out in them too. Yeah, I've seen it. Right? Man, I ain't even gonna read that out loud. Compassionate, hysterical. Netflix, I ain't gonna read that out loud. Out loud. Excuse me. Oh, I believe it. And Namath says J-Lo is alleged to wear Spanx. Yeah, alleged to wear Spanx. Yeah, I believe it. Managing life's risks is body magic. Yep. Man. Mr. Donnie Max says they are designing shapewear into the dresses now. Oh, I feel so. I am scared for our sons, y'all. I am scared for our sons. They're gonna take them dresses off and it's gonna be goddamn a skin avalanche. Oh, what's the thing that brothers lie about? What they can say? Well, we got a hat on, but we're bald underneath. That's about it. What else they got on us? Huh? What else do they really have on us? These women are wearing fake lashes, fake hair, heavy makeup, right? Bodysuits. Goddamn. Wearing the panties with the ass implants on them. Well, damn. Oh yeah, talk and compassion hairline be painted on sometimes. That's about it. If you want to talk about fake hair, not only just the fake hair with the sisters with the fake baby hair, right? Jesus Christ. Those actors says they got leggings doing optical illusions. Hysterical, right? No. And Mr. Donnie Mac, no, Mr. Donnie Mac said, I've seen some with hip pad like in football. Hip pads? Oh, man. Big Mo killed me. And Big Mo said, body shaper, weave, and heavy makeup. The trifecta of costumes women wear outside of their house to be treated better than what they deserve. See, they're treated better than what they deserve. I'm not I'm not about necessarily treating women, at least knowingly, any better or worse off of looks per se, right? Not consciously anyway. I know there's research that so people treat more attractive people better. So subconsciously, I'm not saying I might not have done that. Maybe in the distant past. I don't recall whether in the recent past. With that, wearing all of these things and then charging men with being fake. What? You're wearing all of these things, but you're speaking about men faking it, right? Leon said, Mr. Z, I lie about my height, aka I'm 5'9" with Tim's on. Hysterical, right? That's hysterical. Exactly, KMS. What a real men at? How you say what a real men at with light brown contacts, drawn in eyebrows, long ass weave, heavy makeup, body shaper on. I guess like Mr. Donnie Max was saying with the hip pad implants and the ass implant panties on. Yeah. You talking about what a real man at? Huh? Oh, we forgot about the bra, the lift up bra with the padding. We forgot about the bra. How Mr. Z forgot about the bra? Lion, talk about Lion look like he know this from experience. And Lion says she did all that work and her breath stinks. Right? Man. Chef Butter Biscuits over here trying to Chef Butter Biscuits says, I'm on a mission. One of my old high school teachers has been working out in a body shaper, and not gonna lie, she's been making nice progress. Birdman hand rubs. Hysterical. Right? Oh man. Damn, better you. That's hysterical. hysterical. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. And better use is, there was a chick with no eyebrows at my last job. We used to call her Piccolo. Damn. Wow. Wow. And once again, Addo Art and Design, thank you for the super sticker. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat, the other super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit says, I just bought YouTube Premium of $9.99, which ain't bad. I've been downloading videos. I'm downloading more of exposure of color of women. Exposure. I'm downloading more of exposure of color of women. I think you might have phrased that wrong. Or did I read that wrong? I don't know. Right? Man. Not Piccolo. Oh, man. Better you kill me with that. Okay, we reached 2.5 hour monologue. Jeez, that was not the plan, y'all. I promise y'all I wasn't trying to go over an hour and a half. I promise y'all, right? But yeah, y'all go ahead for the replay gang. Y'all go ahead and click the links in the description box. I really want y'all to check out the links, especially the first three. Because I just didn't want to troll the women. I just didn't want to be hyper, Y'all give Z a second. Let me see if I could do this. Haha, yes, I can. All right. Yeah, I just didn't want to be, hypercritical of the women. Give me a second, y'all, because I'm trying to do something here. If it will work with me. Wait a minute. There we go. I didn't want to be hypercritical of the women, especially in a vacuum. I definitely wanted to think about this larger than just the women, speak about how the environment is encouraging and incentivizing the women to act the way they are and see the world the way they do. With that, as been stated by the Roger Report often, we got to hold the women accountable for what they believe in. And what I'm adding to that, and what they don't fight for. The women are not fighting for the men. The women aren't even fighting for the men that they desire. They're not even fighting to create a world full of the men they desire. In reason, by the way. In reason. Not these simp dudes that wait for you to get out of your 304 phase and then marry you and you're still going to divorce them within 8 years. Not that. Right? So, yeah, no, I definitely wanted to come around to this. Shout out to Trail. So we got Trail's stream out the way. Next. Right, I had to do the Tear-ist one. Y'all see all the links. The women are crying in their cars. They're complaining about the men. They're complaining about the environment. Links. By the way, I put the link to the panel in the chat. But yeah, the women are just complaining. I get it, right? But there's very little systemic analysis. The women just think there's some man conference, I guess, going on where the men have decided, yeah, we're gonna be mean to the women and we're gonna be indifferent, and yeah, all of us say, huh, right, rah, and that's it. That's not what's going on, everyone. Promise you, that's not what's going on, right? So yeah, but yeah, what's going on, Namer?
First of all, shimmy, shimmy, oh, shimmy, yay, shimmy, yay. Oh, baby, I like you, bro. Yeah, baby, I gotta do it. Wait, stop. Z, what are you doing? Z?
Yeah, go ahead.
Z? What's all that beeping I'm hearing?
Are you hearing beeping? Am I beeping?
I'm hearing a Morse code. What the fuck on your end?
Do y'all hear beeping? I don't hear any beeping on my end.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, me. Is somebody trying to censor me because I'm cussing? I'm not cussing yet. Hold up.
I'm hearing beeping too.
Wait a minute. Everybody's saying they're hearing it. Okay, give me a second, y'all. Give me a second.
Yo, what up, Compassion? Is that you? Yo. Who Batman?
Yeah, what up, Namor? It's Lion.
Oh, hey, Lion. Sorry. The reason I got ODB is because it's this weekend is the 20th anniversary of ODB's passing, and
wait a minute, wait a minute, Namer. And Hitflix says it's you whenever you talk.
Yeah.
Talk again, Z.
Yeah, Z.
No.
It's gone. Oh shit! Hold on.
It's back.
Yeah, never mind. I thought
I
it was
told you
long.
it's on his end. It's on his end because it shows when every time he beats. Yeah, Indigo. They're trying to they're trying to censor me because they forget Wu-Tang is for the children.
Chef
R.I.P.
Butter
Oh
Biscuit
Dirty.
says,
20
"Oh, ish,
years.
Z is a sleeper agent." So
Yeah.
I'm afraid of restarting my phone because I don't want it I don't want it to shut up. Come out and rejoin. So is it me or is it Neymar?
It was you.
Nah, it was you, man. But it's
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 me?
not happening now.
Okay.
It was you a while ago. I'm telling you.
We'll give it
beeping a couple times.
we'll give it a minute because
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it
I
stopped.
guess
So
we're
you're
good
good
now.
now, Z.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
By the way,
that's weird. Nah, Z ain't a sleeper agent. First of all,
no,
y'all would
no.
know Z was getting pizzade, but they ain't no sleeper agent for free. I ain't selling y'all out for free. I really believe in this. So for them to make me sell y'all out, they gotta come with that check. Okay.
They got to bring the bridge truck right next
Let
to
me tell y'all how
right
y'all
next to
gonna know.
Z.
Y'all gonna know because I'm gonna start talking about the Z like, hey, y'all know the Z making like 1,000 horsepower now, right? Y'all know like I'm out here going to Texas for the Texas Mile, right? Y'all know. Oh, not only is Z, y'all know Mr. Z got an R33 right now, right? Y'all would know if
No.
Z was getting that check, but they're gonna have to pay.
No. Okay, for real. To everybody who watched the fight last night, the beeping that was going on with Z's connection right now is as fucked up as Netflix's connection with AT&T last night.
Because they weren't, but their servers
They were
weren't prepared
buffering.
Their servers weren't
Indigo,
prepared to handle that.
real quick, Indigo says Z needs them 30 pieces of silver. Look, I'm gonna forget 30 pieces. I
Judas
ain't selling.
scared.
Ain't no Judas or Brutus forget 30 pieces. I need gold nuggets. Okay.
Oh,
That
so
I really
reminds
believe
me.
in this, y'all. They gotta look. First of all, I don't really see me selling it out. So if y'all ever hear a car fly off the expressway between Dade or Broward County, y'all know they murk Z because I know how to drive. Number one. Number two, ain't no 30 pieces of silver. You're gonna have to come with that check. Right? For real.
Thank you
For
for
real.
sharing those videos, though, Z. That TED
Yep.
Talk video was actually very good.
That's why I put it, man. It's different way. There's different ways of thinking about this in love and relationships and courting. And I think between the Disneyfication of our society in the West in general, because I'm not against romance, right? Like I'm Pippa Le Pew on my lady. Like I'm all over her, right?
You know he got canceled, right?
Yeah. Creeper. Yeah, I know how the ladies. Yeah,
Is
I know.
that why you stink so bad?
Hysterical. No, ain't nobody ever accused you of that. But no,
Well, you
like
are Haitian. You know the stereotypes.
yeah, but Pepe Le Pew and French and kissy stuff and all that other stuff, right? So I'm not anti-romance. What I am though is this idea of like the commodification of romance directed towards women and then what they get from it.
I mean, but my thing, I appreciate the video because at the end of the day, I can't say I'm anti-romance, but I think we do need to dispel romance as to what it actually is, which it really is just self-gratification. It's an exchange of more likely an exchange of self-gratification. That's really what romance is really boiled down to. Maybe in those movies it may have seemed somewhat genuine, but outside here in the real world, no. It's really just an exchange of self-gratification.
Yeah. I mean,
question.
that would explain who's getting married in our society and staying married.
Yeah.
That begs the question.
And I'm glad that she brought up the class element of it all. Go ahead, Nim. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That begs the question.
And whenever you want to jump in, go ahead, better you. But go ahead, Nim.
Right. That begs the question. Like, first of all, the older generation of women, they were Disneyfied in their own way. People forget about all of them because a lot of them grew up reading those paperback novels, romance and everything. Some of them with a lot of the cheesy sex stuff. I mean, who remembers? That was personified by Trish Murtaugh. If you remember that character, that was the wife of Roger Murtaugh in Lethal Weapon. And in the final one, they find out she had been reading all those cheesy sex novels under the name Ebony Clark. Imagine, because that is what it is. Like all these women have these like misconceptions about love and romance and whatnot because it's Disneyfied. It goes back generations. Everyone has their own fantasies. That's what people forget about. Oh, by the way, Z, regarding body shapers, I've known about that since I was a kid because living in KSA, they were selling body shapers along with that stuff. So
the Middle Eastern women out here with the body shapers too.
Oh, in the Middle East, I remember back home in Trail when we had cable, sometimes there was like these infomercial channels that were targeted the Middle East and everything. I would see some of that shit, and that was it was funny as hell.
So buy your skin lightening cream and your body shaper and your tweezers for your mustache here.
And she did all
Fair and
that.
Lovely was on sale. Fair and Lovely was common.
And she did all that, and her breast stink.
Shouts out to Patrice O'Neal. Patrice O'Neal used to say, if you want to approach a girl but feel unconscious, feel kind of shy, just go up to a chick and tell her her breath stinks and see how she reacts.
Man. Oh man.
Yo, man, I've lost count.
and Hitflix says them chicks crying in their cars wish they had a Pepe Le Pew falling over all of them. I mean, falling all over them. There we go. I mean, but of course, the right type of Pepe Le Pew,
as
right?
long as it's a Brad that they want.
Yeah.
Imagine a sweaty Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt straight from the gym.
I would agree with what Lion says. I think it's not just the Brad, but it's just the type of men they find attractive, whatever guy that is. Understandable. Yeah. But once again, I do think that there are situations where it's men who usually engage in this, although women engage in this sometimes too, where initially you're like, whatever about the person. And with time, persistence, familiarity, you grow to actually find the person appealing and attractive, and y'all might actually make it work. But women have been so goddamn toxic over the past few decades, especially over the past 2 decades with social media, that they have made it impossible for even them to find that type of love. Maybe not the instant I'm highly attracted to him love, physically attracted, but the one that kind of grows on you. And that's on them. I can't say nothing that you scared away your coworker who you could have been the wife of in the future. That's not me or other men. That's on you.
Yeah, I mean,
I come at it from.
Go ahead, Betty. I'm sorry, Betty. You go ahead, though. But I know you're trying to get in. Go ahead, brother.
So there was I wish I could remember the doctor's name, but over the years, our family sizes have gotten smaller. I can't remember their name, but I remember the gist of what they said. They said that basically over the years, our family sizes have gotten smaller. And with that, we've lost proximity to essentially people of the other gender that we can really, truly have unbiased and judged conversations with. And when you couple that with this environment, which has adopted a lot of misandry and really foregrounded women to such an extent that I watched a segment on Breaking Points the other day where they brought in a guy who didn't have any clue about what issues were facing most men. And I really do think it's a vacuum in which women have been foregrounded to such an extent, they've bought and sold it. Like they really believe they the main character. They Goku.
Yep.
We just side characters in this bitch.
Then they find out they're not.
Who we are?
Then they find out they're not, and then you're an incel.
Yeah, but you're an incel. We're not even Vegeta or Gohan or whatever. We're like Tintin or something. We're like, that's who we are. We ain't even Krillin. Bro. We're not
even Piccolo. You're really not even a Zenzu bean.
We're not even a Sensu bean.
Actually, because we the fuel for all of this. Because it's really dehumanized men. Like if you pay attention to even like this last cycle, it was always women. But when speaking about men, it was in particular black men. It was black males, and they very rarely use the word men. And we're the fuel for all of this, and that's why Dr. Richard Reeves, for instance, is doing what he's doing, and a lot of others are as well. It's because of the fact that, like, hey, men will play a slanted game, but for only so long. Like if I take a couple of your pieces off the chessboard, it becomes a challenge that actually motivates me because I believe I can still beat you if you take my knight. If we start the game, you take my knight and a bishop. You take all my back row and just leave the king and a bunch of pawns. Guess what? I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna walk away. This is pointless.
And that's the part. That's the part that's really the messed up part, is that it's to the point that women think they can outproduce men, which on no No, you see it in the competitions every time a man competes against a woman, whether it's a foot race or whatever, the man demolishes the woman.
I think what's really gonna hurt women, and I think the only person I've ever heard show any fear of this was Selkis Ray. What women don't appreciate is when them test tube babies come down enough in price and men say F it, oh, it's done for femininity forever.
Either that,
It's
well, two
done.
things. That, birth control for men,
Yeah.
or you legalize prostitution.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, especially if you have birth control for men and legalized prostitution.
It's
But
In the,
real quick, let me say this. Real quick. I want to respond to what Better You was saying by saying, Better You got to check out, because I know Army's streaming right now. So I want to say either his previous stream or maybe the one before that. But Army will say Frimpong, the fucking academic, he went through essentially like the future can't just be female. And like essentially he's like, oh, so you did? Okay, so I think he did an even better job than me explaining what the hell I was saying, which is this is the cost of over-indexing, exactly what you were saying, over-indexing on the women. Nearly half your population is men and boys.
But
Go ahead.
The problem I have with Richard Reed is that his analysis of the problem is correct. His solution is what I can't. Is the solution I don't like, because he's not willing to say fuck it, to do what it takes to get the men on board, and that means leaving the women behind and leaving them to their own devices. He's scared to do that, and that's the part I can't get on board.
I don't think he's scared to do that. I think Dr. Richard Reeves is afraid of the repercussions, and I think it's the implications, right? So the women, as Kim Foster said, we're not going back. Okay, I appreciate that. Fine, we're not going back. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the same thing that Anne-Marie Slaughter said. We've reached the market cap of these women who want power couple situations. We've reached the market cap of over-indexing on just, let's say, upper middle class and above, mainly professional managerial class people, and they're the ones who couple up, and they're the ones who have the dream life. We've reached the market cap. If you don't invest in the boys and the men at the bottom and in the middle, they will stop. And if they stop, everything grinds to a halt. The women don't produce enough for it to be, let's say, 80% of women and 20% of men. They don't produce enough for that to be what constitute your society, especially America, going to economic war with China, proxy war with Russia, holding off the BRIC nations. 80% of women, and that's for the women that actually work, and we including the women that produce children, like literally have children, and 20% of men, it's not enough.
And also to add on to that, what Kim Foster doesn't, and I hope she's fucking listening, no one's signing up to be a partner to be treated like an invalid.
Yeah.
I don't think, I understand that they're just using certain terms, and like we forget that people just think in languages in certain ways.
Yeah.
But they're also being intellectually dishonest. Hold on, Z, don't gag on me now. Don't start gagging, okay? Because I don't want to hear that word partner. I know how that makes you queasy.
Yeah.
Hold on, somebody get this motherfucker a bucket. Get this motherfucker a bucket.
I need a throw bag.
Pass me one. Somebody pass the tequila. Pass the tequila.
Right.
Yeah. Y'all need the tequila. Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things. First of all,
go.
Diaspora L mentioned, like, he's only speaking about it now because it's spread. The pathology is spread over into the main into white society and whatnot. And what people fail to realize is that, and I remember it was Joe Rogan kept saying this on his podcast. You cannot. The problem is, like, society keeps hamstringing the men.
Yeah.
You hamstrung the men. And I've seen it over here in Norway, because like there's a certain bank here called DNB, and they've been doing they have these ads where they're going like, invest in her, where they're saying the future is female. And I'm like,
yeah,
and I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
This election just showed you, no, it's not.
No, and to be clear, going to what you just said about invest in her, Nema. So if you ever read, I posted the link, but it's so far down now, I might have to do it again. The link and the little screenshot that I posted of Morgan Stanley like damn they're salivating over this upcoming she economy and how much money women spend, and single women in particular that are childless. But what they banking on is how many of these women, once again, are childless and not married. So they're like, what it is once again, elite folks are insulating themselves from the fallout. And then they said, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to bank on all the single, miserable, lonely women that we helped to create the environment for them to be single, lonely, and miserable.
In the short term.
We're going to make money off of them. Yeah.
In the short term, because remember, it's all in the short term, because you look at this, like, you know, most companies, everything, they usually focus on mostly the short-term payoffs as well as the more than the long-term longevity, the long-term benefits. The short-term payoffs is what they focus on mostly. And most women by nature, they focus on short-term payoffs, because women's pathology, their line of thinking is always in the now. I mean, Patrice O'Neill mentioned this in Black Felt. Women are only happy from a moment-to-moment basis. Only when it's something very serious do they start thinking long-term. Men, we have to understand the importance of thinking long-term strategies, because we understand actions and consequences. That is why games like chess, Go, checkers, real-time
consequences and
games,
repercussions.
Consequences and repercussions, pros and cons, everything.
Shout out to Tia.
Yeah.
We can even give them or we can even receive them. Sometimes it's both.
Yep. I agree with you, Neymar, on the short-term thinking. I agree with you.
Short-term payoff.
And maybe we should say short-term feeling.
Yeah,
that too.
Really feeling.
Because it's you know what? You know what? It's this. It's from economics. It's the laws of diminishing returns.
Yes, I agree.
The laws of diminishing returns. Y'all, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, say for example, you grab a soda and it gives you instant gratification. You get yourself a second soda. You get
less so.
You get less and less and less because you're already satiated. You know, or another analogy, or you know, but what they do to us is kind of like what like Eddie Murphy said in whatchamacall, Delirious. No, Eddie Murphy Raw, when he said, if you've been, like, when you talk about making, what's the difference between fucking and making love? If you've been starving for 3 months and the cracker, it feels good, but you realize, man, just a regular cracker.
Well, I mean,
there's a funny there. There's something funny about that.
But it's true.
Real quick line. You know what? I messed up. I should have extended an invitation to Obsidian. I don't know why, but there's something about this particular topic that I think Obsidian would have like a special Obsidian touch on. Like I should have extended an invitation.
I forgot to mention.
He just released his book, Toxic Femininity.
Did he? Did it finally come out? I'm gonna get it.
It's out.
There's a couple of books I gotta buy. Yeah, it's on the list.
Yeah, I need to read his, and I'm long overdue for reading Dr. T's book. I haven't read Dr. T's book yet either. Same thing. I'm actually really ashamed. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. By the way, V,
right?
I just want to say one last thing.
Yep.
Since we talked about spandex and everything, to quote Martin Lawrence, if you guys ever listened to his '94 comedy album, Talking Shit, what he said to all the ladies out there. To all the women out there who, if you're 250 and over, stay the fuck out of spandex. We don't want to see you. We don't see you guys working out in leotards. No. Sweatsuits, glad bags. Sweat it out, baby. Sweat it out.
I mean, anyway.
If we're going there, I listened to a bit of Jason Black, the business, and him speaking about Lizzo and her weight loss, and you can see her face now. Face look a whole lot cuter now.
Face now,
right? Exactly. Her face look that. Whatever you do, keep that face maybe a little bit slimmer, but keep.
She another 20
we can actually.
Yeah.
But seriously though, but once again, you know, the weight thing, it really hurts Black women. It really hurts them, and then they try to force the weight thing on everyone. They try to force everyone to accept that, particularly, obviously, Black men.
In multiple ways.
And it's true, there's a pun in there, right? But what ends up happening here is, in my mind, I think, so the Raj Reporter has heard me say this, BGS has heard me say this. Y'all really, like, I say it, I know it's annoying. I know it's annoying, y'all. It's about white women. Why lose weight if y'all ain't gonna treat me like white women? Why be slim if y'all ain't gonna treat me like white women?
Alexa, play Gold Digger by Kanye West.
Don't forget the add-on.
Right.
No, there's two things to that. Z. What is the point if you're not going to earn like a white man, and I'm not going to get treated like a white woman?
And there's also what Rael. Wait, say that again. Better.
I say Lizzo got slave looking feet, man.
Right.
Even after she looks that way.
20 pounds, but I encourage good job.
Them feet see some things, boy. Hey, them feet look like they about the same weight in the water any minute now.
Wait. Hold on a second. Let's.
Wait. I got to cut you off real quick, because I wanted to add this to what we were saying before. Not only that, but I got to definitely add on to what Rael usually mentions with the mamas and the whole toxic relationship these girls have with their moms. So that part too. So it's for the weight thing. It's the myth of white womanhood plus the toxic relationship with their own mothers. So go ahead, Nima.
First of all, I just want to ask two questions. Because last time how much has Lizzo dropped? Because last time I checked, she was like pushing 300 pounds, and she's like 5 foot. Understand, this woman, we're talking about a woman who's 5'9" here, folks. 5'9", 9.5.
I don't know. I don't
pushing
care.
300 pounds.
About a midget and a half.
The average black woman weighs 100.
He said a midget and a half. Hysterical.
Yeah. All I know is that the average black woman weighs 186 pounds. So when you step in a room full of with her and a whole bunch of other women, she's probably the biggest one.
That's a fact.
She's like Lonnie Love in The Real.
I was thinking Lonnie Love in The Real, and I was thinking about a panel that I watched with a bunch of women speaking, and the sister had the cutest face. Out of all of them, she had the most attractive face, but and when I say she was the biggest one, I mean she was the biggest one by damn near a time and a half. Yeah. Of the biggest white woman that was on the panel, the second biggest person and the biggest white woman on the panel. And it's just so disheartening because it's like, lady, you got the cutest. There's so much potential there.
That's nine times out of 10. She's the biggest, so she's the immediate second. She's immediately right behind.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And Latinas are a close second on the weight thing too. It's bad. It's bad.
Latinas, a lot of it is genetic too. For them, it's a lot of it's genetic because remember, they're short on average. Their height's a lot shorter on average.
Well, remember when we say Latina, because it's not really a race thing. So, but I know what you're talking about more the indigenous Latinas. So yeah.
Yes, because the thing is, people forget is like shorter people, especially when they get older, they gain a lot of weight a lot easier, and it's harder for them to lose that weight. I mean, for example, I can give like examples within my own family. Like my mom is like 5'6", 5'5", 5'6". At one point, she was like, pushing like 200. But but it was, but the thing was, it took a toll on her knees. When she dropped the weight, she felt a lot better. Hell, our own sister in these chats, Toya, 5'8". She's 5'8", but at one time she was pushing like 3 bills.
Yeah, I saw.
Remember?
I see him.
Now look at Toya.
She's still there.
God damn.
Hello.
Yo, what's going on, Socrates? What's going on?
What up, fam?
Yo, what's going on, everybody, man? How's everyone doing?
Good. Socrates he always speak like he just came from a session or he just came from the gym initially.
For real.
He be out of breath like a mug. I'm like, bro, were you lifting weights or were you lifting weights? Giggity.
Listen, I'm about that. I'm about that weightlifting. I used to be a personal trainer also, so I'm really about that life.
So I was right in both ways. Okay, that's what I heard. Go ahead.
Yeah. So about the fitness thing. So being a personal trainer in New York City, I have a lot of, inside knowledge with this stuff when it comes to black women. Black women do not like to exercise. And tracking calories is like a non-existent thing for them. And we can get into the psychology as to why, but the fact of the matter is it definitely does hurt their prospects because if you know about Owens, Rick Owens is a famous fashion designer. And they would ask him like, yo, what's the best outfit? He said, the best outfit, the best outfit ever? Oh, it's your body. It's your body. So I'm actually stunned because I think that black women, they don't even have to get as skinny as white women to look decent. They just completely have interest. My worst clients were the black women. I didn't even, after a while, I didn't want no black women clients. They do not exercise, it's not part of their lifestyle, it's not part of their interests. Not part of the culture. I don't know why. Maybe in high school, because I didn't know women who were in track in high school. Once they left high school, they let themselves go, just ballooned, and enough black men are willing to tolerate it. So I guess it's just whatever.
Give me a second, Socrates. Pause right there. Do me a favor. Look up negative liberty, please. Excuse me, because I'm gonna need you to read that, because that is exactly why I would argue that they don't want to have the discipline to lose the weight. I want you to read it, because that's gonna describe, at least to me, why what Socrates is saying, why they don't want to work out. Go ahead.
I'm supposed to burn like a white, but I'm supposed to burn like a rat.
Why?
Yes.
Wait. I still don't understand it, because if that's the case, then if we want to get psychological, that means that it's completely externally directed. You know, it's something called locus of identification. So if their locus of identification is completely external to themselves, then we're talking about people whose self-esteem has been shot. If everything you do is based on your reactions that you get from outside of you, and you have what is driving you, it's supposed to be driven by your internal value system.
I mean, I'm
hey,
not.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait, line. I'm sorry. I gotta cut you off. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Socrates, America, market, white supremacy, what black women came to America to be and were designed to be and to do. Everything you just said, you know what Z was doing? Yes. A
famous Latin saying, caveat emptor, right? Which means buyer beware. My position is that in life, thoughts, people, commercials, everything's an offer. And you can say yes or no. Everything's an offer. Someone can say, hey, engorge yourself and become fat. You can say yes or no. Hey, do whatever, yes or no. Ultimately, you have the final say whether you do it or not.
Existence was created by the market.
I don't understand what you mean by existence is created. I hear you.
I'm talking about black women who existed by white supremacist market as a product.
Oh, you mean them buying?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't even go so far.
By the way, I'm agreeing with you. By the way, I agree with your assessment.
No. I would go so far. I would go so far as to say black identity is a market product.
I agree.
Right? I would actually go so far as to say that. Right? That you adopt. Right? So I get that. But the thing is that understanding that.
I'm going to read the definition. But go ahead, finish.
Yeah, people don't understand. I guess people don't understand that you don't have to. Like there's one concept in esoteric philosophy, right? Which is that everything starts with your mind. The whole world is consciousness. The whole world is mind. So that's what the idea of the secret comes from, which is a bastardization of it. But basically, thought process is everything really begins with thoughts, right? Before a bridge is built, you have to imagine the bridge. Before you do anything, you have to first envision it. Then you act, right? So the fundamental, my question to black women or to black people is, what are you envisioning about yourself? And if that is the vision that you want, don't be surprised if you actually go and fulfill it.
Let me answer it. Let me answer with, at least from the outside looking in, as a black man. So somewhat in the inside, but somewhat in the outside. I am black, but I'm not a woman. What I would argue that black women see the black community as, particularly black womanhood as being the bizarro white woman.
Hold on.
Right?
Say that one more time.
The bizarro white woman, the bizarro distorted white woman. I think they see their existence as the bizarro distorted white woman.
You know what?
Okay, now listen. If that's the case, my position, life is short, right? Life is amazing short. If they want to live some bizarro white woman existence, that is their problem. They will suffer the consequences from it. The earth will keep spinning. The earth will keep going around the sun. The universe will keep expanding.
But
life will go on.
Here's the thing, though. This is what I'm saying, Socrates. After this, we'll get Naima, and then I think Lion was trying to say something. I don't think that's what they, air quotes, want. I think they have resigned themselves that this is what the black community is, and they are responding and reacting to the bizarro white woman. God damn, that's already a Lamborghini. God damn, this thing already got the new Lamborghini. Anyway, I'm sorry, y'all. But yeah, cool. In purple too. Purple Lamborghini. Shout out to Rick Ross. Anyway, but yeah, no. So I think they're responding and reacting to what they see as them being forced into being in white women's shadows, because they cannot perform womanhood the way white women do. You know what I'm saying?
I get that, but I believe in a concept called radical responsibility. And sure, it's delusional. I admit that it's delusional, but I believe it's practical. So the radical responsibility is a notion
you're saying the same thing the Roger Report says, which is you got to be held accountable for what you believe in. I agree with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, it's like for instance, right? I do construction on the side, right? So in construction, it's an art and a science. If you're not prepared, things go wrong. Things happen. You have to deal with it. Regardless of what the excuse is, you have to deal with it. How life is fault. The idea of fault to me is a waste of time. I have an analogy about I can perfect driver. That's not going to stop someone from crashing into me. But if I do, someone does crash into me, I still have to deal with the consequences. It's still my responsibility no matter what. That's how life really is. Anyone who tells you otherwise, to me, is trying to con you. No one cares. You're on your own fundamentally in a sense. I'm not saying you can't work with people and stuff like that, but you are responsible for your life. No one's going to bail you out. No one's going to do anything. You are responsible. So if you want to believe in these ideas, and you want to be in the shadow of white women, and you think that's a great thing, or you don't want to do it, doesn't matter if you want to or not. You're going to have to make the decision. And whatever decision that you make, you have to deal with the consequences. That is life.
I mean, that, but what this
real quick, let's let Neymar read that definition before you go, and then you go. Go ahead, Neymar.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, before I say what I say, Z, Henry in French is actually pronounced Henri. Secondly, since you're Pepe Le Pew, I guess we might as well refer to Lady Z as Penelope the cat, or Penny for short. But anyway.
Was it? Yeah. I think.
Yeah, the cat's name is Penelope. Penelope the cat.
Okay.
But man, we knew you were a skunk. But anyway, negative liberty. Now from Wikipedia, negative liberty is freedom from interference by other people. Negative liberty is primarily concerned with freedom from external restraints and contrasts with positive liberty. The distinction originated with Bentham, was popularized by T.H. Green and Guido di Ruggiero, and is now best known through Isaiah Berlin's 1958 lecture, Two Concepts of Liberty. And according to, in an overview, it says, according to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, describes negative liberty as the negative concept of freedom is most commonly assumed in liberal defense of the constitutional liberties typical of liberal democratic societies, such as freedom of movement, freedom of religion, and freedom of speech, and in arguments against paternalist and moralist state intervention. And it is also often invoked in defense of the right of private property, although some have contested the claim that private property necessarily enhances negative liberty.
True. So, in other words, and read that first two sentences again for me, Neymar, because I think that's the sweet spot for negative liberty. All the way at the very first two sentences.
Is most common the negative concept of freedom. Is the most common assumed in liberal defenses of the constitutional.
No, not there. When you read the definition, all the way up.
Oh, the beginning. Okay, the first.
Yeah, please.
Negative liberty is freedom from interference by other people. Negative liberty is primarily concerned with freedom from external restraint and contrasts with positive liberty.
Right there.
Positive liberty is
right there. And so it's primarily concerned with constraint, like not being constrained. When you start speaking about weight, Socrates, in their mind is I should still be able to get you, Mr. Doing Well ass black man, even with this 250 pounds, because I shouldn't be constrained by what you think, because your concepts of beauty have been informed by the European beauty standard, which is slim, blonde, blue eyes. I shouldn't be constrained by your distorted view of beauty, so you should accept me at my 250 sloppy.
But that's
you have a distorted view of beauty.
But hold on.
Say something.
Let him and then Socrates. Go ahead.
We're not following Socrates.
Hold on. I call bullshit on that, Z, because you can't complain about being held to European beauty standards while holding me to European masculine standards.
Lying, stop it. You already know this don't have nothing to do with logic. You're trying to make sense, sir.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I was going to say, you don't want me to constrain you, but you're constraining me. So you basically you want to use your negative liberty to constrain my negative liberty. Right? You're free. You shouldn't be constrained. You shouldn't be constrained to lose weight because that's European beauty, and I shouldn't be constrained to have to accept your overweight because I'm free to do what I want to.
But only one of us could be right, and this is where my morality comes in, and women are and girls are sugar and spice and everything nice, and I'm on the moral side of history because I'm on the moral side of history. You should accept my reading of weight. Go ahead.
That's interesting. That's interesting because I had an argument with ChatGPT the other day about this, right? Because I was going to ChatGPT.
Arguing with ChatGPT.
I got ChatGPT on the ropes, right? So I asked ChatGPT. I said, ChatGPT, I don't understand how leftists frame a lot of their issues. It's confusing to me. And so ChatGPT was like, a lot of times they explain from justice and equity. I said, yeah, I understand justice, but it seemed like they used the word justice in a very different way. How do they use the word justice? And say, oh, justice to them means equality, social justice, economic justice, etc. Yeah, here's my problem. If you're talking about social justice, which is, in my mind, impossible to actually achieve. Let's say someone is not invited to a party. That'd be socially unjust. How do you rectify that? Do you force the people to accept them and bring them to the party anyway? And even if they do force them to do it, they don't like this person. So that person's going to be ostracized. So how do you rectify the situation? So actually we said, yes, you have a point, but let this come from an empathetic framework. I said, really? I don't think that's empathy. Because if you're going to be empathetic, you got to be empathetic towards everyone if that's the framework. For instance, I said 90 hours a week. Person works 20 hours a week. How is it empathetic to go to a person who works 90 hours a week, take money from them, and give it to the person who works 20 hours a week? Doesn't that person who works 90 hours a week suffer to make that 90 hours? And don't you think they suffer when you take it from them? But when the person works 20 hours, they got the benefit of only having to work 20 hours and get compensated on top of that? So that's what ChatGPT. What about the suffering of the person who works 90? You're right.
You're breaking up a little bit. Socrates, wait. Socrates, you're breaking up a little bit. You got to get in a better spot. But this is. No, you're still breaking up really bad.
I said ChatGPT. Okay, how about now? I'm walking around.
You're good. But let me. I'm gonna have to cut you off anyway because I gotta let AO go. But real quick, AO and L's Active says I'll be doing the same thing, Socrates. So Socrates, you're not by yourself. L's Active be debating ChatGPT too. Let me feel says Thomas Sowell calls it cosmic justice. That's the same thing Z calls it, which is funny because I didn't get it from Thomas Sowell. I just came up with that off the dome. So pause. And who else said something?
Wouldn't it be karmic justice instead?
Do I say karmic or do I say cosmic?
No, you said cosmic, but wouldn't it also be more accurate to say cosmic justice?
I think so too. Look up the definitions. We'll go through it. Look up the two different definitions, and we'll go through it. And Indigo says yes to what you were saying about how this pretty much is not fair. And I am Waffle says who said you ninjas can have standards is exactly what I was saying. And go ahead, AL, and then we'll read Vince's comment afterward. Go ahead, AL.
I swear to God on the Almighty. They dumb as fuck. They funny as hell. And it's cool when they do it, but when we do it, it's fucked up. Question, why? That's all I want to know. Please.
Who popularized that? Was it Kevin Gates?
Yes, it's cool when they do it. It's fucked up when I do it.
Yeah,
this is the freaking mentality that they have, but this is the kicker. This is what's going to have y'all scratch y'all head talking about. This is the whole conundrum. Man, I'm here to tell you, they practice all of this crap, but when you stand up for yourself and you show you not playing and you mean what you say, I'm literally sitting here listening to y'all and watching these black women crash out on what is it? What's the name of this? Average Man Unplugged. He's up here, and he's down with us anyway. He's showing this debauchery shit. They mad because they can't get their way, and they just trying to commit domestic violence on a dude. And I'm sitting here watching this, and they got women in the back chat scrolling. Yeah, girl, get him when he least expect. Yeah, get him when he on the game. He won't never know. But they don't know a brother like me. I'm gonna meet you with the same force you meet me. If I'm on my precious PS5 and you trying to destroy it, destruct it, or tear it up, well, I'm having my fucking me time. Bitch, you got to catch 2 backhands, and I'm gonna turn around and give you 2 straight lefts and rights. And when you talk about, oh, that's too much, no, I'm just meeting force with force. Hey, you decided you want to practice domestic violence, I'm gonna meet you with it. You want equality, don't you? You want equal rights. Hello.
Nah, but that's my.
Can I
that's
take you
my
back off
issue.
L real quick?
Go. And then after this, we get live and then
women who have been doing these crash out videos and all this stuff, and all the stuff that we've been seeing. Women do not understand the use of force, and the one thing I can say, like I've never put my hands on a woman in that way, but.
Stop saying just be prepared to put your hands on one just in case they do. Yeah, we all know as black men, we don't believe in putting our hands on women.
Let me finish,
Let me finish.
Change your mindset. If they touch you, fuck them up.
Wait, real quick. Let him land with that. I'm pretty sure there was a message behind that. Go ahead.
I never put my hands on anybody like that. But I also know me. When I'm met with certain conflict, and especially if I go there, I black out. And there's been plenty of fights I've came to, and somebody's on the ground, and I'm like, oh. And I don't think a lot of women really understand that, and they do so at their own peril, because this whole chivalrous ideology is, I mean, you can't be a new woman and expect the old man, and dudes ain't gonna just tolerate getting beat on.
Yeah.
I really think that's the most unwise, stupidest thing they can do.
But I think they know who to try that on and who not to try that on.
True, but here's the thing though. This is the weirdo logic of women. You should know you're stronger than me, so you shouldn't respond back.
Out of here.
Here's the weirdo logic of me. You touch me, touching you back. Period. Point blank. Period. They're gonna learn today whether they like it or they don't. But they're gonna learn. I'm not saying it's right, but I need y'all to understand.
It gonna hurt. It gonna hurt.
When it comes to conflict, when not everybody is on some, you hit me back. My mentality, like if I ever get into it with somebody, neutralize the threat.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
And,
like you've identified yourself as a threat by attacking me.
Yep.
In some cases,
if you present yourself as a threat, you gotta eat dirt.
Yeah,
Take
better
it.
you.
Yeah, I heard about that story. And Trail says finesse 2 times. Yeah, I heard about that story. That story.
Fam, before I read what I was able to find, there's also like, I remember like what's his name, Yanis Varoufakis once said, you need to have the right set of incentives and deterrents. In some cases, like in the animal kingdom, if you see something that poses a threat, sometimes you have to posture in a way to let them know, don't even do it. Like prime example is baboons. A dominant bat male in a troop, when he sees like a young male trying to, who might be looking to challenge him, he'll flick his lips a certain way and show his teeth and go like, you want to try? Or kangaroos when they kickboxing. They present themselves as bigger and whatnot, make themselves like bigger. It's to deter people. Sometimes it's better just to like, kind of convince somebody don't even try it. I mean, some people they'll look at you a certain way. They're like, "What you looking at?" And like, nothing.
Let me read this real quick before you go. Let's do this. Let me read this.
Karmic justice, by the way.
I'll read this, Socrates, and then name it. You'll come in with the karmic justice. And Vince says, "Take me as I am." Nah, shorty, that's not how it works. And that's all. It is. You gotta be optimized in the way she wants, and she gets to come to you however she is. Whether she's fit, great for you. If she's not, oh well. If she has a horrible attitude, that's your bad. If she has a great attitude, well, you won up and you lucked up. Her breath stinks, you're bad, right? If her breath smells like fresh peppermint gum, messed up tea. So it really is a idea that men are, and this is when they get into the shallow thing, right? Men are shallow, men are sexist, men are misogynistic, men are oppressive. Men want to practice patriarchy. Women, on the other hand, just want some man to love them. They want fairness and justice. And it really is this Disney-esque way of viewing women and girls that puts all of the toxic, negative traits of human beings in men's camp. Women, on the other hand, girls, on the other hand, if they exhibit any of that, it's because number one, they're imitating men. Number two, it's men that brought them to this place because of their society. Men alone in a vacuum constructed. It's a really distorted view. And by the way, the elites don't really buy into this. Even most women don't buy into this. But it is a really convenient excuse for men writ large, black men specifically, to be the whipping boy for elite folks at the top and for the masses of women. It's just convenient for everybody to put the onus on your average man, because who else are they going to put it on? The elites or the women no.
My response to that, like they talk about, like, it's y'all that brought us to this place. You mean this place where you don't even have to sign up for selective service? You mean that same place that still allows you to support a kid? You mean that same place You mean that same place where you ain't got to do a damn thing when it comes to the building, but show up. You don't lay no gravel. You don't pick you don't pick up no bricks. You don't even plant the motherfucking bushes. That place,
but they do produce the children. Check and checkmate.
Where the fuck are those children going to go without a roof? Where are those?
No, hold on. Hello, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me now?
No, Socrates, yeah. Here we go. According to who I heard you, here's the thing: the government, the society, and the women.
Yeah, I'm incorrect. Because what I want to say that rather than finish about the ChatGPT debate, ChatGPT basically openly said that they frame their arguments in a moral framework. But here's the issue: whose morality? Whose moral framework? And the reality is that we have two different moral frameworks, but they preempt the notion that we have the same moral framework. That's the problem. Who said that being a mother is more important than being a father? Who said that the oppressor is worse than the oppressed? Who said all this stuff? You assume that everyone buys into that.
Wait. Whose moral compass? The Judeo white Christian capitalist over the past about 50 years, neoliberal white elites, mainly men, decided that was the moral compass at which we were going to design modern society post World War II-ish.
Okay, that's hold on. Judeo-Christian. If you want to talk about Judeo-Christian, this is not Judeo-Christian. I know I read the Bible several times, cover to cover, and I went to Bible college.
It's Greco-Roman.
It's not Judeo-Christian. What moral framework are you talking about?
Wait.
In the Bible, hold on. In the Bible, Ephesians, the order is God, Christ, man, woman, child. The Bible is completely patriarchal all the way through from cover to cover, and the Bible
because means that all of the things that are wrong with the society is men's fault, and so that's their way of spinning around and being like,
how is it men's fault? But how is it men's fault when women are equal participators in the construction of society? They raise the children. So you raise a patriarch that you hate.
No, yeah, you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
So we're in this together. Yeah, if I'm Hitler, you're Heimler. We're in this together. What are you talking about?
On top of that, Socrates, you raise the patriarch that you hate, but yet still love to benefit from.
Yeah. You run the blood money. I'm like, someone stop this. There's this notion that women can divorce themselves from society as you're not participating in it is nonsense.
You know why? Because we allow for women to wipe the blood off of their hands and keep their hands relatively clean compared to men. In other words, we know that it was white men and white women engaging in the colonial process. But everybody, when you think of white colonialism, oppression, slavery, Jim Crow, slavery, all the stuff, the face of the oppression is a white man. Meanwhile, his mother, the society, whatever queen from the European country he came from, the charter. I mean, literally, it was women giving Columbus the fucking green light, right? It was Queen Victoria there. It was Queen Elizabeth there. All of this stuff, right? All of that is women, right? I don't like women's no more. I mean, I like women's now. Whatever the gay brother said. Anyway,
I'm not gay anymore. I like women.
I like women. But yeah, so it because of that allows for women to not obfuscate. What's the word I'm looking for? Not insulate
themselves or be
that's the word.
Excused from accountability. Or here's another way to look at it this way, Z. It's called Jim Crow, not Jane Crow.
Wait, read the definitions for karmic, and then we'll get back to Socrates, and then you'll explain that. Go ahead.
But like I said, it's Jim Crow, not Jane Crow. But anyway. But anyway,
but if you're gonna say that, then basically you're saying women don't have any Asians.
Bro, Socrates, please.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Read that, and then we'll get Socrates back. Go ahead.
According to poseurs.us, that's a yoga website. The concept of karmic justice in yoga. It says, what is karmic justice? Karmic justice is also known as the law of cause and effect. Is a fundamental concept in yoga philosophy. It suggests that every action, thought, or intention has consequences that determine one's future experiences. It implies that individuals are responsible for their own actions and will eventually face the consequences of their deeds, whether positive or negative. Think
So
about
the
that.
cause and effect, the cause and effect, and what women would say to that is men caused this, women are affected, and they're responding to that and reacting to that.
You see how they rationalize that
but
shit?
Yes, I agree.
yeah,
By
I
the way,
get that.
I
So
agree with you, Naima.
women don't have
Yeah.
it. Women don't have any agency. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, I don't think. Yes, but no.
Yeah.
Yes, but no. And Indigo gave me the word that I maybe was looking for. Abdicate. So women abdicate any responsibility or accountability
Absolved.
because
So they absolve themselves. They absolve themselves.
because their hands literally don't have the bloods on it, and I would argue it still has the blood on it.
You know why?
But yeah.
You know why? Because first of all, they smear the blood on the men, because they wipe their hands with the whatchamacallit, the tail of the man's shirt.
Yep.
Or the back of his shirt, or they've smeared on his face to let him know, and go through. They run their hands through his hair just to.
Let's use this as an example. There's no way you would have apartheid in South Africa if white women didn't co-sign it. There's no way you would have the what's going on in that little that area of the Middle East that they sliced up to make it look like fucking Europe if the small hat women didn't co-sign it. There's no even in the movie.
But you have to say it again because you got to understand. You got slow people in the back of the class.
Oh yeah, true. You're right.
We're out saying it twice. Help out the dumb.
Let's say it like this. Elon Musk is getting green light by women. They're still throwing the vagina. Elon Musk is a product of his mother and his father. Donald Trump is a product of his mother and his father. The small hats are being the small hat men are being co-signed by the small hat women, right? Number one. Number two. Number three. Even in the movie 300, what did the women say to the men? It's actually what the women used to say to the Spartan men.
What?
Either
what
come
they
back
said
with your shield
or with your shield.
Yeah.
No, come back with your shield or on it.
On your. Thank you.
Yeah.
So when you consider that, the women always co-sign the BS if they don't engage in it. Not just co-sign, they engage in it also. They engage in the BS. The only difference is that because they're not as physically robust as men, they're not literally on the front lines.
Excuse me,
right?
Z?
But go ahead.
Mm-hmm. You have to understand. There's two sides to that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, when a Spartan man goes off to war, usually he's married and has children. He tells his wife, find a husband and have many children. Mm-hmm. She would reply to him and says, Spartan, come back with your shield or on it. They were a soldier society that way, but people forget that there were three classes in Spartan society. You had the Spartans, who were the dominant society, but they were the minority. They were just doing nothing but, the men did nothing but military training. The women were involved in finances and other things, running the day-to-day and everything. You had certain slaves. I forgot the name of the second group, but they were mostly involved in mercantilism and crafts and whatnot. They were mostly slaves. And then you had the vast majority who were called the helots. They did the day-to-day labor and everything, and they were often subjected to all kinds of abuse at the hands of the Spartans, especially when young men were being trained for the Ogogi to become Spartans. Mm-hmm. They had to be taught how to stealthily take out somebody from behind.
Yeah, they would kill off their slaves. Yeah.
And the helots were used for that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me say this real quick. From Africa I came said selective agency, so that's how the women are playing the game. I agree. That's a perfect term. Put it in the book. And right. There's somebody else said a really good comment here. Where is it? The small head. Oh yeah. Lemmy Field says, read the book. They Were Her Slave. It documents female slave owners in the U.S. George Washington didn't come in with the slaves. His wife did. She was a widower, and she came into the marriage with the slaves, right? So exactly what you're saying. And this is the thing. We have to speak about women like they're human beings, right? And this is one of the issues we have, and you see it really exhibited in the Black community with the Dr. Umar Johnsons of the world. They allow for women to escape because of their concepts of masculinity and manhood. And for them to do their best rendition of what they think manhood is, is to simp out for women. And I use the word simp particularly to say to defend the women from the women's own concepts, actions, their behavior. They're trying to protect them from the accountability aspect of it all, right? Because a real man protects women even from them goddamn selves.
And can I add something really quick?
Yeah, a man doesn't allow women to vote.
Is it only? It seems like it's only black men that do that too. It doesn't.
No, I think all men do that. I think we're just so overt about it because there's a lot of black men who don't feel like real men. They feel like lesser men because white men. And so what they do is they OD on never saying anything about how the women are behaving, or ODing on black men being toxic or black. And this is what Chrissy would like to see, right? She would like to see more black men beat up on other black men for not building Wakanda. That way black women would be seen as true women. White women, right?
No, and it's not. No,
yes,
it's
proxy violence.
not.
It's proxy violence. Exactly, Vince.
Not just black men. No, it's not. White men doing this shit too.
Oh, they get. I mean, literally, that's what Dave Ramsey was on, and Tucker Carlson, and a bunch of them. Yeah,
all of them. White men, white knighting like a motherfucker too. And that's all. And here's the thing: it really has nothing to do with the women that they're talking about. It really has to do with them and the fact that they let down Mama.
Go into that.
They're promise keepers. They're promise keepers. These are the men that may not have the best standing with their dad. So they become what they call promise keepers. Well, I'll never be like what my dad.
Oh, I'm still in that. That's good. Oh, I agree.
They become promise keepers.
So what you said about Will Smith again? Anyway,
Derek Jackson.
Yep. God damn. Yep.
I also think people underestimate.
Anton was debating. Yada dude. He made some mistakes in the past. I understand he made some mistakes.
You know who else do that? Go into what you say in line. Them former players. Former players be acting like all of us is doing on the same thing they do. So, hey man, look, we need to stop playing these women. No, wait, Playboy, wait a minute, player. No, you was the one out here with the 5 baby mamas out here getting vagina everywhere you could and lying to these women and ghosting them and whatever. Not me. I don't have that history, so I don't have to be held accountable. Oh no, we need to stop doing this to women. Oh, who's we?
Yeah. Hold up a second.
Who's talking French? Who's speaking French? We.
Line, if I may. I like to anybody here who has a baby, who has kids. You understand where I'm going with this. Regarding the most of those players, and if I'm gonna quote this from Nas, because Nas had a song called "Daughters" on the Life Is Good album. He said, "To all the players and heartbreakers throughout the world, God gets his back. He gives his precious little girls." And most of those men who are heartbreakers and whatnot, when they have a daughter, that's when they do the 180.
Biggest simps on the planet.
Biggest simps on the. You know what's really fucked up about them? A lot of men who have daughters. You know what their favorite movie is? Bad Boys 2. The meet Reggie scene from Bad. Every fucking day. You know,
you look about 30.
Nigga, you look like. But you know what? I realized I once had a discussion with a couple of cats about that. You know what I did? I said no. And compassionate. Listen to what I'm about to say, because this is going to be a good whatchamacall soundbite for you if you can put this on a short. A lot of guys who have daughters, their favorite scene is the meet Reggie scene from Bad Boys 2, because every man wants to do some shit like that where they want to intimidate a boy who's coming near their daughter. Fuck that. Because there's one thing you got to understand. Hey. Hold up. Whoa. Wait. Hear me out. There's a reason I'm trying to say some shit, guys. I'm not long-winded. You guys keep interrupting me. That's why it takes me so long. But the thing is I remember saying this. A lot of boys have dads, and the smartest thing you can do as if you have a daughter from the father of a daughter is find out who is the father of that boy. You talk to him, and let him know. Listen, my daughter talking to your son is dating your son. The father realized because. A lot of us have dads, when they were raising us, they were teaching us, don't get a girl pregnant. And that's where you have to know, if I put my hands on this boy, that means I got to face that man's father later on. Because that is still a child, That's a minor, and that could be my ass if I do something serious to him.
That's smart.
So, yeah, something you was that I lost my train of thought. Because I was gonna say something you were saying about this response, this imitation of essentially that scene from oh, there we go, from Bad Boys. Here's the thing: what young men are coming up to your house to ask you to take your daughter out? How often is that happening anymore? First of all, are you even in the home when your daughter is 15 and 16?
You're right. In fact, I'll do you one better.
Or did the baby mama already kick you out long time ago?
Wait. I'll do you one better. Going back to that song, by Nas called "Daughters." What he says at the end of the song: the way mothers feel for their sons, fathers fear for their daughters. When he date, we say he'd chip off the block of his old papa. When she dates, we wait behind the door with a sawed off because we think nobody's good enough for our daughters. How many fathers are in the home, first of all, like you said? How many of them are actually carrying guns like that shit?
Or this part that y'all keep skipping. The dad never taught the fucking daughter how to be a decent human being, to be a dateable
in the first place.
Booyah!
That part.
Or that. That always gets skipped over.
You know what?
To be fair, that's not the.
You know what?
Go ahead, and then we'll get Vincent, and then we'll 18th, and then Vince. Go ahead.
You know what? First of all, everybody, y'all got to realize something. We are exactly what Patrice O'Neal was talking about, because how we all coming together and talking about this stuff, we build and bring each other up. You know what I'm saying? We're giving each other something to think about, and we're building each other up. Women, they don't. They try to tear when they're with us, most of the time, they're going to try to tear one of us down because they believe in the concept of zero-sum game. I have to build myself up. I have to bring you down in order to build myself up. While brothers, we realize mutual benefit. You got it, better you.
That's true. But better you, and then we get
Wait,
well, I said no, it's better you, then it's you, Vince. Better you, 18, then Vince. Sorry, Vince.
God damn it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that tradition. I was just gonna say really quick, like traditionally speaking, it's not the men's responsibility to necessarily teach women in that way. As a man, my role is primarily to show her how she should be interacted with from a man's perspective. However, it should be her mother and all the other women around her that teach her how to be a good woman. And if there's a paucity of good women around her, that's probably somebody you need to avoid.
Well, I would add on.
Black Guru would agree with that. Real quick. And Black Guru says actually the mother was to do most of that teaching to the daughter. So yeah, you got good company because Black Guru agrees with you.
And I would agree with that.
Line over here skipping the goddamn line, but go ahead, Line.
So real quick. I would agree with that. My thing is a woman's relationship with her father shapes how she views men.
Oh, yeah.
That's all.
But we agree. I agree. I could see it with my old lady. I could see it with my younger sister, my older sister too. Funny enough, my younger sister. I definitely, you're right about that. I could see it, and especially when you're out here in this dating world. Yeah, you have the daddy's little girl daughters, the spoiled brats at 30 and 40 something. I'm not joking, but you could tell when she come from a stable home. And dad was there, but dad ain't let her get away with no mess. You could tell that. There's other ones, the spoiled brats, and daddy was in the home. And then there's the ones that's angry at the world, and they're mercenaries on another level. And you're like, huh?
Go back to
did your dad OD and he was in the house, or was he not in the home and your mom raised you to be this way?
Go back to Kevin's interview with that little girl that was living at home.
But there's a couple of those, but when
he asked, it was a girl that her father was her father was like
the African sister.
Yeah, her parents were in the medical field.
I feel like I know who you're talking about. Was she like 19 or something like that?
Something like that. And he asked
I think I remember.
And he asked her, would you date a man like your father who was earning like your father? And she said
yes. Oh no. Okay, we're talking about somebody else then. No, I'm talking about somebody else then. Because there was one time when I want to say she was either super young. She was like 17, 18, 19. And Kevin's like, how the hell did you get up here anyway? But yeah, he was saying, look, you need to talk to your dad. And he was like low key scolding her for not consulting with her father. She was, I want to say she was under the age of 20. The example I'm using.
Yeah.
I don't recall the example you're using. I'm gonna have to go find that. I don't
She was
remember.
pretty young.
Yeah.
I remember
She was
young.
living at
I just
home.
remember that.
Mm-hmm. But go ahead, 18th, and then we get Vince.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what Nema was saying, and I definitely agree with that. And a lot of the times too, man, it's like it seems like that the fathers in certain cases, it just feels like that maybe in a lot of the times as well, they seem to put down men when they're teaching their daughters, or and I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Like, literally, I'm like, and so this whole negative perception, I guess it could be both at times. That's all I was gonna say.
I agree with you that there's sometimes the dads come off like they hating on men, and it is a really weird way of viewing men and boys, and the protection of your daughter in a weird way. I don't know, like it's fascinating to me to listen to men speak about black men speak about other black men that way, and see other black men that way. One of these like, no man is good enough for my daughter's type of things, and I'm like, how is this supposed to work for your daughter?
And to add to what you're saying, Z, after being in certain spaces, I don't know what's going on with a lot of brothers these days. It seems like they have a base. It seems like they've been indoctrinated with the way women think, and they have this internalized shame about being a black. It's like we have to pay for the sins of the men before us because we really let our women down. And it's like,
hey, bro,
and I don't,
Playboy, it's your fault.
I don't understand it. Like what you were saying, I've been in spaces too, like what you were saying, with a lot of these guys, they be thinking, no, we did this to women. Like, I ain't do a damn thing. You did that. Like you did that.
You never gave me the opportunity to take the responsibility.
And then you be looking, and you'll be hearing them talk, and they'll keep talking. You'll be like, okay, you sounded like the women, bro. This sounds like projection. Why don't you just say you was a scumbag? You was a scumbag, not us.
Real quick, y'all. Isn't that how Dr. Umar Johnson was speaking to the brothers off the Daily Wrap-Up Crew?
Yeah.
Isn't that exactly? I was like, bro, these brothers is young. I think only one of them has kids. So who the hell are you talking about? Like, who?
Because they're promise keepers. Like I was just telling you earlier.
And I think another
promise keepers.
I think another thing is because like another thing it seems like because a lot of these dudes that were scumbags, if they didn't get their life together, they're really dependent on the women. So they gotta they really have to
low key
sweet talk and they really got a sweet talk. I done seen so many dudes like, oh man, I used to be in the street. Yeah, your whole life is dependent on her, dude. That's why you talk the way that you talk. Because you know you need her, like at the drop of a dime.
You might low key still be in the streets, and she's the one with the legit stuff that all the paperwork and all the stuff is under her name. I hear you.
Absolutely. Oh, and one more thing before I pass the mic to Vince. Shout out to you for that response to Chris. We've been talking about this forever, and I'm not really worried about it. Chrissy is one of the sickest women in this space, in my opinion. She's the worst. She's the worst. Worse than anybody. Because we've been watching the way she's moved. We've been watching the way she's moved, and she's been the one that's, oh man. I hate how she keeps slithering. Like she's like she just gets away like you remember Carmen
Sandiego?
Yeah, goddamn, you went out.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Yeah, where in the world is Carmen? She reminds me of her. Where's Carmen Sandiego? She just gets away every time. Every time.
She's Where's Waldo? Where's Waldo?
No. What he's saying is more accurate. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. Yeah, she's popping up everywhere. But what I will say to Chrissy is, Chrissy to me is just another dark-skinned, bitter black woman who has the like deep-throated white supremacy to the point where This is it. It's this or nothing. I have fully bought into the neoliberal, capitalist, white supremacist view of everything. I understand I'm a black woman. I understand I'm dark skinned. I understand I'm at a disadvantage. And screw it, they're winning. I'm going where they going. And however they view the world, that's the way I'm gonna view the world.
And another thing, Z, she hides, but she doesn't care about women. She don't care about black women at all, and she's able to hide it so well. She like
Can I
these
say that
women.
real quick?
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
And then
these people.
We gotta go. We gotta let Vince. Go ahead.
Yeah, people like Omar Johnson and Chrissy, they're LARPing, right? They're doing live action role play in a sense that, think about a person who plays Call of Duty, and from playing Call of Duty, they think they know how to be an operator in the battlefield. So that's what these people are doing, because they don't really have an actual paradigm that they can really draw from real life experience or from actual tangible evidence. So they're hypothesizing how the world could or should be. It's all a hypothetical world building operation that you do like in an RPG. It's fan fiction. It's fan fiction. It's not real. Like they don't. If you went to real communities, there's actual real communities. The Amish, the Mennonites, Mormons, Jews, real communities all around the world. No one operates the way they talk. They're just making it up.
Yeah. Well, it's pick and choose community. It's pick and choose patriarchy. It's pick and choose feminism. This is why I was talking about negative liberty earlier, because if everything has rules, there are set rules for anything you're trying to do. What these people want to do, jumble up together the best parts of whatever systems, and let's see how it works.
Okay,
right?
Where?
The parts of whatever system they don't like, that's some white supremacy. It's like it's like life gumbo, right? It's like life gumbo. I'm just gonna pick and choose all this stuff, throw it in a pot, throw some seasoning in there, and can we make the black community out of these parts of everything else?
Yeah, but
like,
where?
What are you talking about?
Where is this working? Where can they point to as an actual model?
Exactly.
Right.
You know the best example. There was a young sister that called into Kendra G once, and she mentioned what part of Islam that they practice. What is it called? Where the men pay for everything? Haram?
No. Haram means no.
No.
Yeah. Haram means forbidden. It means prohibited or forbidden. I think what you're talking about
said
is
something else.
She did say something.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. I think it's called
Zakat?
Zakat is alms. Where you go. That's called that's donating to charity. That's zakat.
Yeah, she pretty much tried to use whatever word to say, no, I like this part of Islam, and it was really like, oh, you just trying to get the men to pay.
Because there's a dowry.
No, it was just the bride price. She wants her money to be her money and your money to be her money. But
that's
she
what
was trying to use whatever. Okay, so no, forever in the relationship.
That's what it is.
What's the word?
That's what you're talking about.
What's the word?
I think it's
a dowry.
No, it's not dowry. She wasn't just saying dowry.
I'm gonna look it up.
I would have remembered that word.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
So she said that. And it just speaks to the pick and choose parts of, because if you're Muslim, of course, Mr. Z, like of course, okay, that's what she's on. I get it. Religious sensibilities, cool. But she wasn't Muslim, nor was she looking to practice Muslim or be put into the faith or anything like that. She just wants to pick that part of Islam, right?
Sounds like feminarchy to me.
But that's what it is. Exactly what I'm trying to say, right? But go ahead, Vince. While you going, go ahead. Wait a minute, somebody, you goddamn. Opa, you just breaking everything. Goddamn. Everything. sound like all the damn dishes fell out the damn shelf. Go fell off the shelf. Better yet, go ahead.
All right. Look. At this point, what I want to say is out of context, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say the one thing that really fried my simp chip. And Green Gorilla said, men and women are both capable of virtue and vice.
Yep.
So we need to stop giving women so much credit. There are great, amazing, intelligent women out here, but they also be on bullshit. They also are manipulative, shiesty, janky. They will wait till you sleep to do some shit. They'll wait till you're at the house to do some shit. They'll put some shit on you. They'll lie, cheat, steal, just like a man and things like that. And we keep assigning virtue to people who aren't very worthy of it, but because of our social programming and how respectful and things men usually are, like men of our caliber, I would say, or some stuff like that. We give them too much credit and too much leeway to be able to do the things that they do. and we give them so much of this standard to be like, I guess, correct all the time or something, or just being a gentleman or whatever like that, that we put ourselves in bullshit situations, and then we coerce the babies and teach them ways that isn't conducive to their relationship dynamics and their social dynamics, because we want to please and satiate, and we all want to be wanting and accepted and shit like that. And at some point, we gotta say, nah.
Found the word, by the way.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me say something to what Vince is saying. To me, in the West, in America specifically, what it is trying to imitate a white form of masculine manhood, not appreciating that white form of masculine manhood, where the women are absolved of all of their action, is part of white supremacy.
He also
it's white men wanting to reign terror and conquer and rape and pillage in the name of defense of white women. So you got, and this is essentially what Army was speaking to, right? The funky academic. White men going to try to conquer some stuff anyway, but they're hiding behind. White women are going to come out here in the workforce, so we got to protect them. White women are going to have interracial whatever with black men. We got to protect them. White women are going to right. So it's hiding behind defending white women and defending women because they're playing this fake chivalrous thing. But really, I just want to run through and do what I want to do and conquer some shit and take over some shit and kill some shit, right?
All the while, she have her finger up his butt, and he don't even know why I feel this way.
And when black men try to imitate and other men of other demographics, particularly once again in the West and in America, when you try to imitate this, all you're doing is first of all imitating the white man. Secondly, it doesn't even benefit the women from your own demographic. Thirdly, it actually hurts you because now what you're doing is you're putting the women from your demographic, you're helping to bolster them as the buffer class between you and that elite rich white man at the top who's using the women as defense mechanism from you.
And that same rich white man voted for Trump.
I'm saying. I want to land with this.
Ahead.
V, can you max my picture?
Okay, give me a second. Let me make sure I got the right one for you, Vince. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so shout out to BGS about bringing Dark Ghettos to us, Dr. Kenneth B. Clark and Mammy B. Clark. I've been digging into that and added that to my concept to understand those psychology and stuff like that. I just want to end up saying we should really work on going back to being ourselves, especially women, and going back to our culture and going back to who and how we are, because we have an identity issue. We not seeing the world the way that is actually conducive to us, and we're doing ourselves a disservice about our world lens and stuff like that. We're really screwed up in the head. And we trying to rationalize how we are, how we acting. We got all these players going up and cosplaying, good men and stuff like that. We got pimps and panderers and stuff trying to give us some how to conduct things and stuff like that. That's not beneficial. We got some things going on that we got to work on. So that's what I really kind of wanted to say on that. So
my turn before you go. My turn. Look here. Rest in peace, Kevin R. Samuels. He said it best. Narcissists will never admit to anything. Take that, put it in your pipe, smoke it, regurgitate it, remember it, never forget it.
And this was a man who was married, who talked, and by the way, AL, just to piggyback what you said about narcissists, let's not forget, Kevin Samuels was married twice.
Me too.
One of his ex-wives.
I was married twice to the same woman.
You know what? You know who got you beat? Fred Rerun Berry, because he was married 6 times, right? Two of those women he married twice. So you had to go back the second time to make sure they're wrong.
We're not talking about Fred.
But anyway. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make was what you said about narcissists and everything. Kevin himself, back when BGS was hosting the Coliseums, KS even mentioned that one of his ex-wives was a borderline narcissist. Not as somebody who has BPD and narcissism, but just barely has the qualifications of a narcissist, and the abuse she put him through. And he also told brothers, do not be ashamed to seek help and go for therapy. Just make sure you find the right people you can trust. By the way, Z, I found the word you were looking for.
Bro, newsflash, there's no such thing as borderline. They're all narcissists. Narcissists will never admit to anything. Write it down, take a picture, write a novel. I don't give a just remember.
Okay.
Real
quick, y'all, real quick, and then we finish up. Then we'll get Vince. Go ahead.
Okay. The word you are looking for is called maher. That's M-A-H-E-R. It is basically the Islamic equivalent to, it's called bride wealth, or Islamic equivalent to a dowry.
You
know,
I don't recall her using that word. She might have used the wrong word. But once again, the message was essentially in whatever sect of Islam, paying for everything, and your wife never spends any of her money if she does work. That's all I was trying to stress.
That's in all sects of Islam. It just it varies from culture to culture based on the interpretation of that particular society. Secondly, as somebody who came from an Islamic country, although I'm myself a Christian, but I have Muslims in my family, when it comes to the whole notion of marriage, people have to understand the maher is a bride price, right? However, what they also mention is if in a situation where the family has to come, the couple do divorce, the wife or the wife's family have to return that maher back to the groom's family, and she has to return to her family. On top of that, any children they have, unless they are infants or toddlers who are yet to be weaned, they are under they have to join their father's family, because any Islamic court, they would accord custody to the father because he has to provide for them, unless certain circumstances make it impossible to do so, even if he were to take a second wife or whatever.
Let me say this, name. And L's Active says, because I knew she said haram, and L's Active says all she said was that's haram with her basic self. So so Neyman, you probably said, but she said, because I'm like, I know she said haram.
Yeah.
So haram? She just used the wrong word. Yeah, she used the wrong word.
She used the wrong word. Haram actually means haram actually means prohibited in Islam.
Yeah.
Means it's whatever you want to do.
Like she said that. Yeah. No, because but it's the same message. Our message is still real quick. Our message is still the same, but she used the wrong word. And Leon says, and I want to read this, and then Vince, you got it. Leon says, just another FU all the StreamYard weekend for the StreamYard weekend. I know we streaming and he at work, so he can't really. Hey, Reckless streams anyway. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Reckless streams, so y'all already know.
On behalf of Leon, I just want to say, stop the bullshit, Z.
Right. For real. Stop the cap. Stop the bullshit, Z. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
All right. So what's interesting about what Neyman said, in the sum of what he pretty much said about what happens with all that stuff, pretty much the family said, to what you came. And the other thing is, what's interesting about the word mujer, I think is how you pronounce it, is in Spanish, that's how you say wife. And if nobody knows,
Mujer?
Spanish,
no, Spanish, no, that's woman.
That's woman.
Esposa is wife. Esposa's wife. Mujer, la mujer is la mujer is Spanish for woman.
It's just interesting that how Spanish and Arabic is related to each other. But another thing I wanted to say.
Wait. I'm sorry, Vince.
Good.
What's the history of Spain? Who took over Spain for a little while?
The Moors.
What language did many of them speak?
Arabic.
There we go.
Yeah. So
Dirija Arabic, the very distinct type of Arabic spoken in North Africa, especially in Morocco, because people have to understand Arabic is not uniform all over the place. There are various, given how spread out it is, just like Spanish, you have all types of variations of it. I mean, let me give you an example. Like, we'll take Spanish. The way it's spoken, like in the working classes of Cuba, it's not the way it's spoken in the upper classes of Argentina. Okay, how it's spoken, like in a lower class, and like in the among the poor, and in a certain state in Mexico, in one state in Mexico, is not how it's spoken in another state in Mexico. Same thing with Arabic.
Let me read this real quick. So in Red Pill Sleeper Cell, what's going on? Louis says salute, Louis. Salute.
$4.99. That's a discount for eggs,
Louis,
by the way.
I accidentally called Louis the other day because my phone slipped and I pressed it and it called him by mistake. So my apologies for that, Louis. It was a false call. But I did see that thumbnail you sent me. I want to know, is that something she posted, or is that something you made or that you found on the internet? because I might post it, but I need to know first.
Yeah. Zeke, I have a question for you.
Right? Go ahead.
When you're talking about the clip of the 70s, are you talking about that conversation that was on a black network between Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin?
Not one. No, not that one. Not that one.
Okay.
No, I know which one you're talking about. No, it's another one that BGS posts. He posted a few times, and it's I guess it looks like young college students at the time. Maybe
it was a group of them.
Yeah, and the sister was she was like saying essentially black women gonna get if they could get it. Like she was saying like black men are gonna have to pry the power out of black women's hands.
Oh right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Hey, we building it. We building it, fam. We building
power.
Right, and the power over the black community. I get what she's saying, but and yeah, but what the brother was trying to say, and if you heard his tone, he was so conciliatory and she was so antagonistic. It was so this lets you know this is old, right? His tone was conciliatory. Her tone was antagonistic. So this is not nothing new, right? The framing of this conversation is nothing new, and he kept stressing that. Yeah, she really did.
She was contemptuous. She was
real quick, name her. But what she was saying was, what he was saying was, I'm not mad at you per se. I'm mad at the system. But she couldn't hear him. Like she just couldn't hear him. And Toya said she covered that clip also. Okay. And thank you for that, Toya. I'll check it out. And yeah, so it's frightening because here we are, 50 years later ish, and we're still having the same conversation. That's crazy.
Well, I think part of the problem is thanks for having me, Z. I hope you.
What's going on, Black Guru?
Oh well. Part of the problem is that he was being conciliatory. I mean, a huge part of the problem, and this is just the benefit of hindsight and looking at things over time, is I think the willingness of black men to be agreeable and to placate and to maintain some sort of amity with people who are hell bent on achieving the opposite has been a big part of the problem. And if you've listened to me recently, and this has been somewhat inspired by the results of this presidential election, or has been sort of enhanced, this perspective has been enhanced by the results of this presidential election, inspired by Donald J. Trump, is we've got to embrace being the villain.
Yes, I agree.
We in our tone, in our manner, in our delivery, in our presentation, in our aura. I think black men must be much more antagonistic to black women, fearful or fearsome to black women, to be less yielding to them, less agreeable, to create a tone of fear, to make them afraid, to make them cry, to make them lie in bed to themselves at night and wonder who's going to save me.
Uru, you mean not like cry in the car, like cry for real?
Not cry in the car and repost it and record it. Yeah, no, I get what he's saying.
Well, crying in the car, crying in your bed, wherever they're going to cry, so be it.
No, but Black Guru, there's I'm sorry for cutting you off, Black Guru, because there's an important distinction there that Vince is making. It's the crying in your car, because we're talking about the performative crying in their car, right? Where they cry, they post it, they title it, they put the music to it, and they're complaining about the things that you're alluding to. But the performative thing, what you're talking about, is a serious crying because of fear of lifetime of loneliness, fear of poverty, fear of at least destitution, fear of all of that, not the performative thing where you actually post it with the music and the title and all this weird stuff for the sympathy. But
yes, if you've seen a woman cry, the main difference in watching a woman cry is when they sit there and don't say or do anything and let the tears run down. That's how you know.
The Michael Jackson cry.
Wait, hold on.
No, that's real.
Yo, we cut off Black Guru. I
have a question for Black Guru.
you guys are confusing me with the crime thing. You kind of taking it in a direction I don't think you have to go. But what's the question?
The question is, what's the point? What's the point of making them cry, or what's the point of getting them to the state?
No, the whole point is to change their mentality about who they're dealing with. The tears are just a manifestation of that. You know, my whole point is that you've got to, you know, like BGS often talks about, you know, the biggest influence on a woman is the environment. Well, one of the ways in which you change the environment is you become something different that they have to deal with, and they have to confront, and have to see, and they have to encounter, and they have to be afraid of. You know, you become something that they have to consider as an influence on the quality of their life, and do so in a way in which there's some risk or threat of loss. That's what you do, and the way you do that is, in my view, adopting a more, and when I say villain, I'm not talking about committing evil. I'm talking about their perception of you becomes that of the villain. Like the perception of Batman was that of him being a villain because of how he presented himself. So I mean, I think that I'm glad you mentioned that video, which
We go when
was
Black Rule gets finished.
Okay.
Which was what, close to 55 or more years ago. So those people, assuming they're still alive, those people are like in their like 70s or maybe even 80s. Some of those people. So they you know, those women in particular probably fucked up 3 generations of black women. You know, so because that shit was not checked properly back then, and there's reasons why I'm not criticizing the black men would have been my male elders or are my male elders. I'm not criticizing them. They were a product of a different time and more limited perspectives about things and options. I'm saying going forward though, black men must become more of a fearsome thing to black women.
I agree.
Facts, OG.
Go ahead, AB.
Wall of indifference.
Hold on. Yeah, to Black Rule's point, though, can y'all hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yeah.
To Black Rule's point, though, I noticed everybody's talking about what's that chick's name? Sky Jackson.
Yeah, I spoke about it a little bit.
Getting impregnated about by Pookie, I guess. And my response is, okay, she made her choice. Let her live with it. There are 4 billion other coochies on the planet. We don't have to deal with her.
No, I
mean, but if you
everybody...
black men would have built a Wakanda, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't have to choose him, and I wouldn't be turned on by him. I chose him because that's all that I have to choose from. Go ahead.
Hold on, Z. Now let me finish. Hold on. She has no excuse. She was a child actor.
None.
You're right. She had enough people. She should have had enough people around there to. She knew better. They remember how Simone Biles met her husband on that specific app for celebrities, people on that caliber. She has no excuse whatsoever.
None.
She's grown. She's 22. She's grown.
I know y'all are right, but go ahead, Glenn.
No, but what she's telling you is, AB and everybody else, what she's telling you is that's who she knows in her heart, who she really qualifies for.
Yeah, then that's all she's gonna get.
No, but that's the point, because I was talking about this in the Discord, and I was like, she's telling you who she qualifies for, and not just her, all these women who are out here.
But
they're telling you who they qualify.
If I had a real community, if I had a real community, then I could Sierra my way into a Russell Wilson. The issue with the black community is I'm not guaranteed to end up on a Russell Wilson after Future. So Sky Jackson isn't guaranteed to end up with a Russell Wilson after this freaking light-skinned Pookie weirdo sideshow Bob looking dude.
Why would you be guaranteed in logical
wait, let Black Rule land with that. Say that again, Black Rule.
In logical real world, why would you, in what other society do you go from a future, any other society, on present Earth or even prior Earth. In what other society do you go from a future to a Russell Wilson?
White.
It doesn't happen.
And that be
It's their
considered
imagination.
a
It's what's in their
laudable,
imagination, Black Guru. Go ahead, I'm
appropriate.
sorry. Go.
Well, because in any other productive society, a Russell Wilson is considered to be a very valuable thing, and would be something because of his value. You would be motivated to align him with a woman that would enhance and maintain his value, and not at all make him a subject of ridicule or reprobation or diminishment or criticism. I mean, certainly you would not pair him with a woman that would associate him with some lesser behavior. So, I mean, the fact that should be a thing that Black women would aspire to, I mean, it just tells you a lot about what you're dealing with.
But the thing about Russell Wilson is that he's a damn promise keeper too.
True, but here's the thing. What I hear is a bunch of dusties.
Go after you,
a bunch of wait, real quick, AB. A bunch of dusties making excuses on why they haven't built a community where I could end up with a goddamn Russell Wilson after I done futured myself, right? It ain't fair. And real men would have built a community first without the futures. Secondly, if I did end up with the future, y'all would have enough men of great quality and good character and good moral standing for me to. This shit sounds crazy. By the way, thank you. I was about to say I'm laughing while I'm saying it because the shit sounds crazy. Okay, go ahead.
Men do
wait. We gotta let AB go. Go ahead, put you on the roll, and then AB, please. You gotta be sure with both of y'all gotta be sure with it. Go ahead, line.
Men do not build for the sake of women. They build for families.
This true.
You are not fucking family.
But I produce the children that make the family.
Yeah, but to Black Guru's point though,
wait, what children?
Hold on, man.
Good point. Go ahead, AB. Good point.
To Black Guru's point though, people got to remember, Sierra does bring value to Russell Wilson. He makes money off of her, so
that's true.
That's something you need to think about.
It's a different dynamic that other people aren't really considering. Remember, this is, by the way, I used to speak about this a lot. I think I need to start bringing that in. The obsession with celebrity culture and using outliers to pretty much fashion your life behind. That's never going to be your dynamic. It's just some weirdo stuff.
Right.
So going to what AB is saying exactly. Yeah, it's a different calculus for them. But I was being facetious, but not being facetious. At least, and Toya and whatever other woman might be listening in could correct me if I'm wrong. But that, at least from the outside looking in, that seems to be the perspective. If they're being self-aware enough, that a lot of, I would argue, Black women come from, particularly when it comes to the Sky Jackson situation. It's this idea that in a well-ordered community, a woman can make this grievous mistake of being impregnated and having a child from not a DDG, no, from this bum ass dude, and then still end up with a Russell Wilson afterward. It shouldn't be super lucky that a Sierra ends up with a Russell Wilson after future.
She might end up with a good productive man, but she wouldn't end up with an aristocratic level man. And I mean, Russell Wilson is a, comparatively speaking, an aristocratic level man.
I agree.
So that's the problem. The problem ain't whether a woman can clean up and get with a good dude, but she's not supposed to get with Russell Wilson.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like I said, I just think and by the way, so I'm putting words to some of the actions and a couple of things I've heard women say either to me, say online, say in my presence, going back to childhood. But I don't know if they're consciously, for some, yes, like the Ebony K. Williams, when you see her speak, she's like, you can see, you're like, God damn, you're really thinking about this, but you just refuse to act the way the men that you want you to act. But I would argue your average woman, man, when I say they just going through it, oh my God, you like, what's up there? It's like they just doing whatever they want to do, right? So, yeah, which is informed by the market, yeah. So it really is that. But go ahead, Lion. I had cut you off so that AB could go. So wait. Actually, Lion had finished. AB, you was trying to say something, and then we got BGS up here. So AB finished up, and then we got BGS.
No, BGS can go.
Okay. And before BGS goes, I guess I'll read this super chat finally from a Split Gym. And the Split Gym says, first, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And the Split Gym says, white women negative response to the environment is not cashing out early, OnlyFans, and feminism. Black women negative response is wanting to be white women, ignoring and joining in anti-blackness, I guess, a society while being heavyweights. So they both crash it out. They just crash it out or in different ways. All right, I guess that's what you're trying to say. Because he says cashing out, but I think he meant crashing out early. I might be saying that different, but no, Split Gym. It's I keep on saying, like, the environment is putting its foot up a lot of people's rear end, and it's interesting seeing how people are reacting, particularly for us because we're attached by the hip, unfortunately. Particularly how Black women are responding. Between, like what Black women was saying, the way they're responding to the election results, the way they're responding to the 20 or so % of Black men that did vote for Donald Trump. It's very interesting seeing this and what the fallout is going to be long term. I think this is irrevocable. What Black women have done and said, we knew they were saying it, we knew they thought it, we heard it, and then social media just exposed that even more. Right, exponential growth, but we just saw it in 4K, 8K view, and then this election here and their response with the doubling down on this weirdo 4B stuff, on the sexist tropes.
Yeah, I'll be talking about that later.
I will say they did throw a little bit of teeny dust. They flicked up a little bit of dust on white women and white men, but they really don't mean it. They don't got the ovaries.
Before BJ's go, I got to get my petty out.
Go ahead.
Does anybody give a shit that Whoopi Goldberg's on the 4B movement?
No.
No. I'm gonna throw my boomers under the bus. Maybe Black Uru and BGS care, but
Oh yeah, young Whoopi.
I mean,
not even young Whoopi.
When Whoopi was fucking, she was only fucking white dudes anyway.
Yeah, because she
there you go.
And she paid to fuck them too.
Oh,
well, she has a daughter by a white dude as well.
I'm just saying, does anybody really give a shit?
So thank you for that name up, because I saw her daughter. I saw her daughter was lighter skinned, and I always wondered if her daughter was from a Black man way back in the past or from a white dude.
Guy.
So she's
white
okay. So thank you for that name. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Wait. Say that. Go ahead, Vince, and then we'll get Black BGS. Go ahead, Vince.
Did you get my email of the IG video of the old dude breakdancing?
No, I got the email. I saw it. I started. I didn't watch it yet. I'm gonna watch it, but I haven't watched it yet. So yes, I did get it.
That's not the picture right now of BGS and Black Uber right now. You gotta go see that video of those old dudes breakdancing.
We're not breakdancing. We have actually, believe it or not, me and Uru have our heads down because we're shaking our heads like it's too late.
Oh yeah, it's gone.
It's too late.
I don't know why I'm laughing at that.
I got my head up and I'm looking around. I'm being nosy.
What I'm saying is that the thing is, we're old enough to know what's coming, and this is not something. It's not something to get excited about or cheer about. The thing is, this is basically. It's like watching your kid go through something that that they deserve to go through, but it doesn't make your heart happy about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Z, real quick, I was gonna say, just hold off on the boomers. I got smoke for these old niggas.
I don't know why, man. You don't want smoke from us, okay?
Let me.
As much as young folks are fucked up, you guys don't want smoke from us, okay?
Yeah, I was
no. This is true, but go ahead, BJS. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
No. Did you read all your chats?
No, I didn't get all. There's a few of them. I'll leave them for a while because I want people, their name and lights, and shout out to Joe's. So I'll leave it up for a little while so they can, neon lights. And thank you for the super chats, everyone.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if you clicked the links, but I have two more serious links. The first two, maybe even three, of just love, relationships, intimacy, and the ways to maybe consider these things. And then the rest of them, for the most part, are just women crying about their situation, with men. It's really mostly white women, but obviously there's a couple of black women and Latinas in there. And yeah,
What happens when white people get a cold?
Black people got the flu.
They get the pneumonia. Okay.
Yep, pretty much.
Pneumonia.
Pretty much, yeah.
Not pneumonia.
So when white
The
women,
pneumonia.
if white women are crashing out, you know that black women are getting ready to be on the streets.
Yes.
Oh man, yeah, but they're crying because their situation with men or lack thereof, and men actually taking them seriously about the Me Too stuff, the street harassment stuff, the just because I'm looking at you doesn't mean I'm interested. Just because I did something nice for you doesn't mean I'm interested. So men are taking them seriously, particularly the young men, and the women are feeling a certain way that they're going out. They're not, the dude's not trying to holler at them at the bar, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really what this is.
Because they're taught by feminism that men don't have feelings.
Yeah.
And men don't have emotions. And men don't feel pain and
don't not express it.
Or don't not. Yeah. Well, men don't express it the same way. Okay,
yeah.
Men
especially black men.
Okay, when men, period. Okay, men, black men are no different than white men who men express their feelings through action. Okay.
Yep.
In other words, if something hurts, men are not going to sit there and cry. They're going to move away from the pain.
Yeah, the rhetoric is men are defective girls.
Yeah.
Yes. It's not a rhetoric. What they're trying to say is that really what they're say is that men and women are the same. And the thing is that women are taught to be ineffective. So if they move closer to the center, they'd be more like men. And so they expect that. So in other words, they're expecting that how they feel and what they do is the same thing as men do.
Yeah. So the title of this is The Tear-ist, and because they're crying and they're complaining, so I call them the Tear-ist because they're using their tears to I guess shame men into being these quasi, I guess patriarchy by feminine specifications. Of men.
Okay, the thing is, you can shame people that have the ability to change something, right? Okay, and what America is getting ready to go through and is going through is that men no longer have the ability to change your situation. Okay, in other words, what do they say about survival, especially in an airplane? Right, put the mask on yourself first, right?
First,
yeah, and men are starting to put the mask on themselves first. And that's the problem, and that's what women are going through about the hurt. In other words, they didn't think men would. They thought men would always put the life jacket on them first, women and kids, and put them in the boat and drown, right, and sacrifice themselves.
Hey, Titanic. Hey, we jumping up. We somebody actually said that. Somebody has a clip of that. Is it Coach Greg Adams? When a white woman was like, I think that these men would really jump on the boats and they would leave us on the Titanic.
In fact, there were two black women actually said it in the UK, and they said how at the end when I think it was Jake or whatever the guy's name was in the water. Jack was in the water.
Okay, so it was you, BG. Okay, yeah.
And Jack was in the water, and it would be the reverse where he'd be standing on her instead as the flotation device.
You saw the same clip. Yep.
There's two black women. Yeah.
Okay. I was listening to it.
Actually, two Nigerian women at that. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me if I may add something.
Real quick, Nemo. Real quick. Okay. No, but they're right, and I don't see what the problem is if you said we were equal.
Yes.
I don't see what if we have enough women. Let's say it's Armageddon. We have enough women where we could restart civilization. We have, okay, fine. There's too many men, but we have enough women where we could restart this back up. Why would we save you? You said it was equal.
And basically, you don't need as many people to. Civilization's not going anywhere. Okay, it might reduce itself, but it's not going anywhere.
Yep.
Because what causes civilization is infrastructure, not people.
Yeah.
Okay?
True.
Just a moment, Andre.
Go ahead. And Andre.
It's interesting y'all brought up the Titanic because I remember, if y'all can hear me okay, there was a documentary by National Geographic, and it involved James Cameron and everybody when they were going down there. They sent and they were looking at the documentations regarding the survivors and whatnot, and they found out that of the children that survived, something like was it 75% of the men who were died on the Titanic.
Yeah.
50% of the women survived, but only 25% of the children who were there survived. Apparently, some of the women had actually abandoned their children there to save themselves.
Yeah, they'll do that. Yeah, that's it. In basically the 20th century, that's in the wild. That's common. Okay.
Yeah,
I can have more children.
I can still have more children.
Yeah.
I mean, animals do that in the wild. They will abandon their children. They think they're weak.
They do that in human nature. You go back and, in fact, I might have to go back and actually show it because they talk about this during the Industrial Revolution, right? When when they were pushing people off the land.
Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah, pushing people off the land and into the streets, right? And the women still having children. Even in the UK, we talk about white people, right? 40% of your 40% of your children got abandoned to death. And those swaddling homes were not there to keep children alive, right? The swaddling homes were to keep them comfortable while they starved to death.
Also, you might remember
isn't that all like, what Charles Dickens? That's all what Charles Dickens wrote.
That's all he wrote about. That's all he wrote about.
Twist. Yes, that's where I was gonna go.
Can I have some more?
Please, more. Can I have some more, ma'am? Please.
Right.
Yes.
I
also, go ahead, Andre.
Go ahead, land with that, and then we'll get Drake. Go ahead.
Where I was gonna go with that. Oh, it was even worse. If if you look at the potato famine in Ireland at around the same time, because remember they were being starved so bad that people were leaving their children to die and trying to make it where they could.
Where do you think Santa Claus comes from?
Oh yeah, Saint Nicholas giving charity to children and whatnot.
No. Saying he was saving children from being eaten.
Oh, saving children from being. Oh, cannibalism, right?
Yes. That's where you save your children. That's where it comes from, not from giving children gifts, saving them from being eaten and baked into pies, into meat pies.
I apologize for that, sir. Thank you for clarifying for everything.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I was quickly just trying to add on to what Z and BGS was talking about, in terms of saving yourself, because there was you guys are talking about the boat stuff, and in the MGTOW space, there was a story that was it was a shipwreck, and pretty much all the men on board, they were F all these other people, we're gonna save ourselves. And they called all those men cowards and losers and stuff because they chose to save themselves instead of the women.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's kind of where
there on the Titanic. There was a Japanese man who survived, and when he went back to Japan, his reputation was ruined. He eventually killed himself.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's the old contract.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a word you just used there, BGS. Say that again. That's the what?
The old contract.
The old contract.
Yep.
Sorry, ladies. Y'all shredded the old one. The new one.
Yeah.
What you told us is that you're not worth saving.
Go ahead, BGS.
I was just reading an email. Basically, that's what Dr. Neal said. Okay, she destroyed the contract between black men and black women.
Facts.
Okay, right. When civil rights came and welfare came and stuff like that, you tore up the contract and you bounced. Okay.
Yep, renege on the contract.
I mean, to say the one thing that's why I published those two things about the Nigerian couples coming to the UK and coming to Canada, and women
I saw it.
Acting brand new and pushing their husbands out of the marriage and using the police and welfare to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's bad when the sisters, the African sisters, y'all taking this too far.
What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to draw judgments on them per se. What I'm saying is, when the environment changes, okay, the women take advantage of the environment. The same shit's gonna happen. Same shit happened to us. Okay, we came from the rural South into the cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, places like that, and they got things, and they were allowed to get things that white women were getting. Okay. And that destroyed their contract. And guess what they did? They pushed us out of the house. So say that they, whether it's the nagging or talking about you or shaming, whatever they did, they pushed you out of the house. They did the same thing with the Philadelphia Negro in the lower classes, right? Okay, when they moved from the fields into the city, and the husband couldn't get a job, right? Okay, what did? She stick by her husband? No, she put him out of the house.
That's a form of henpecking, right?
No, no. Well, that's form. Henpecking is one form. One form is just telling you can't be here no more
Yeah.
because we never ran the house in the first place.
To piggyback on what BGS was saying, first and foremost, BGS, first of all, are you familiar with a publication called African News?
Yes.
It was a magazine. Yes,
Mhm.
I remember. This was from the 90s. I was a kid. I remember reading this. My dad had somehow I got a hold of him. One article, I remember reading an article about a similar situation you were talking about, like how a lot of African couples, when they relocate to the West,
Mhm.
the wives would do some shit like that.
Mhm.
It was similar, only it was like they talked about how the strains of living in the West would take a toll on these marriages because not only these people leaving, starting a new life, but they're starting new lives in a new place, in a new environment where things were just different. And it was just kind of like, I guess we can call this the Omfunfu effect, from Eddie Murphy's Raw.
Yeah.
Also, secondly, regarding the whole thing about women want that fantasy regarding from the Titanic of Jack and Rose, people forget the show Mythbusters, which is on Discovery Channels. An ex of mine loved to watch that show. They were looking at that scenario and seeing that actually, given how big that piece of wood that she was laying on, it could have been that could have helped. They could have, both of them could have laid on it and survived instead of him just
That'd
dying
have
in the
ruined the
water.
story, though, wouldn't it?
Oh yes, it would. But it did. But it did end romantically for her because remember when they were taking names of survivors, she took his last name.
Well, yeah, it ended good for her. But the thing is, the story was that he loved her so much. He loved her so much he would give his own life, like Jesus did, right?
You know what? I'll even piggyback that with a set with if you remember, was it the Costa Concordia? I think it was that one.
I don't
Or
know.
another shipwreck where they talked about D.L. Hewley talked about this in 2012. The Costa Concordia, I think it is. There was a couple. They were newlyweds, and the husband gave up his spot for
Oh
the
yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember he talked about how a lot of women were like, "Oh, that was so romantic." Oh, really, bitch? Oh, really, bitch?
Yeah,
Imagine.
to a woman is because that's the ultimate sacrifice. Yeah.
Why didn't we? Yeah, but like he said, why didn't we flip a coin?
Name, I wanted to bring up something.
We're going way overboard, Name. Come on now.
Yeah, no. It's not just that. I wanted to bring up something when he said the umfufu thing with Eddie Murphy. So what's interesting about that is if you look at especially Nigerian sisters, that's why I would argue they're the staunchest feminists.
Yes.
They're the daughters of the immigrants are the worst. They are the absolute worst.
Why do you think that is?
Environment, and plus, daddy and uncle have a different worldview coming from Nigeria, right?
No, they've been okay. Where the west coast of Africa gets the biggest influence from where? From the United States, right? And Nigerian women see themselves, and this is something Dr. Marifa says, because a lot of African people, because Nigeria is part of the Commonwealth, so they see themselves as Western women. But the thing is, they don't have a model for that, right? And the only model they have for being a black woman in the Western world is whom? African American women. So they dream of being an African American woman. So when they get here, what's the first thing they're going to embrace?
Feminism.
They're going to embrace their model of being African American women. And guess what African American women chase? White womanhood. White womanhood.
Right.
No,
they don't. Shout out to that young sister that bean juice. You're gonna take me to a restaurant to drink bean juice? Shut your dumb ass up.
Yeah, exactly. You see that she's white. A white man is nothing more than status. Okay, and this is something. That what's her name said. Okay, she said the same thing. She said, and basically, believe it or not, Cheyenne Bryan kind of echoed it, right? About the order of things: white man, black woman, black man, white woman. That's reversing those two roles. Is what the black feminists have said, right? Whereas racism is not about how you treat black people. Racism is white men refusing to marry them and change their status.
I guess we'll have racism damn near indefinitely in America because I don't see it.
Well, that's how they see it. Okay, and how they see it. They see their man is their status. Okay, where if I'm with the top man, I'm with the richest man. Blah blah. I take on his status.
You know, the thing that's funny about that though, that infatuation with white men and their status, they don't see the white man that's living under the bridge. We do. So
yeah,
when
we
you,
do. Yeah,
when you
men.
see that white dude living under the bridge, you're like, God damn.
Yeah, we do because we're not women. Okay.
Yeah.
And women think there is they've been taught there's a man to save me. All I have to do is find him. All I have to do is have enough to attract him.
Don't even have that.
And he can change my life, right? Okay. Oh my God, what it said that foreign woman said, "Oh my God, God is on earth," right? When the passport bro comes, right?
Whenever I hear that BGS, and I agree with you, and I really think it's the pretty woman of
yes.
the society, right? It's
or My Fair Lady, or there's
it really is. It really is this
Cinderella. Okay.
It really, the best women I saw kind of joke about this. It was one of Shay Shada's early works, and she did a stream with Danica Marie Riva, and it was Danica Marie Riva, Shay Shada, and who was the other sister? Chantel Simone, and they were imitating like real quick name.
I'm quiet.
Oh yeah, no, my bad. I'm playing something in the background. My bad. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm about to say name it. Goddamn, I'm trying to say something. But So what was interesting about that is they was talking about like the billionaire walking into the Shake Shack and just to be like, I love you. You're the most attractive thing in the world, and they're mocking these women because that really is the fantasy.
I remember
that really is the fantasy.
That was funny as hell. I remember that clip. Z. That was funny.
It really is. And Danica Marie was like, the billionaire not gonna walk in the Shake Shack.
Shake Shack.
Y'all remember?
Of all places.
Do y'all remember?
Yep.
Do y'all remember in Pretty Woman, where he's driving through the neighborhood and he's holding like flowers while riding the limo, saying, "Vivian, I've come to rescue you," but she's like, "Rescue me, my ass." But he still had to come. He still had to climb up the fire escape just to come to her. That's what they want. Or another example would be the character.
Wait, Naaman, you got to go into detail about that. The reason why that is what they want. It's the rich man bowing to you.
Bowing
it's
to
the rich
hoe.
man pursuing you. It's the man with every. And this goes to what BGS was saying about black women and these white men and the status.
Yes.
It's the idea that the man with the status is pursuing you. It's not just that he ends up with you, right? It's the he's courting you. He's pursuing you.
Yes.
It's the biggest ego flex. Real quick. And then we got Vince, and that's what Olay was saying on her conversation with FD and Foreign Man. She was saying she was reading one of the comments from a young black woman that was going back and forth with her about white men, and she was kind of taken back, but she was saying what's interesting about what this young black woman was saying was the white men pursue me, they chase after me. They don't leave me out there. So it's this very like aggressive, like black men aren't pursuing me this way. Black men aren't elevating me. They don't elevate my status. They don't pursue me. They don't ego stroke me. So yeah, no, exactly what BGS just said. So if they get a white, God forbid, you can't tell a black woman nothing if she end up with a good looking white dude with some money. Oh my gosh, she won the lottery.
It's 50 Shades without the BDSM. That's what it is.
Exactly.
It's
exactly.
50 Shades. It's 50 Shades without the BDSM. That's what it is.
Well,
and go ahead, Vince, and Vince, and then Dre. I think Dre was trying to say something earlier. So Vince, Dre, and then you, Line. Go ahead.
All right. So I got basically. It seems like what BGS is saying is that what these women are taught basically wait for Jesus, because waiting for someone. Basically, they could be assholes and be mean and do all this stuff, and someone's still gonna come save you.
What do they do?
Hey, what does Christianity say? There you goddamn BGS. We saying the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it was the second thing where I was thinking about how women basically are waiting for this rich man to come and Cal's house for them and prove himself. It make me kind of think why are we taught as men to try to prove ourselves if it's like it doesn't mean anything unless you have money or status?
Because the system doesn't work if men don't sacrifice themselves for the greater good.
That should
I don't
remind me
even
of
know if but real quick, Vince, I don't know if I have so much of a problem with the opposite sex proving themselves for this relationship. I don't know if that's the whole dating courting process. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's the way it's weaponized, right? The way it's commodified in this society. You proving yourself to your woman and her proving herself to you, that's part of the game.
No, the relationship is where
it's supposed to be. Okay, this is Uru can tell you this because he. Hold on. Okay, unless you know. Okay, if you know, please tell me. Okay, Uru can tell you. Okay, it's not about you proving yourself to her. You're proving yourself to her family, and vice versa.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Right.
Right, Uru. If you're on, I don't know if you're listening.
Oh yeah, I mean, the only reason and I've said this before, the only reason we survived it, especially in the first few years of our marriage, was because I had somehow qualified with her family. Had I not, we would have broken up within the stereotypical, black marriage
5 years.
breaks up within 5 years. Yeah. We're not. If her mother, and in particular her grandmother and her uncle, really cared for me, and they didn't just care for me because I was with her. They care for me as a individual, separate person. In some ways, I think they care for me. In some ways, even in spite of her.
Yeah.
So, and that was the reason why we were able to survive.
Yeah, that's why I didn't marry the mother of my children. Is one of the reasons is because in the first couple years, her mother didn't approve of me. Okay.
Well, that was it. That was all. Now, if that had been the case, well, we would have never married if her mother
had
didn't
approved.
care. Oh, that never would have.
In other words, I was a useful tool. But the thing is, she didn't approve of me. But until years later, okay, by that time,
you were out already.
Yeah, I wasn't with it. Okay.
The only reason I said that because I don't have no problem proving myself either. It's just I wish you just didn't feel like playing like a Monopoly game for McDonald's. That's all.
What does that mean?
Here's the thing:
the likeliness of winning, BGS.
The thing is if the women are involved, it's a Monopoly game. If the family's involved, it's pretty straightforward. Okay, you know whether you qualify or not.
That was a good reference, though, Vince. Monopoly from McDonald's.
I mean, this is something. Okay, and this is something that I've said, and Uru knows because he's of my age group. Okay, and it's something that the Nigerian woman said. Okay, the women came pre-qualified. So if you wanted a wife, you could, even though it wasn't as many as when me and Uru came up, the thing is, you could pretty much throw a rock and find a wife. Okay.
I wish it was like that now.
It's not. That's what I'm saying. You could pretty much throw a rock and know that woman was trained by her mother to be your wife. Okay. Now, whether you got along or not, whether you qualify for that particular woman in that particular family was another thing. But the thing is, it wasn't that hard to find a wife. Okay. You could pick up almost. You can go down to the ghetto and pick up a wife because even a ghetto woman would train her daughter to be a wife. Okay. That doesn't exist anymore.
Real quick, everyone, but that's not what we produce anymore.
No.
We produce partners and
here
ones at that.
Here you can't throw a rock without hitting a single mother.
No, you don't. You don't produce partners. You produce Black people produce scammers.
Yes.
These women are scammers.
Yeah.
I say mercenaries, but scammer is good.
A partner at least views that arrangement from a mutually beneficial perspective.
Yes.
That's what a partnership is. That's not, and white women will be partners. They'll be partners.
Yeah.
Other women will be quote partners, but when you look at the low marriage rate, is not because Black women want to be partners. they want to get over. They want to scam
They do.
you.
The scammers and bandits.
Yeah. I think there was I might catch that lyric if I can find her. Okay, called "Runaway Woman." Right. I want everything before you get anything.
Yes.
That's part of her lyric. Okay, I want
I
everything
want.
before you get anything. That's a
Hey,
black woman's
what was
idea.
it? What was the name of the character off of goddamn, what's the name of that
What's the
show that I
movie?
kept on saying? The Witcher. I kept on saying her name.
Yennefer.
Yennefer. I want everything. BGS. If you ever watch this show, it's the
Okay.
dude that played Superman most recently. The
Henry
other
Cavill.
character is a woman.
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, Henry Cavill. The other
Okay.
character is a woman, and every time any person on the show asked her what does she want, she would always say everything. That was always her answer, everything. So hey, modern chicks. I'm just saying.
That's
I
based on
think
a Chris Rock joke.
there's one more thing I want to say, and I'm gonna mute my mic. It's as if what's being produced is I'm me.
Yeah. Oh, they're supposed to be individualists. What is it? Neoliberal capitalists. That's what what's called negative liberty. Okay, where I'm me, and that's where that man that alpha your way through it shit comes from. Okay, I can do it. I can overcome the environment by myself.
No,
luck.
you can't.
Yeah,
No, you can't.
yeah.
Well, also to build off of what like C was just saying, like Yennefer, her other thing was that pretty much she said that she wanted power, and then once she had the power, she's like, I want a kid now. But at that time,
Facts.
she
I want.
Yeah.
I want. After I get
He's
power,
right.
I
He's
want a
right.
kid.
That's
Boss
actually a
man,
really good example.
That's
That's
just
a
a black
really
woman.
good
That's a
example.
black woman.
well,
That is a
boss,
really
well,
damn Dre. I forgot about that. He's right. He's
did I
right.
hear you
One
say
time.
you said they can overcome the environment on their own, correct? I heard you correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, with that being said, lick them. It's not our obligation to caress, mollycoddle, cuddle them up to a piece
Yeah.
of bosom, and any of that shit.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
can do it all by themselves. They got it. Why are we worried? Don't worry about it.
The thing is, the problem I'm having with black men, and this is starting to piss me off, right? Okay, is that in fact I'm going, like I was emailed text. We actually supposed to be talking about this shit with Master Yao, right? About coming back with your woman and correcting mistakes. So you don't have the fucking power to correct this shit. You never did. I'm getting tired of black men thinking that we had the power to save this goddamn community. We never did. Okay. And to think that as America is going through what it's going through, that I'll have the power to come in and fix the black community. You don't.
Now, I don't know what BGS is talking about. He telling us that we don't got the power to create another sun. I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
You can have power to create a
defeatist as
son.
hell to me, sir.
Oh,
Now I'm playing with you, BGS. I'm so
yeah.
playing with you.
Yeah. You have power to create a child, but the thing is, you don't have trying to.
No, I'm in the sun,
No,
as
he
in
meant the
the
actual
light,
sun,
as in
the
the
star.
literal sun.
The actual
S-U-N,
sun.
the little
not
sun.
S-O-N, S-U-N.
Oh, S-U-N. Okay.
The actual sun.
Okay.
You mean I can't restart a dead planet? You mean I can't terraform Mars like right now? I
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking. That's how defeatist to me. I know, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Fuck you
It
mean,
is.
BGS?
It is. Yeah.
You always told me this thing had to reset itself at some point. So if it's gonna have to reset itself, let it reset itself. I know you two old gentlemen don't want to see it happen because you feel like these are your children. You need down.
The thing is, you're not. And I'll say this right here. The United States and Europe thought they had the power to keep white supremacy alive. Okay. And they've been doing that for the last 30 years. And what they're finding out now is that they can't. Okay. And these are the most powerful nation that has ever existed
Smartest
on
and
the planet.
powerful motherfucking people. Yeah.
And they can't terraform the environment. Okay, go ahead.
Every pyramid scheme eventually falls down onto itself because at a certain point you cannot, the next guy the last guy loses. Eventually there's only so much you can scam up on a finite planet of resources, of logistics, of control, especially in a world now, with nuclear warheads in various parts of the earth. So there, it's only just so much you can just bully the world into
Yes,
maintaining
and
this
maintaining
pyramid.
yeah, and
Yeah.
eventually, you know, even even with the bully, right? Eventually, kids in the neighborhood grow up, right?
Yeah, get tired of
BGS, if
that
you don't
shit.
mind, Mr. Z is in transit, so I can't be looking at the phone right now. So if anybody minds reading the super chat, thank
Okay,
you and
I'll read
thank
it.
you kindly.
Okay, the funny thing is that Mama is God up until the bad kid from Toy Story gets you pregnant. Women have to ask the previous generation of women what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
The things they don't have to ask, they already know.
Hey,
Yeah.
BGS, what were your thoughts on that Sky Jackson situation?
She's following. I don't know what the fuck this trend is. The same trend is going on with NBA young NBA guys getting these old bitches pregnant. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Right. So basically, consequences don't matter.
Cartman got something to say with that. I'm grown. I do what I want.
Yeah. Okay. Detroit 313 says Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight is the most depressing rigged fight ever. I might as well watch the next Karate Kid or something. I don't know why you watch that shit. Basically, it's there for entertainment. I don't know
It
why
was
you
an
type
I
that
saw,
shit.
said
I
the
saw the
exact
highlights. I
same
was like,
thing,
bruh.
As soon as the promo went up for that fight, I said, "Hell no, I'm not watching that." He's 60
And
years old.
he's 60 years old. What do you expect, man? Come on.
The biggest fight, yeah. Well, the biggest
Might as
fight
well
was
go back
between
and
Netflix.
go back and watch Rocky, or go back and watch what's the
Yeah.
other
Rocky
one?
Balboa. That's
The
the best
problem
one.
with that BGS is they thought for some reason Tyson was going to get in that ring and just morph back into Iron Mike Tyson when he was in his 20s, and like Jake Paul was just going to go down. No,
Tyson
that
don't
was
care,
never
man. He's
happened.
getting
Paul
paid.
needs to be arrested for fighting the elderly. That's what needs to happen.
No,
He
Jake,
gets money to fight an exhibition fight against an AARP. He needs to be charged.
Well, he
no,
can't be
but Mike
arrested. He
Tyson,
signed
There
up.
you go.
that Mike Tyson needed the money, so basically
Yep.
Jake Paul
Yep.
did him a solid by fighting him.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
Yep.
pretty
That's
much.
he
like
got
I got
It was
paid.
paid big
everything
time.
about money.
Let's call the Paul
Stop.
brother.
Go ahead.
The
Stop
Paul
taking this shit
brothers are
seriously.
some of the best goddamn. But I want to say especially Jake Paul. Every fight he been in, if that's not rigged, I don't know what is.
Oh, this
The
man
thing,
is
the,
ultimate
thing,
finesse.
the thing that Jake Paul and those kind of folks should be arrested for is basically ripping you guys off
Yeah,
for your
scamming.
money, scamming
Yeah.
you guys for your goddamn money.
But
Well, okay. In defense of Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, hold on. In defense of Jake Paul and Mike Tyson,
uh-huh.
it
Why are you
was
defending them?
Netflix put up all that money, and Netflix said last night, because shout out to Ed. Ed called it. He said they put up the money for that fight, so wouldn't anybody have to? But if you chose to pay, that's on you.
Well, here's the thing: they were millionaires before this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were
Yeah, but
millionaires
Tyson
before this
needed
fight,
the
so
money.
people were going to pay to watch that fight regardless.
Okay.
You
Well,
can
Just like you
then,
paid to watch Mike Tyson
Now, let
and
them-
Roy Jones Jr. 3 years ago do an exhibition. Y'all paid. Y'all know y'all did. We all did.
go watch Creed 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Creed
I mean,
4.
Same
all
thing.
right.
Creed
Was it
4.
Creed 4 already?
There's no Creed 4.
Well,
you
I
mean
don't-
3?
No. Go when it comes out. Go watch Creed 4.
Oh yeah.
Okay, when it comes out.
Yeah, because rumor is
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
rumor.
Tyson got paid on.
Yeah, that's why I know this rumor. That's why I know this.
Yeah.
They're already writing it. So.
Oh, Lord.
Excuse me, BGS.
Real quick, Benema, real quick.
Is that one going to be about his daughter?
A bad kid from Toy Story is diabolical.
Diabolical.
Oh,
And it's
Sid.
crazy because
You're
I
talking
thought
about
about
Sid.
melting the toys and all that other stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Nemo.
Sid. BGS, I think the movie that was best accurate to compare this fight to would have been Rocky Balboa, if y'all remember, because it was based on, because it started off with somebody had a like hypothetical scenario based on a GI by CGI generated simulation, and that's how the movie came about. That's how the plot came about. But like you said, it was for the money and everything. Because hell, it's the biggest payoff.
It's entertainment, man.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
In fact,
Get upset
I
over
agree
it.
with you. I agree with you. In fact, there are two documentaries I remember watching on Netflix. One was called Counterpunch, which talks about like the state of boxing in the U.S., especially the business side, and why there aren't nobody competing in amateur boxing.
Before you go,
This
BGS.
is why nobody watches the NBA now. It's just entertainment now.
So I want to real quick, because I gotta ask this particularly to the elders. So this is AL, BGS, Black Uru in reverse order of age. So AL first, Black Uru, then BGS. Are we living through the goddamn era of spectacle? Like, did we take spectacle to another level? AL first, then Black Uru, then BGS. Go ahead.
Yes, at colossal proportions. Man, COVID-19 ain't got nothing on what we doing as far as trying to entertain our lazy brains. But I digress. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Well, I mean, for what I see is sort of a confluence of factors. I mean, obviously, the sort of pussification of America combined with the combination or the acceleration of resources in entertainment, where you can just go from, 20, 30 years ago, the average NBA salary might have been what, $3 million. Now the average salary is probably somewhere $30 million. So even the motivation to do what those prior generations of men would do, combined with the more masculine ethic that existed. I mean, Michael Jordan grew up with a much more masculine ethic than LeBron James, who himself grew up with a more masculine ethic than, Ja Morant or whatever. So I think that's what you're seeing now. It's a whole lot of money. It's a lot less masculine sort of ethic. And so it all just ends up with just a fucking freak show.
Yeah. But basically,
Go ahead, BGS. That's gonna be a hard one to follow up, though. Go ahead.
I'll make this reference back to the Titanic, right? Was them playing music, with the band playing music
While it's sang.
while it sang? Was that a spectacle, or basically, or was that there to calm the people down while the boat sank?
As we descended.
In other words, Rome, bread and circus is what you're saying.
You get bread and circuses right now. It's not in spectacle. Spectacle left in the 90s and maybe the early 2000s. Now we're down to bread and circus right now.
That's frightening. And I'm pretty sure pretty damn accurate. But yeah.
I don't want to put a downer on the whole panel, so that's
no. I love that.
It's not as inaccurate as it could be. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's pretty accurate in the grand scheme of where we are now in the spectacle. I see a techno-dystopian future, but anyway,
if you want to get depressed, watch Homeboy's channel Inside China Business. Okay, you get depressed twice a week. Okay.
Wait, say again. Watch which one?
Inside China Business. Okay.
Okay.
I'll check it twice a week.
I thought the depression show was the dark news one that you put on every so often. That one right there sobers me up so quick and leaves me feeling so low. I swear to God.
I kind of moderate that. The real negative stuff I could put up, I don't. Okay.
Thanks for being nice, sir.
Thank you for being a friend.
The dark news is more to give you a warning of where things are headed. I'm not really trying to depress people. Okay.
So it can get worse than that. That's what you're saying.
Definitely.
Worse. It is worse than that. We just don't know it. Okay. And that's the problem.
Hey, BGS, quick question. You just said Inside China Business. Is this white dude, bald head?
Yes.
Double?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this latest one, if that doesn't frighten you, it should. Okay.
Is that the one we were watching? He had the bald-headed white guy giving us the analysis of the gold and whatnot,
and silver and the tether and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Yeah, he's worse. He's worse than Doug. He's correct.
Like we've reached a point where we're even only able to borrow because the moment we cannot borrow is over. And so the lending occurs because the quote lender knows that everything's over once I stop lending.
Yeah,
everything's over once I stop.
You're an accountant, Uru, so you know what happens when the entity goes into receivership, right?
Yeah, it's all over.
It's all over.
There's a run on whatever remaining assets, and everything breaks down. All the logistics are gone.
Yes.
No phone calls.
Let me say this real quick.
No phone calls are returned.
If you guys can, Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry, I'm Black Uru. Because I'm not in the dead zone right now. Okay. I wanted to say this. Black Uru, you did not say there's a run on the bank. You said something else. Why did you not say a run on the banks?
Well, I mean, there's going to be a run on it.
Everything. And
I know that's all I wanted him to do is clarify. That's all I wanted. Go ahead.
The run on your resources. In other words, that's when the carpetbaggers came and take what's left.
Yeah, I mean, there's a run on everything, and what is the police, for example, upholding? For example, when that happens. Yeah. What are we protecting?
Is to protect property.
So the whole thing is being upheld based on the fact that we cannot afford for it to not be upheld from just a societal collapse standpoint.
The police are there, and this is something they proved with the Montreal 1968. Police are there to keep honest people honest.
Oh yeah,
that's all they're there for, to keep as a symbol of order, because they know that the vast majority, 99.9% of people want order. Even crooks want order. Okay, crooks do not want chaos. So
they need to know the rules so they can break them.
Well, yeah, they know the rules so they can break them within limits. Okay, even crooks have limits, because they know they won't survive in chaos any more than anybody else will.
It's funny you say that, because that is true. Because I'm watching this show called Mayor of Kingstown.
Yes.
And yeah,
you do.
That's a damn good show. But yeah, what you just said, BGS, makes perfect sense, because even they don't want certain things getting too wild. Like when the prison riot happened, even the people on the outside who had contacts was contacting him, the main character, like, hey, you want to get this shit under control?
And sometimes he loses control, and basically, and he wants order. That's
Chicago gangs. Anyone? Go ahead.
Chicago gangs, street gangs, any kind, even prison gangs. There's rules that they make rules and set rules to have order. Okay.
Yeah.
I say there's rules.
One
time, y'all.
Go ahead, Black.
Well, here's the sad thing about black people.
Mm-hmm.
We could consolidate our resources, consolidate our households. We could survive much longer through the storm than we're inclined to do so. And the number one reason we likely would be because of the women.
Yes.
Would be because of the behavior of the women. You could get the men, most of the men, to organize in such a way to survive, or at least stave off a lot of the hell that is to come, or keep it at bay. But you got to have the women.
Yeah, and you should. I mean, the thing is, the women are there to prepare the children for their roles in a family, and basically, the women have shirked that their responsibility. For negative liberty.
All about me, myself, and I. Who go check me, boo? It's all about me. You can't tell me nothing. That's the mode they're in. And as long as they stay in that mode, BGS, we will not be able to, like Black man said, consolidate.
We can't. This is for you, so when you get ready, you can read it.
Okay. I said, BGS, remember when Concrete Rose said the black women aren't worried about the society collapsing because they know black men will save them? That's about to be tested. That they believe that black men will save them.
Save them with what?
With what? And that's the whole thing.
There's a fucking dragon coming at us, and we don't even have a damn sword.
Or have not been trained to fight the dragon.
Yeah.
We're just as useless as you are.
And how the hell is a sword going to protect you from something that's fire breathing? Shit.
In fact, she's probably more capable of fighting the dragon than you are, because she's been trained to do so.
Oh, you crazy, old man. You crazy.
I mean, I wish I was crazy.
Well, I mean, she'll probably just fuck the dragon.
More that route.
If he decides to take it. But the thing is, they have trained you to be helpless. That's what they trained you to be.
Learn helplessness is a thing.
Let me pause everyone with something that has nothing to do with absolutely anything. So I'm right next to Popeyes Sonata that crashed into the back of a goddamn. No. Funny because I might go. I'm next to this Hyundai Sonata that crashed into the back of this goddamn CTSV. No, not me. Goddamn. Knock on wood. Don't say that.
Okay. Thank you.
This Hyundai Sonata that ran into the back of a Cadillac Is that the CT4V? CT4V. No, CT6V. CT6V. Goddamn, you just crashed into what, an $80,000 car.
Oh well.
Ouch.
Okay.
Insurance about
A
to have a
Cadillac
field day
just
with your
couldn't
ass.
do.
Yep.
You had to be specific.
And that Sonata's probably total.
And it's broad daylight, so you cannot escape.
Is this Sonata total?
Yeah, they over the 95 overpass. No, it's not. It's not a total. It's not a total, but it's a little nudge. It hit it a little bit. Yeah, I got a little dent on the back bumper of the Cadillac. A little dent, you know. But it's still
That
it's
reminds me
still the performance one. It's just not anyone. You know, it's the CT4V. So that's a good one. 80, 90 racks. Yeah.
Okay,
Ouch.
let me
Anyway,
ask
go
Black
ahead.
Guru a question.
I digress. Let me do my AL Evans. I
Let me-
digress. Y'all go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Kind man, sir. Black Guru, you're in Chicago right now, and it's amazing. I'm literally hearing about the normal, regular black gangs y'all got up there. Literally have to take up arms and side with each other to get rid of these immigrant guys that came from Venezuela. I don't know what they call themselves something, but they got the regular gangsters in Chicago so shook they had to link up and say, guess what? We're gonna have to call a truce on our normal everyday gang banging, and we gotta get these motherfuckers up out of here. Has it gotten that bad?
It was probably the Chicago gangbangers who actually went and voted for Trump to get him up out of here.
Oh yeah, no.
They
It's
said them boys
interesting. Chicago, about 40% of black folks in Chicago voted for Trump.
Yep.
But
So
what about
Chicago was even more red than the rest of Black America, so to speak.
Yeah, because they're feeling the effects of it. So basically, you know, if I was a black gangster, fuck fighting them, I'd have been putting Trump signs up in yards, okay? Because you can't get them out of there. The only people who can get them out of there is the people that brought them in here.
Yeah, because them signs ain't gonna work on these. These ain't regular immigrants that came, but these are literally gangbangers.
When Trump take office, these brothers in Chicago are gonna deputize themselves.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
to deal with that problem.
Yeah. In other words, you will know where they are.
Is just let them, just kind of like just take a hands-off approach, right? On in terms of responding to certain kinds of acts of aggression. And that problem will get
I don't know what you're talking about, Black Guru. I don't know what you're talking about.
All you got to do is point the officials to the problem, and they'll take care of it. Yep. And they know where they are.
That problem will get resolved. All they have to do is just kind of lay low, maybe be at the borders, make sure shit don't get out too far out of hand. But that problem will get resolved in Chicago.
BGS, y'all not having that problem.
They're already confronting the mayor during meetings and yelling and cursing at the mayor. I mean, the black mayor. I mean, it's getting rough in Chicago.
Yeah.
And the black folks, they're not even nice about it at all. I'm expecting an attempt at a recall of Johnson.
Yeah, but the thing is that California's already a Latino state, so basically Latinos have to handle those folks. That's their problem. It's not a black problem.
Woo! I hear you.
So the Latinos here have to check them, which is probably why they heavily voted for Trump. Get these knuckleheads up out of here.
These Venezuelan gangbangers, they not just gangbangers. They are literally
cartel. They're not gangs. They're cartels. Okay, and that's the difference.
And that's how they literally trying to move through the city, Chicago, Illinois,
It's in Chicago, New York, places like that. They're trying. In other words, they're trying to take over the normal trade that the established folks have.
Colorado too.
Well, yeah, Colorado, Philadelphia. It's all over. Okay.
Them niggas like, how dare you try to take my hustle? That's the only way I can survive right now.
And it's been allowed. It's been allowed by the federal government and the state. Allow them to actually do it. So it's almost like a hands-off thing, which is probably pissing off black people. Okay.
Yep. Damn.
Yeah, but they don't want to do anything until the white people start getting pissed off.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. That's a whole different.
Yeah, but as a whole, yeah.
Let me read this super chat. And thank you, Els Active. Thank you. You are a scholar and a gentleman. And he says, and shout out to Passport OG for saying this often. He says, can't be listening to all this knowledge and wisdom for free. Just take my money already. Hysterical. Number one. Number two, thank you to Passport OG. He always shouts me out about my Saturday panels, reckless streams, and all the information and all the good stuff that's here. Obviously, I can't do it by myself. Shout out to all of y'all that be participating. Thank you very much.
Did you ever stream a stream that's not reckless?
Yes, I mean, actually, I do a lot of streams that's not reckless, but yeah, the best ones, the Saturday ones, especially, them just be reckless like a mother.
I don't think I've ever heard you do a stream that wasn't.
I do some not reckless streams, but I don't want to incriminate myself. But there's certain ones, even if I forget to say it's reckless. Yeah. If you know Z's schedule, you'll know it's reckless. I'll put it out.
I don't know when the last stream you did that wasn't reckless, sir. That's all I'm saying.
It happens.
It does happen. Yeah, I know it happens.
Anything after maybe 9 or 10 at night is not reckless.
Okay.
We had that faced off with FD. That wasn't reckless.
That was reckless.
That was reckless.
But the first one wasn't reckless. The second one was. Wait, the second one wasn't reckless too. You're right. Both of those wasn't reckless. Both of those were. You're right.
I'm trying to help you out. Fuck you.
You're right. Hey, Z, when you're not doing a reckless stream, so you say, okay, I just want to make an announcement. This is not a reckless stream, okay? So we got to differentiate, okay?
Yeah, look,
Mr. Z needs to put out disclaimers at the beginning of every stream.
Yeah. You and Ed have talent, man, because I could not do this shit while y'all do
and make it worse. Some of the streams, as a matter of fact, like this stream, some of them are reckless, then not reckless for a little bit, then reckless again.
So it's a flipping one.
So it's a semi-reckless stream. Okay?
Bro, I'm telling you.
No, it's a flippy stream. It's flipping because we flip between reckless and non-reckless. We flip in between.
Reckless is Z's middle name.
Flip flop.
Yeah, reckless is Z's middle name.
As your attorney, I would advise you not to disclose certain information.
I haven't said anything. I ain't saying ish. That's what Easy said. Easy said I ain't say ish.
We do not.
Don't let nobody bait you out.
Right?
No.
Oh, well,
I ain't say nothing. When I say reckless, I could be talking about anything, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So there you go.
Reckless like comics on stage.
I won't go to Z to sign this paperwork, so better you as his attorney. I'm gonna need you to sign this paperwork.
Hey, Z, but you bust yourself out when you do traffic reports, okay?
Man,
no, not really. When I'm doing traffic reports, that might be the reckless I'm referring to. Y'all don't know what reckless I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Okay.
As a famous president once says, it depends on what the word is.
That was good. That was good.
Wait. I did. First of all, I just want to say I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Miss Lewinsky.
Bullshit.
Yeah, right.
Bullshit.
Hey,
Bullshit.
Since I don't know if you have Max, but have you ever checked out 15 Minutes of Shame?
No.
The documentary. Monica Lewinsky is in it, and she narrates most of it. So
man, with all the stuff I have to keep up with, man, I can't even watch sports. That's
and we lived through that, so we already know. It's no big deal to us.
Let me shout out. And by the way, because BGS said Popeyes, guess where Mr. Z is right now? You bought it up, so you messed me up. Anyway,
I'm gonna need a 3-piece as well as a 2-piece while we at it.
All right. And Red Pill Sleeper Cell, shout out to Louis. Louis in the chat. And Louis says, "Stop complaining. Embrace your inner flatbread truck."
Flatback.
Louis, got to give me the
flatbed truck.
Oh, no, he said flatbread truck. No,
flatbed.
No, it's flatbed truck. Flatbread truck. Louis, what are you referencing when you say that? I forgot what we were talking about.
You take. In other words, a flatbed truck. What he means is that you take on damaged women. That's a flatbed.
Oh,
truck.
do I? Yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah.
Not in real life.
And you got to have a strong back.
Yeah. Sometimes,
I don't know
yeah,
if I do.
strong
Yeah.
You gotta stay with
It's
Joey
figuratively true, but not literally true.
you never put it to the test, huh, Mr. Z?
I have. Mr. Z, my younger sister used to call me. I used to like the Build-A-Bear, which is
Okay.
hysterical. She's not talking about the shape of the women, but she's talking about the condition of them, which is hysterical. But yeah, Z has retired that to online spaces.
I don't have problems with the builder chicks because I scare the shit out of them.
Really?
Many of them are not repairable though.
Because I'm way smarter than they are, and they get frightened. Okay, I can't.
You know what, BGS? I'm going through that shit right now.
Right.
When you say something and then they get real quiet.
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Z.
Are you reading a book with a title that's way beyond their comprehension?
Yep.
After this, we'll get Louis.
Yo, like that Psychax book, like the book. I don't
Go
know.
ahead, line, and then we'll get Louis. Go ahead, line, and then Louis.
Psychax is pretty accessible. I don't know why that would be.
No, because the women can't handle. They listen, but they really can't handle it.
Okay.
Shout out to Toya. Now pull that one back up. Shout out to Toya. Oh, something got her really hot.
Oh, yeah. She giving me my apple. That's all it is.
Oh, that's an apple. I thought that was a mean face. My bad.
No. That's the apple. That's my apple.
Sorry, Toya.
Hey, Toya, protect that neck, baby.
Yeah. Oh.
And wait. Before you go name it, let's get Louis, and then we get name it. Go ahead, Louis.
Go ahead, post that, Z, what I had sent you. I made that.
Okay, somebody has to do it in the
Nicole
background.
Foster.
If conscious is in the background, is it in the private chat?
No, I sent Z to his phone.
Okay. Yeah, he's reckless right now, so he might not be able to get to it.
If he posts it, we'll post it. But BGS, for example, like you talking about when you scare a chick. I was having a conversation with this chick, and I don't know where it went from, but she said something about I was talking about like the value of exchange when it comes to a relationship and when it comes to exchanging. Mm-hmm. And she was like, a man's supposed to do his job, some shit like that. I was like, a man has to do his job regardless whether a woman's by his side or not. I'm like, you as a woman, you're supposed to show up to that particular man and show why he should protect and provide for you at all. Yes. That is a privilege to be earned.
Yes.
She's been quiet ever since.
Yes, because her mama did.
Y'all over here bursting bubbles. I don't like it.
Her mama forgot to include those details.
Yeah. She's been quiet and ever since.
I tell the woman that your punani is worth $5 on the market. Okay.
Hysterical. I don't like this bursting of bubbles. Y'all need a simp y'all need a simp. Okay, y'all just simp your life away.
No, but
simp it away.
No, but when she here's the thing, Z, when she said that, immediately I thought about what you said about protect, provide, and shut up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Check your email, BGS.
Yeah, and basically that's what they've been taught over the past 40, 50 years is that of their intrinsic value. Okay, that's how come they think that no matter what state they're in, they're owed a high value man, quote unquote, right? They don't have to qualify for it because they have intrinsic value. Instead of being able, at least back in the day, a woman knew that she had to bring equal value to a relationship. Otherwise, she wouldn't get picked. But that doesn't exist anymore.
Here it's fucking hooked on phonics.
Yeah, well, basically, what you see this crashing out about is childishness.
Yeah,
that's all it is. Okay. In other words, now you have to grow up. You know, like when the child has to move out of the home and pay bills. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're crying about their bills. It's called adulthood. Okay. Now you have to grow up. So you crying, baby, I'll pat you on the back. Hey, baby, here's some tissue. Go ahead and cry yourself out, but it's not going to change anything.
Let me say this real quick to Louis. Louis, I'm gonna put that in my I'm gonna post that in my post in my chat. I mean in my community chat. So yeah. So I didn't know you created it. I didn't know where it came from initially. So yeah, I'm gonna post it in my community chat. And thank you for that. Y'all go ahead.
So yeah, ever since I said that, BGS, she been quiet as hell. She hasn't really had much to say.
Well, Miss Sandra's doll, she's skinny in this doll. Okay, she'll like this. And she's
But
white
it's
girl
good because
thin.
the face looks similar though.
The face is similar. But the thing is, she'll love it is because she actually looks like a black Barbie doll in this. She looks skinny. That's probably how she sees herself. She looks like all of 115 pounds and 5'7".
But that's the thing, though. I mean, Z said earlier about like the one random white, like these women live vicariously through the one random black woman that gets a white man. But
of course,
my thing is, do you not? The thing about it is that black woman does not look like the average black woman that works at Walmart. Like white men appreciate beauty too.
Yeah, in a different way. Yeah,
in a different way, but they still
look, sir. You are taking this way too literally. This is about their fantasy, sir.
Oh,
Don't tell them
I'm
how
sorry.
they're
Fantasy
supposed to
land,
dream.
Yeah. Well,
Don't tell them what they're supposed to dream.
they can. We don't care about them dreaming about being alongside a white man. What we care about is you blaming us that you can't be that. Okay,
Sir,
Yes,
you
please.
missed something very important. Preferably a rich, over 6 feet tall, sought after by all the women, white man. How
Yeah, of
else will
course.
she judge her value? How else?
I mean, yeah, but the thing is, that's fine. If that's your ambition, then and you don't get it, then it's on you. Stop trying to
Rest
blame
in
that
peace.
on us.
Yeah, right. Rest in peace, Pac. Ambitious as a hustler. Anyway, but ambitious as a rider. Ambitious as a rider. Ambitious as a hustler. As Jeezy said, no, you're right, BGS. I'm just bringing some levity to the situation. It's absolutely delusional.
But you
It's
sitting there.
absolutely delusional.
But the quiet thing is, you sitting there arguing at us. Are you aware of your competition for that white man?
That has nothing
Excuse
to do with
me,
it, sir.
I don't compete. I am a woman. A real woman does not compete.
Black women do not compete. They have been taught not to compete. And that's how come when black men try to escape the plantation, they try to call the white man on us to stop us.
Real women don't compete. They just are.
As soon as the password bros thought about leaving, they were going to the white man to keep us.
Literally, Kim Foster started calling sound alarm authority.
Authority. Yeah.
For real, she tried to act like that's not what it was. That is what it is. Lame ass.
Like to what Lion said, like in the mind of a black woman, does she have any competition?
No.
Yes, no. I think. I don't know, BJ, because I think a lot of that is like fake facade, fake ass, like fake believing in yourself. I think a lot of that is inferiority complex masquerading as high self-esteem.
Well, it's not even high self-esteem. She literally thinks that you belong to her. Okay. Which is why I played that Alva Poussant video back in 1970 when we actually said it. Okay. Do black women care more about the control of black men or white supremacy? Okay. And she found out she cares more about controlling you than white supremacy. You found the same shit out in this very last election. What did she care about? She didn't care about fucking white supremacy or racism. She cared about controlling your ass.
Yes. Yep.
And then when the votes came out, she found that Becky sided with her man and sided with her pocketbook to her advantage, as she should. Okay, not that she always, as she fucking should. Becky should vote her interest. Okay, her interest is her lifestyle with her family and her man and her quality of life, not Keisha's. Okay, and Keisha doesn't give a damn about that shit. Okay,
Can I make it a bit more succinct, BGS?
Go ahead.
Keisha votes to control you. Becky votes to be in family, in relationship, and waits. What's that word that the black women like to use? Community with her men.
Well, basically, white women actually value resources and environment over status. Okay, black women want status over everything. The same shit that's going on in WNBA, right? Okay, the white women haven't said shit when freaking Caitlin Clark came in, right? Because there's gonna be more money and more endorsements for them, right? Okay, you see the golf thing, right? With them inviting Caitlin Clark to the golf course because they're embracing her because she's gonna bring them more eyeballs and money. So they roll out the red carpet for her, right? Who's the only people that are not embracing that shit? It's black women, right? They down her left and right. Why? Because status and attention is more important than money and environment. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, BGS,
I
you said they
get it.
invited her to the golf course?
Huh? So what?
You said they invited her to the golf course?
In other words, they're pro-am to actually because she's got the name, she's got all the eyeballs, right? Because she's a hot commodity. So since she plays amateur golf, they invited her to a pro-am to bring attention to what the women's golf game. So all the white female golf stars come out and embracing her, right? Because it's bringing attention to them.
Cross promotion
Cross promotion, right?
between
Guess what?
LPGA and WNBA.
Guess what? Black women's black ass ain't doing.
Cross promoting.
Cross promoting.
Yeah.
Or promoting.
I want to beat her up. I want to prove that I'm better than her. I want yada 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 instead of, you know.
She starts a crusty ass podcast
Hey.
on 50-50.
Shout out to all us Xers and millennials when C Murder and Snoop and Master P them song "Fuck Them Other Niggas" come on. And what do the women say when that song come on? What's their phrase when that song come on? Anybody notice? Fuck them other hoes. Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. You think the
that I
women
didn't
just
know.
sitting down? Yeah, no, the women are just sitting down watching all the niggas do their gangster bop. Oh, absolutely not. Fuck them other hoes.
All right.
They get gangster too.
Yep.
I'll say this. If black women were smart, they would put Caitlin Clark in a Sexy Red video or Glorilla, like one of them, you know.
No, they would have had like what Angel Reese and Angel
Reese has already done that with Glorilla and what's her name? Yeah.
Wait, did
Angel Sexy Red
and Sexy Red, Glorilla, and what's her name? Megan Thee Stallion. In fact, Megan Thee Stallion is her idol. You can tell.
You get to know Angel Reese really want to be a bad bee. You can tell. You can tell. That is like that is the one she got a little bit of fame. The first thing she did at BGS is so 100% right. Is imitate Meg Thee Stallion. Oh boy, do she want? She goddamn.
Yeah. And she on Wildin' Out all the whole Bad Bee starter kit. Okay.
Yep.
I actually didn't know that. I didn't know she was in those videos. I knew that Angel Reese was hanging out with like G Herbo and Lil Durk and stuff.
Lil Durk. Yeah, Lil Durk. Yeah.
Yep.
She's already started.
This is the goal. What? Look, I'm a little too old, so I missed it. But like from the outside looking in, oh yeah, that's the goal for a lot of them chicks is to be Meg Thee Stallion or Cardi B or especially Glorilla. Because Glorilla, I gotta give it to her. She look like she having so much goddamn fun. The smile on her face every time you see her, and she looks like she's actually a funny person, right? But that's the goal. Yeah, she does seem genuine. Hood as hell, but she seems genuine as hell, right? And it doesn't come off like it comes off like jovial hood shit, not like aggressive, mean, snarky, rude hood shit. I'm not saying that's not who she is, but at least based off of what I've seen interviews and shit. But that's what it looks like. The goal for the young women are.
Well, see, have you not heard her first song?
Oh yeah, fuck nigga free. I already know. Yeah, I already know. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, you must have not heard that.
Oh, we know what sells, and we know what what the idea is. Now, is that her in her real life? If I'm not mistaken, aren't her parents still married?
But
I think her parents might still be married.
Because she grew up in the church.
Yep. Beyonce, anyone? I'm just saying, y'all don't see what this is. It's a formula to sell them women on this fake ass empowerment and misery shit and hood shit.
Isn't Sexy Red a single mother?
Oh yeah, well she is. Yeah.
Both her baby daddies in jail.
So she lived the life that she talks about, doesn't she?
Yeah. Well, Sexy Red does. We talk about Glorilla though, but yeah, Sexy Red is. Yeah.
I didn't actually know that Glorilla's parents are married.
I think. I'm not 100% sure. Don't hold me to that. If I'm not mistaken, they might still be married. Well,
the fact they were married at all is crazy to me.
True. But go ahead, Vince.
All right, so Glorilla is pretty much as a person is kind of like what I speak to about like why don't black women just be themselves? Not just the music, but like who and how she is authentically.
They are being themselves.
I don't know. A lot of women have
they are being themselves, sir. Yes, they are.
I could debate that. I won't because you're the elder, and
there's nothing in the face.
You wouldn't be here if they weren't being themselves, sir. You'd be married with 4 kids and a big fence.
I think when you talk about the environment and things like that and everything, I think that
some women behave disingenuous and disorganic as a, like how they present themselves in the world when it comes to
I get what he's saying. The getting to fit in, and if the hood aesthetic is the aesthetic for even women.
They fake the
What he's
funk.
saying is like the women that aren't that will adopt that for the attention and for the lifestyle and for the looks.
Because
that's what I mean.
Because that's what they want to be. That's what they are inside. Okay, that's why they go for these negative stereotypes, because that's what they want to be.
I don't know. What about these squares? Who be like these
what squares?
Really squares.
What squares?
Wait. I'll say this.
Well, let me ask a question. What is their real self?
You said what?
That's a good question.
What are their real selves?
What are themselves?
What's their real self?
What are their real self?
So I don't have a actual answer. I could speculate on it.
No. Give us your answer, because you saying
he's talking about what he wants.
No, hold on. Hold on. Let him say it. Come on, y'all.
Whatever their culture imprint on, or whatever.
No. The thing is, you said they should be their real self. That means you have an idea what her real self is. Now, give us that answer.
Whatever they're actually.
No.
I'm giving you my answer.
No. It's not whatever. Now, whatever is, you said black women should be their real selves. That means you're saying that you have an idea what their real self is. Now, give us that answer.
So it depends on their environment and culture. That's the best answer I got.
In other words, you don't know. In other words, you know. In other words, we're saying as elders, and we've been through this shit, because we've been through. Me and Uru, we have been through women in big cities and shit like that. And basically, my folks are from this, from the country, right? Okay. They are being this. This is them. Okay. That's why they watch this shit. That's how come they. When have you ever known? Because I was just thinking this morning, I might even do this pre-record about this shit. When have you ever known black women to be kind? Okay.
Don't worry. We'll wait.
Aside from their favoritism, I don't know.
Yeah, kind.
No, they've never been kind.
Kind.
Alexa, stop. They've never been kind. My grandmother was not kind. Okay, she was fairer because the environment made her fair. Black women are not kind. Okay, black women are not like white women and Asian women and Latino women. They're not kind people. Okay.
I think they're only kind to what they favor. Other than that, I agree.
So what?
They're kind to what they favor. I think black women oftentimes they're kind to whatever they have favoritism towards. Other than that, I don't think so. Because my grandma, she was mean as hell to everybody else, but she was kind to me.
She's kind to you. But I'm talking about her personality. She might have made an exception for you. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
And she's kind. She's kind to you to get you. But have you met one? Have you been with one of these kind women and have to be with her for a couple of years?
There's a word for that, Vince. It's called a chameleon. It's called a chameleon, Vince.
Yeah.
No. She's kind to you. She's kind to get you. But the thing is, she's gonna revert back to her normal self after a while, right?
You said a word there. Wait, real quick, everyone. Wait, because we slowing it down. BGS, you said something important. She's kind. If I heard correctly, she's kind enough to get you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like to me, Vince. I don't know how old you are.
I'm 32.
But it seems like you haven't really spent a lot of time really with women. And in particular, like observing and actually dealing with them, like in like functional ways. You talk like you're more sort of a distant observer of women than you are a sort of in a practically, because these discussions are always kind of strange to me because I lived in a house. For a brief time, I lived in the house with a wife, 2 daughters, my mother, her mother, her grandmother, my grandmother, and a female cat.
And
you only
wait. All you was being jumped. God damn.
I can tell you.
He said a female cat.
Yeah.
Uru, question though.
3 generations of estrogen.
Did the cat like you, Uru? Because you said a female cat.
The cat was the meanest son of a bitch in the whole house.
That's why I asked. I was like, was the cat nice to you?
Well, and what you realize is that women. I mean, you know, whether black women are kind or not, I think they tend to be very much a function of what they're allowed to do
Yes.
and or punished for doing or not doing.
Yes.
They can be very kind and can behave very kind and very hospitable, but very often when you observe them and interact with them, sometimes they can be very malicious and even seditious on your ass, you know, treacherous on you. So, I mean, just saying that, presupposing that any women, especially black women, are just kind, all things left to their devices, that's not anything I've really observed.
Now,
There have been a few black women, there have been a small group of black women that I've known in the course of my life that appear to genuinely be kind and generous people, like, you know, like by their nature. But they have in no way been the majority of women that I've known in my life.
All right, can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, bro.
And after that, if you don't mind, BGS reading this because it's directed towards you, by the way.
Okay.
All right. I'll say this, Uru. I'll say you're correct. I'm the youngest of 3 or 4 boys, and I didn't grow up in a house full of women and things like that. So I'll say that. I did have like aunts and older women. You know, when I was younger, most of the women that I was raised under was like 30 and up. So more grown women and things like that. And I think my point of view is from being young around older women and things like that. Not like peers, or I don't have any sisters, or I have few cousins. So I'll say you're correct on that.
Have you heard them talk when they didn't know that you were listening?
When I got older, yeah.
In other words, have you heard them, especially when they're watching a reality show?
I mean, there was no reality shows when I was young. I'm 32. Like reality shows.
There've been reality shows for the last 40 years. Yeah.
I think he meant soap operas.
I don't think we had.
No, they've been reality shows.
As a black man, when you get a certain age, like, you know, you become almost immune to how mean black women can be.
Yeah.
Just in order for you to even be able to be around them, you know,
right?
Like if you, or like I remember once my grandmother, who loved me, I was talking about, you know, they lived with me for a time. And I remember having an argument with my wife, you know, during this time, and my own grandmother, who loved me, and I was probably her favorite grandchild. In fact, I'm pretty sure I was her favorite grandchild. She pulled my wife to the side and basically asked my wife, was I abusing her? And you don't have to take that from no man. And I'm like, wait a minute. Big Mom thought I was abusing you? Because my wife told me, you know, after. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. Big Mama thought I was abusing you? She's like, yeah, she told me you don't need to take that from no man. I'm like, what?
Excuse me, Black Guru, sir.
Real quick, understand, to women, we're kind of the enemy, man. We have a complex relationship with women.
Your wild horse that needs to be tamed.
And it speaks to the dynamic between black men and black women. That's what I heard from what you were saying, Black. Yeah.
Well, can I say something real quick and drop down?
Let me say real quick. I don't want to read the super chat. Go ahead.
And then BGS and then Neymar. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm gonna drop down, but Ed wants to come up. But yeah, to the brother Vince, like I get what he's trying to say, but there's like a great philosopher. He might have been from the 17th or 18th century. And he said, don't save them. They don't want to be saved.
Sure.
Shout out to Project
There was
Pat.
another great philosopher of that same era say these hoes ain't loyal.
Ain't loyal.
Well, I mean, I would never expect loyalty from a hoe.
Loyal.
I would never expect loyalty from a hoe, but that's just me.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, Project Pat, the great scholar from the great state of Tennessee, all racist ass Confederates. But I'm just saying,
woman tells you that she's a whole believer. Okay,
believer.
Hey, I believe it. Hey, you did not remix my Angelou.
believe it.
She said it. When
But
people
as
show you
a-
who they are, believe them. Go ahead.
Eventually,
And
yeah,
from,
because
and from
as a
what
millennial,
even Maya
'cause-
admitted to herself, if there's a she knows some hoes when she see her, given what
Yeah.
she wrote about her own personal history.
Uh-oh.
But hey,
Maya Angelou
here's
was
the
with a
thing.
white
It's a
man.
little bit closer. I'm a little bit closer to Vince's age. Vince, you said you're 32, right?
Right.
I'm 39, so I'm an older millennial. Trust me. On behalf like coming, because I think it'll probably hit home when you actually experience it full throttle when you're actually married to one. To what BGS and Uru is saying, trust me. Take it from me. It's all true.
No, I actually believe that I'm not here to contest and say you guys are wrong. See, you guys know it.
Not-
You know,
What
I'm picking up all the games.
the answer that we didn't get is who are they really? Okay,
Who
as
are
a
they
whole.
really?
And you haven't
I
answered
think-
that at all. Who do you think they are really?
I would say this because I'm going to concede. I think my view of women came from a place of idealism because I
And
also when I
I
was young,
literally was thinking about that word.
Whoa, let me get it out.
You're qualifying it before you give us the answer. We've been trying to get the answer out of you for the last half hour.
Get the answer, then explain.
Okay. I'll say this. I don't know. I'm still learning. That's my answer.
All right.
Okay.
That's actually a really good answer.
Okay.
That's a really good answer. I'll take that.
Yeah, and that's a fair.
Somebody's background. Wait. Black Uru, wait.
That's
Everyone.
Leon. That's
Somebody.
Leon. That's Leon.
Leon, your background.
Mute him.
Leon, mute one. I'm gonna let you go on one. Leon, so.
Well, and that's a fair answer given his age and his life, what he's experienced. So that's fine. That's fine.
Because I'm not. I don't want to jump on him, but I'm hearing this shit from over the past week or so. That black women have been chasing. Okay, about them coming back and being their true selves, right? And what they've been pumped up by feminism, they've been pumped up by white women, and this is not who the fuck they really are, right? I said, okay, who the fuck are they really? That's why I say, Vince. Okay, you said that they need to be their real selves. They're not the city girl, and they're not the Megan Thee Stallions and all the other kind of crap that you said that they want to be. But the thing is, you said they should be who they really are. Okay, so okay, now who are they really?
This is what I mean when I say that contextually, right? Stop trying to be white women or adopt somebody else's culture and practice the culture that he has. So they'll be able to be more aligned with,
Do black women think they have culture?
What has been the culture?
I don't know.
Of black
and their culture.
I think we do.
And their culture is what, sir?
Well, look again. I'm young, right?
No. Don't qualify.
Okay. No
their culture is
qualifications.
what?
Okay. Shit, I'm about to sound stupid, but I'm down this hill right here. Okay.
Hey, I got the gun. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh shit. That time period of hip hop individuality and stuff like that, like that TLC area between 1990 something. That's how I see it. That's my answer.
No scrubs.
No scrubs.
No, not no scrubs. Baby.
What about your friends? What about your friends still? I get it.
But look, I don't think what about
another.
That's it. That's like the second, third album.
So in other words, that's the image that they project to you, and that's the image that you want them to be, right?
That's what I thought I understood women as, of being that type of feminine and stuff like that.
That feminine, submissive. I got your back. I want to be underneath you and love you, all that kind of stuff, right?
Individual, creative, all that stuff. That's what
creative.
No. Let me give him a bit of grace. Let me get it. You know when the I'm over here saving the belt. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. What I would say is they are that, Vince. They are that. And they're also what Black Uru and BGS are saying, even more. No, they are what you're saying. But what they are more is what we're saying over here. And which side of them do you see more often is also a very important question to ask. What black women do you see more often? The creative, thoughtful, kind ones, Or even if it's the same woman, or do you see a different side that's shrewd and rude and calculated and
baby, all my
What
love
I
is for
see
you.
more? What I see more is nothing going on but the rent. That's
And
what I see more.
that was before
That's what I'm
TLC.
saying.
That was before TLC. The thing is,
Yeah.
and this is something Shara Ali said the same thing, right? While you are banging her and giving her orgasm, she is that TLC woman. Baby, baby, all my love is for you. Okay? As soon as she gets on her feet, guess what happens?
What have you done for
And
me lately,
importantly,
nigga?
wait, Vince, what's important is too, you're talking about TLC, the musicians. What's the story behind TLC in reality? Left Eye over here burning down houses because she burning
Andre Rice's household, house in Atlanta.
And the thing is, sexually, while you're giving her orgasm, she is that. Because all my women, sexually, when I'm piping her down, she is that. Okay, she is my, she's my bitch in bed when I'm piping her down. When she gets on her feet and she gets her nap in, right, and she comes to her senses, she's a different woman.
Let me know when I can jump in.
Yeah. Access hoping to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, if fucking was the thing, wouldn't black men be at the top of the heap of these?
And we are the top of it. Hey, you know what? You know what, Uru? Now that the passport bros are going abroad, guess what? We're moving up with a bullet. Okay,
moving on up.
All over the world.
Right. Let's do this. Wait.
Conquering the world, one nation at a time. Okay.
Let's do this. BGS, if you don't mind reading the super chat for me, and then we got Leon.
Okay.
And then
all right. I got it. Okay. No placeholder says we were never taught to fight a dragon because we had no fathers. We were just as useless as you are. BGS said, long live the habitual line steppers.
Okay, go ahead, Leon, and then we got Ed.
What about me? Shit.
Count out.
We'll go back around naming, but I know. Oh yeah, Leon has to drop. Damn it.
Edward hasn't said it. He wants to get in because he hasn't said it.
Right. Go ahead.
There's a reason why I did it the way I did it, name. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Before Ed talk, I have a. Please be grateful with me, Ed.
Go ahead, and then Ed.
I can come in. No, I'm waiting for him because I know I wasn't the last person to come up. That's why.
Okay, so let's do this, Ed. Wait. Ed, I'm sorry, because I know Leon's at work. That's why I'll be doing that.
Okay, go ahead, Leon.
Yeah. So go ahead, Leon, and then we got Ed. Go ahead.
So I previously told you about my experience in Mississippi. I said this to Roger when he had the conversation last week, but I got in a fight. I had to go to detention after school and clean the lunchroom. The lady that was in charge while I was sweeping, she would purposely walk in front of me, and I would sweep her. And she said, "When you see a woman, you stop." I said, "You saw me sweeping." And she's like, "Well, when you see a woman, you need to learn respect. You stop." I was like, where I'm from, if I'm doing something, you say, "Excuse me," and I stop. And she's like, "That's not how it works. You just do." And I didn't understand that just do until I was around 18.
Let him finish.
Just let me finish. Damn. So I stop in the middle of it and I go to the principal's office. I tell him what happens. He's like, "When you see a woman, you stop." I say, "Yo, but she's purposely seeing that I'm actively doing something and she's doing that." And he said, "You just do what you're told to do and you respect women." So I go back in. She continues to do this shit, like the monkeys going up the bridge and getting electrocuted. And that's basically what was taking place. The monkeys stopped going up the branch to get electrocuted.
Yes.
So I get home. I talk to my grandma and my auntie about this. I said, and what they say, you just do, and that's respecting women. And I'm shaking my head because I don't have the words when I'm fucking 10 years old to explain or comprehend or put this together.
Because you're
And so I go to my grandfather's house. I just said I walked 4 hours to his house plenty of times talking to BGS when I'm pissed off. Literally. He says, "Just, you know the truth, just do it anyway. Because you're going to mess it up for all of us." So my grandma and my auntie are in agreement with a lady outside of her fucking family tree. And it's just do it.
because that's what you're told to do. This is our idea of respect. It's not, oh, excuse me, I see you fucking doing something. It's not. You do it because you're a fucking man, and we're telling you to do it, and we want that respect.
In other words, you have to respect the authority. Okay.
Heel, nigga.
Who's in
Okay,
charge?
so I'm curious.
Wait, pause. I'm sorry, Ed. Was that you that said heel, nigga?
No,
Who said that?
me.
You're right, Vince. That's exactly what it is. Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
That's why we say this is gynocracy, because that's what they were doing to train you. Okay, that's what they trained down there. But go ahead, Ed.
So was this a white woman or was this a black woman?
It's a black woman. You know it's a black woman. White woman wouldn't do that shit.
Well, I mean, it's Mississippi too. So there's racial.
A white woman wouldn't say that shit. Okay, that's a black woman. I can tell you.
All right. I wanted to know. Okay. So I figured
Leon can tell you that's the black woman. I can tell by the way she approached him.
That's definitely a black woman.
If a white woman said that to him, and he went home and told it to his parents,
they would have been racist.
They would have came down to the school, right? There was a black woman. This is the way shit works in our society, right? People still argue with me till this day about that crap. Okay.
I was just asking a question.
Yeah, that's why I'm answering.
No, but because of
I wasn't done.
If they were our age, it could have been a white woman. But Leon's age, that's got to be a black woman, because the response would have been, like someone else said, racist.
Well, you must know. Time out. You must know. I've had a white woman try that bullshit with me, and they got checked, and I almost got in real trouble for it. That's why I asked, because I'm in North Carolina, so I get what you all are saying. But everything is always exception to the rule.
That white woman said the same? The white woman said that to you? That when you see
she tried it. She tried it.
Did she say
and once I understood what she was saying, I checked that shit right there, and I almost got in real trouble for that.
I'm not saying, Ed. I'm not saying that a white woman would not have missed.
I'm not arguing this.
Ed, damn it, let me finish. For Christ's sake.
Elder
I'm not
privilege.
saying
Elder privilege.
that a white woman would not have done that. What we're saying is the responses of black women would have been different. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I understand that. Yo, I'm just being real clear. Next person come in here and really try to pop on me, this is not the day to do that. That's twice, and I've been real respectful.
Ed, calm down.
I'm not playing. Because I've been cool today.
Ed, calm down, man. Because we all on the edge, and you get
no, because I was cool. I could have went and I told
wait. Order in the court.
You asked a question. We answered it.
And all I needed was Leon to say the answer, and that's it.
Let's go ahead, Ed. You were saying something. Go ahead.
Let him cook.
So, and I'm not about to go on no soliloquy like I normally do on here. My thing, as far as the last guy that was talking and y'all been spending working on, and like I heard what you said, so no, I'm not about to beat up on you.
Thank you.
But the thing that has to be real clear right now is this: y'all have two options. I am an Old Testament, touch the hot stove, burn your fucking hand, so you remember what the fuck that is, because that's how I was raised, type of motherfucker. That's the dudes I was raised around, as far as my uncles or my mom's cousins, and that my mom taught that too. So when she did say to not do something, so you would listen, because you figure out yourself it'd be a worse outcome. My thing is this: it is 2024. You said you're 32. You're about my middle brother's age. It is 2024. These women are not lying about who they are anymore. Yes, I can empathize with. You grew up as the youngest and you were not a threat. So you was like the favorite son. I get that. However, I don't personally have the worst stories when it comes to black women. Because if black women showed me they can act up, I'm not going to be around their ass. End of story. With me, whether it's work or whatever. But we have to stop being because you have this experience, not empathize with other black men's observable reality. And even though you're not being an asshole about it, you're kind of on the nice side of, well, it must be something you did to cause this behavior. It is 2024, whether it's online or offline. These women are telling you who they are. Yo, I don't Look, BGS and Black Guru will tell you is being older than me. Black women were never this bold to talk about, I wish a nigga was dead, I'ma kill this. Not as bold as saying it out loud in real life like they doing right now. If it's a dude they didn't like, they just be like, I hope that nigga die. I hope that nigga get shot. Yeah, they may call the police, but they not gonna just wish that shit, go to bed, wake up with it, like as if we gonna be around them while we actively realize that they hope we die, like on some witchcraft spell. That's some relatively new shit. And it goes to show you that these chicks have gone so long without really being checked, as Dr. Shahrazad Ali said, that these women need to be fucking reset. Now, granted, my approach, because unfortunately we're not going to reset women, is y'all dudes need to really wake the fuck up. So my question to you is this. Outside of the women in your own family, what experiences have you had with women you deal with on a sexual or friendship level? Because you're talking about the experience you had in a nest. You're a part of their nest. When you get outside of that, what has been your experience? I haven't heard that part.
Indifferent, mean, exclusionary. What else?
20 minutes, everyone. 20 minutes. Go ahead, y'all.
A few things. Some of the negative things, yeah. The woman asked sexually and things like that. I think it was more like it was cool when it was cool. Like I told my most recent relationship and stuff like that, I talked to Z about that. I ended up breaking that off because everything was cool, but then she started, you know what I mean, getting on some feminist bullshit, stuff like that, and I wasn't okay with that. So other relationships and stuff like that, I've realized that women, you know, the way they pick and choose men and stuff like that is offbeat as far as I see it, stuff like that. Other women, you know, I see as Sky Jackson, you know, choosing up on
well,
people
I mean for you personally. Not necessarily. I get kind of how
I'll use her as an example. Like for me, I'm from the hood, so a lot of girls choose, you know, crash outs and stuff like that. And I'm more of I've always been kind of like, you know, smart, intellectual, stuff like that. And that shit's never, you know how that shit goes.
Tupac in a suit, huh?
Yeah.
So I gotta ask the brother this. He said he's from the hood. So like, how many nice black women have you seen in the hood?
In the hood, far and few before they, you know, get older or whatever, and they end up, you know, performing to how, you know, shit is. No, nicer. No, the nicer one was usually the older woman. But as far as my peers,
so after life beat them in the ass is what you're saying.
Yeah. As far as my peers, not many. I had a lot of female friends, stuff like that, like non-sexually and what's that shit called? Platonic and stuff like that. But a lot of women, they were also at the same time like hypocrites about, you know, I'm saving it for this guy, but I'm actually, you know, fucking with
so you are aware of what
wait, give me 1 second. And Telescope says something very important. Telescope asked a very important question of Vince. How many is a number? Going to what Ed asked you earlier, or what Dre was asking you earlier.
You have been exposed to black female fucker. So I mean, like the way I've been hearing this shit is like you got some kind of immunity to the fucking T virus or some shit.
Nah, what I was saying,
what he's saying is, if black women give up that vision and be who they really are internally, then it would be a lot better. In other words,
now another thing too, and we got 20 minutes, so I'll fall back on that. But another thing too is the reason why I asked you what your personal experiences are is because you have guys, for lack of a better term, let's say like DC. You know, DC is dark. You know, deep voice. BGS has them dudes, younger dudes in his family, tall dudes. These are select guys. And the problem that select guys have is a little bit different, but they are still problems. Problem one, going to have a baby out of you, which is can fuck up your economics. And they're willing to get you younger before you actually realize what's going on if you ain't got dudes like BGS or Black Guru around. Problem number two, they'll be nice to you at first, and then they switch up because they're trying to mold you into what they want. And sometimes they use a carrot, they use a stick, but because they're sexually attracted to you, there's that like push pull versus you just having the door slammed in your face, which is what some people are articulate. A lot of red pill people are complaining about. So there are problems. Remember, the original, hold on. The original manosphere, as far as the black manosphere, was complaining about child support. It wasn't about not getting women. That was one of the first things that. It's not the only thing, but things that people are bringing up. So that's why I was asking you some of that stuff. Because if you're a select guy, you're going to have slightly different problems than maybe a non-select guy, somebody in the middle would. And that's yeah. Anyway.
Well, Ed, I don't think that's the issue here. I think that maybe he's been living. He was like raised in a bubble or something. He's talking about like.
And he wasn't raised in a
know,
bubble.
it's like
No, he was in his household, but
let me say this. I think Vince said what it was earlier. There was a very important word he used. Idealistic.
Yes.
It's the space between what is and what in Vince's mind, and Vince, tell me if I'm wrong, what it should be or what it would look like in an ideal world. Go ahead.
To be fair to Vince, I do not think his view is unusual. I think most
I agree.
Black males.
It's a normal.
I think most black. But can you all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Go ahead. I think most black males have a very idealistic view of what they believe to be the basic nature of black women. And to some degree, I think all men to some degree have that. Not as much amongst other men, perhaps, as there is amongst us. But I think there is this difference. And I think there's a reason for that. I think for survival purposes, we as a species, as males, have to have a generally favorable view towards females. So that's understandable. But then the question you have to ask is, okay, but what is the actual evidence of the behavior amongst what you actually see? Not what you want to think or what you feel or what you hope for. Where's the evidence of what you actually see and experience?
We get on here and talk about that.
Wait, everyone. Vince is gonna go. Vince, if you don't mind, read this super chat, then say what you're gonna say, and we'll continue. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay. Joe said, how you say his name? Joe's, yeah. Yeah, Joe say, when will black women learn that anime will always pick / vote her own interests?
Yeah.
The reason why this is important, Vince, is because a lot of times what Black Guru said is not incorrect. This is where this becomes a problem, though. A lot of black men have this thing where the environment ultimately is what controls women. We just says all the time. And socialization plays a big part into it. The problem is black men do not believe the environment needs to be corrected. Your women, literally, the big reason why your women hate you is because they hate the status that they're in based on the environment that they see in their observable world. And black men are walking around here like even though these women are literally screaming at you with their contempt and the shit that they do. I've said it before, I'm gonna say it again. Most black women don't want to be black no more. That's really, and yet you still, and yet you, and yet you still, and it's obvious now, even to me, and yet you still got dudes on here talking about an ideal. Like I got a question. Could you imagine a woman, you believe a woman is so angelic and so, godlike that you don't believe they feel pain? To the point where, hold on, to the point that somebody could be literally whooping their ass and you believe that she doesn't feel pain because she's angelic. That is literally how black women feel in their environment right now. And so when dudes be on that, they're just these beautiful creatures. I'm like, you clearly are not even empathizing with the real pain that they're actually communicating to you because you believe in that idea so much. That's just my perspective on that. I'm done.
Let me say this. The way real quick, and then you got it, Dre. The way I see it is that, in a weird way, was it Icarus, the one that flew too close to the sun and he burned?
Yeah.
Okay. I look at black women like that when it comes to white women. Like they just keep on getting too damn close and getting burned because they really like a moth to the flames thing. And then, but they blame black men for them burning themselves.
Yes.
right? So that's how I see it, right? And go ahead.
Yeah.
I think Black Uru and then
Yeah,
Dre, or was Black Uru trying to say something? Y'all know Elder Privilege.
Can I finish one more thing? And I'll chill.
Go ahead. Go ahead, and then we'll get Dre, and then we'll get Black Uru. Go ahead.
And BGS, Black Uru, I want to tell y'all something that I learned by being in this space, because I do have a lot to learn, and I'm cool with this. I'm cool being wrong, all that other stuff. But one thing I learned about women and things like that changed the way my perspective was from being idealistic when I was young, stuff like that. Because I'm coming out, my youthfulness and understanding. Both men and women are both capable of virtue and vice, and that's it.
Yeah, but the thing is, what is their inner core, and what have they been taught, and that's the whole thing. And
I'm still learning that.
The thing is that this is nothing new, right? Do me a favor, go back and either listen to or read or look at the movie Their Eyes Are Watching God, right? Okay. The initial boy that the woman took, that she took, was a hood dude, okay. And her grandmother said, "You're not going to follow down the same path that your mother followed down. You're not going to pick this hood dude. I'm going to marry you off to this old guy first, right?" And then she married he left him, ran off and married a well-to-do guy that shop on her, right? That put her in a big-ass house, right? Okay? And guess when he died, guess what she chose? She went back to the hood dude because that's what she really wanted. Okay?
Scott Jackson.
Scott Jackson, okay? There's a reason that women choose people like this, okay? Because it's in them.
It's something to say to what BGS was saying earlier. Not only who they are, and it's very important. This is the important part, Vince, that this is what you really gotta grapple with, and I think a lot of Black men have to grapple with. Who they refuse to let go. They refuse to let go of this artificial whatever. Let's say you're right. Let's say they're pretending, they're fronting, this is all a response to white supremacy and white male patriarchy. Yes, but Black women don't want to let it go. And there's really nothing. And this is where Dr. Umar Johnson comes in, because he thinks there's a alpha man, Black man, that will be so great that Black women will let go of this particular version of themselves.
He hopes,
and I would argue it exactly. And I would argue with him that that's not going to happen because they're comfortable here.
Okay. Basically, since I'm one of the few pro-blacks that's really pro-black that's in here, I know exactly why they do that shit. Is because they can't. The women cannot change. Okay, their only hopes of saving this community, right? We're like Harvey Dent, right? The only hope of saving this city or correcting the city dies with Harvey, right? Okay, basically. Black men are the only people that can really talk to that's willing to change enough to actually save this community, right? They can't do it with the women. They don't even talk to the women because they can't. That's why they go after you all the time, because they try talking to the women. The women don't change.
It's not about what I want. It's about.
Let me read this super chat. Let me read this super chat. I think was that Dre or Black Rose?
They don't see it the same way.
Okay. And then Cyrus says, "Can we substitute kind when we were speaking about kind women with mostly peaceful?" I like that. That's probably a better description.
That's what we used to get because they had to. So to keep that man and keep that man working. Go back and look at Fences, right? Fences
Shout out to Cyrus.
The ideal was the average covenant marriage between Rose and Troy. They use it all the goddamn time, right? She's mostly peaceful. Why? Because she needs Troy to go out there and make the money, keep her in this goddamn house. Okay, But you gotta be okay. But the thing is, when Black women didn't need you to go out there and bang those streets anymore, guess what she did?
Yeah.
That
Give you her ass to kiss.
Let me tell you how.
Peel off on you with the tire smoke.
And she was not kind to Troy. You know why she wasn't kind to Troy? Because she never taught him to fucking read after 20 years. Okay, and she could.
Good point.
It's not kind.
That's how they rule the house.
I think the best way to say that, and then we got to get
exactly how they rule the house.
Dre after this. And I Am Waffle says, "Do women see us men as a necessary evil?" Before we get to that, because that's really good. Yeah. I think so. I do think
Black
so.
Black women especially.
Yeah, I agree. And especially now that they have their own microphone, what's beautiful about the internet and social media, once again, the internet will expose us all. Here first is that the women are actually telling you that they see you as this. What feminism did was beautiful, is it unshackled them from pretending right? It gave them enough money to stop pretending, and then they started telling you what they really thought of men. It's either elite men because they're worth dealing with as a burden, and the rest of you, I'm mad. What did Homegirl say on the morning show? I'll do battle by myself. Oh, it's dating down. And what did she say? I'll do battle by myself. That's what she said.
What I'm saying now, say before I really came to this space, right? Did any of these black chicks, black female scholars that came to care to claim so much about the black community and black men and blah yada yada tell you that Pauli Murray handed over civil rights to white women?
They were never going to say it.
Not ever.
They were never going to say
Not
it.
ever.
That's why. Remember
even,
what I.
Even the freaking black men in the space in the academic space didn't say that shit. It took a layman like me to actually point that shit out, even though she said it right. It was plain as day when she fucking said it.
They were never going to say it.
They're never going to say it.
Yeah. Well, that's why. Remember when Mama? Go ahead, Trey. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm glad that you brought that up when you said that the internet will expose us all, because brother Vince was saying that, like, the reason why black women are the way they are is that they're not able to show their true self, and it's like, what is that? Is that ever going to happen? Is there a time limit? Like, I'm not
no,
sure.
they're not. They can't.
Are they caterpillars in a cocoon or something?
If they show,
that's not what I mean.
If they showed their true selves, would you be with them?
Well, that's why I linked it to what Z said about, like, the internet will expose us all, because they said who they are already. That is their true self. I'm not sure why he's trying to romanticize them into something else. I don't know.
Because he's taught to believe that. Do it.
BGS said when they were more constrained by society,
yes,
they were more peaceful. As they become less constrained by society, what have they done? Have they become more peaceful? Have they become kinder? Have they become
off and said, "Fuck them niggas"?
Have they become more modest? So the freer they get, the greater the opportunity they have to do anything they want to do. What do they do?
Yeah.
What do they do?
I mean, Vince, go look back. Go look back and look at all these crash out videos. Does that look demure to you?
Well, this is why I say this is why I use the term so Black Uru used the perfect word constrained, right? Restrained, constrained, negative liberty. That's why I had Naima read it earlier. Yeah. That's why I had Naima read it. That's because it's not freedom. It's a very negative view, and cosmic justice. It's a very negative view of what it is to be liberated. And liberated is really like no restraints at all, including societal restraints. But what I would argue is that the women don't appreciate it's Pandora's box. Once you open it, you also allow for the opposite sex, the opposite party, the opposite race, whatever it is, to no longer be obligated to you. Also, they also have no restraints. So I would argue women writ large, Black women specifically in our case, are doing this hopscotching in and out of community or societal obligation, pick and choose a la carte community and societal obligation, and it's not working for anyone, quite frankly.
Permission to read this chat, V?
Read the super chat, and then I think Dre, will you try to finish with that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I got something to mention after I read the super chat. Also, that's really going to be short. Yeah. Thank you, Love Lord Smith, for the $9.99. Why is it they always can't keep it a round number? Always got to be 99 cents.
I think it's how YouTube works.
It's penny pinching. That's how I see it. Yeah, that too. What he says here: Black women are property of the white man, both mentally and physically. This is why she favors kids with light skin and pretty hair. With that being said, because you were bringing up the whole thing about women being peaceful, not kind, and everything. We can connect this with the whole thing about them talking about a benevolent patriarchy. Patriarchy. What they want is basically, they want you to be benevolent towards them, but but on the flip side, they want to have the right to be malignant or malevolent towards you or to everyone else. In fact, to Vincent, because you're talking about who are they about women being the way they are. Bruh, if you ever listened to Black Phillip, or Beige Phillip for that matter, Patrice O'Neal's partner in crime, Dante Nero, used to say this: women, what a woman promises you on the front end has nothing to do with who she is on the back end. Women constantly
there's something funny there.
Women constantly change how they are from moment to moment, because I remember Patrice emphasized that women, their happiness is from moment to moment basis. Also to Mr. Donnie Mac, thank you for the $5. He says, can someone ask the young brother, have you ever had a black woman get upset with you because you're still using protection while being intimate with her?
That's a good question.
Get out of there.
Nah.
Okay. He
What
ain't been
you just
around.
described is why you should do the same thing on their front end as you do on their back end. But go ahead.
Yep. We need. You know what? You know what? You know what? Black Guru, sir, you are absolutely right. Because what I said was exactly what it was. Like what you said earlier. I think the word you were looking for is malevolent. Not malignant, but malevolent when absolutely necessary. That you got to show the darker side of who you are because of because that's how you keep a woman
let me
in
do
check.
this. I gotta pause y'all because we at the end, and if Black Guru don't mind giving his benediction, if BGS, if you want to say anything, and then
No, I'm
Guru
gonna pass that to BGS.
BGS, the benediction is the ending sermon by Elder.
What
What
I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get across, but it's the reason I came up here, okay? I started coming up here earlier, right? Okay? Stop being the Jesus figure for these people, right? Okay? You're not the crucified savior no more. Stop beating up on yourself, worrying about what the fuck they think about you, okay? You, number one, you're not going to save them. Number two, you can't save them anyway. Put the mask on yourself first. Don't worry about what the fuck they say. Let them flounder. Let them take their lashes as they should, that they deserve.
Ooh.
And stop. And so, there was basically my partner used to say about his mother-in-law, right? When he was actually trying to chastise the kid and spank the kids, get them in shape, right? Okay, she used to lay her body over them. Okay, to take the lashes for them. That's what you guys are doing. You're laying, basically, the world's getting ready to lash on them. You guys want to lay your body over them to protect them from
I don't,
lashes.
but okay. But I hear what you're saying.
And that's what I'm saying. That's how come we keep trying to talk to them and argue with them about their worldview, and we haven't changed the world and made them fucking white women. Okay, number one, we can't. Okay, the thing is, we don't want to admit that we cannot do it. Okay. Not we won't do, we can't do, we never could. And I know that hurts black men's ego is because that's how you view yourself as a fucking man. It fucks with your manhood because you couldn't do it for it, right? Okay. The same. What do you think the Palestinians are doing? They couldn't do it either.
Yeah.
I mean, they're women
and children. They couldn't do it in 1930s Germany.
1930 Germany, they couldn't do it either, right? This is not new. Okay?
Yep.
Stop beating up. I want black men to stop beating up on themselves and being shamed by women when you were just as powerless as they were. If they can't understand, get yourself a new woman, okay?
I just want to quickly add on to BGS's
Wait. Y'all know how this goes. Outside of this, thank you for the Cashapp Lion, and thank you Thermocat. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. You guys hear me better now? Okay, that was saying thank you for the Cashapp Lion, and thank you for the Cashapp Thermocat. And so on that note, y'all, we will pause right here because it would have been longer. It would have been really super reckless, but it can't be that reckless because there was change of plans. I'll explain it another time. But y'all already know.
I think we all.
$40.
All right, y'all. Z out.
That's right,
right? Hysterical. $40. All right, y'all.
That's right. It goes back to cracker prices, okay?
Z's at Popeyes right now. So.
No, I was already at Popeyes. I ate already. I was eating while we were speaking at the end. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out. Skirt.
Yo, where that stream at?
That chicken from Popeyes.
Yeah.
Where that stream at?